Chapter 11 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Drawbacks of the Trail, Part 2. Certainly that man is a fool who sets out on a trip down the Andes for pleasure. For after the first joys of roughing it have worn off, no more monotonously pleasureless existence is conceivable. There is, to be sure, a certain feeling of exclusiveness, a certain satisfaction in living through hardships, of moving by one's own efforts over those parts of the earth where modern means of transportation are unknown, but even this soon wears off, and with the dreary sameness of each day, the journey becomes chiefly a waste of time and effort, and a never-ending disappointment. In the morning I crawled away along a world growing ever higher, until suddenly it fell abruptly into a chasm, out-chasming anything I had yet seen in my worst nightmares. Across it, so high even from this height that it seemed not of our world, a town was pitched on the very tip of a gashed and haggard range. Fortunately, my route seemed to lead off down the valley, and I was finding some grains of comfort in not having to ascend to that heavenly dwelling place of man, whatever it might be called, when a passing horseman sapped my last drop of ambition by telling me it was Palasca, exactly the place in which I must spend the night. A long time had passed before I coaxed myself to creep slowly on, avoiding the view of the task before me, as a criminal about to be executed might shade his eyes from the scaffold. An unconscionable distance down in the bottomless intervening valley, yet still high, I met the first foreign tramp I had yet seen on the road in South America. He was an Austrian of 50, looking in his matted, lusterless hair and beard and his drooping rags like a corpse that had arisen for a stroll. "Gehen Sie nicht weiter!" Go no further south, he pleaded weakly. There, everyone is dying of dysentery. Turn back with me to Trujillo and humanity. His illness had reached that stage when the invalid sees the leering head of disease rising on all sides, and fancies he may run away from what he carries with him. I could not, naturally, abandon a plan of years' standing merely because of a temporary disability, and when we had exchanged some bits of road information, each crawled slowly on his way. In the hamlet of Molepata, near the bottom of the quebrada, an old woman stirred herself to brew me some herb tea, into which she put a branch of ajenjo, wormwood, with the assurance that this was a quick and certain cure for my ailment. The descent had been bad enough. The climb out of that breathless gash in the earth was probably the most dismal experience of my career. I had not to that day, nor do I expect again during this life, to accomplish a more bitter task than that struggle in intermittent rain, under my leaden load and Turkish bath poncho, from the tabla chaca, or earth-covered stick bridge, across the gorge-cut river forming the northern boundary of the department of Ancaches to heaven-hung Palasca. To make matters worse, the natives were united in the assertion that the source of my trouble was my habit of drinking at streams along the way, that at this altitude the water was not only too cold, but held in solution many minerals that made it unsafe. Long afterward, I had reason to believe that this had little to do with the matter. But, ready at the time to grasp at any straw, I threw away the film tin that had served me as drinking vessel, resolved that not another drop of raw water should pass my lips, or at least my throat. The resolution called for every ounce of willpower. One of the chief pleasures of a walking trip had always been to quench my thirst whenever opportunity offered. Now, the mountain rivulets that babbled down across my trail were tantalizing beyond belief, and I would gladly have given a gold sovereign, as long as they lasted, to have been able to drink my fill at each with impunity. Worst of all, there were no substitutes for water to be had, neither fruits, prepared drinks, nor any other relief from torture. On the day we sailed from Panama, a zone doctor had warned Hayes and me, as the first and primary rule of the journey before us, always to boil our water. He little guessed the difficulty, not to say impossibility, of obeying that apparently simple commandment in the Andes. Black night had long since fallen when I dragged myself into the central plaza of Palasca, silent and dark except in the densely packed, candle-lighted church. A dimly illuminated shop on a far corner proved to be a tavern. My thirst had reached the point where drink was imperative, though the sentence were sudden death. I ran my eye over the shelves. "There is whiskey, Inglés," wheedled the wooden-brained keeper, "and rum Jamaica, or French absinthe, or—" "Have you anything non-alcoholic?" I croaked. "Como no, señor? There is wine and beer from Lima." In South America, anything short of 40% alcohol does not count as such. Even the law does not rate beer and wine alcoholic liquors. There being nothing better, I pointed out a bottle bearing the stamp of a Lima brewery. The sentence was not exactly sudden death, but that may be because I had grown calloused to similar hardships. This Peruvian imitation of a German dark beer was thick and black as crude molasses, bitter as cascarilla bark, and more nauseating than old-fashioned medicine. With only the edge of my thirst blunted, I forced the rest of the bottle upon a bystander, not maliciously, but because I knew that a lifetime in the Andes had hardened him to anything, and turned to the question of lodging. "You come right along with me," cried the grateful bystander, smacking his all-enduring lips. "You will stop with the Señor Cura, like all travelers of importance." But the Señor Cura was in no condition to receive guests. In his large, over-furnished parlor around the corner, the padre lay on a couch, the slouch hat over his red-bandaged head and a 2 weeks' lack of shave giving him a startling resemblance to the Spanish bandits of operatic fancy. "No, compadre, I am sick, and I cannot give lodging," he replied to every plea of my officious sponsor. The several persons in the room entered into a whispered conference. Some time later, I was aroused from my lethargy, and my cicerone and a light-haired youth led the way across the black plaza and up a steep, cobbled street, which my legs all but refused to navigate under my heavy load. For though he would not leave a man who had treated him to the luxury of a glass of beer from the capital at a fabulous price until he had seen him safely housed, neither the bystander nor his companion could sink their baggy-kneed caste to the depth of carrying a bundle in the public street, even on a dark night. When morning dawned, I found myself rolled up in a heap of blankets on the earth floor of a long disused parlor. Hours passed without a human being appearing. I pulled myself together and shuffled out into the patio of an immense, dilapidated house at the tip-top of the town, overlooking half a world and swept by all the winds of heaven. Palasca has been likened to alforjas. So like a pair of saddlebags on the rump of a pack animal does it hang down the two sides of a lofty nose of the range. Across the void, deep blue in spite of the penetrating glare of the Andean sunshine, the Cordillera had tumbled her mountains recklessly in a tumultuous heap, as if the builder of the world had left here his surplus of materials. The Andes have little of the color and varied charm of the Alps, but in awesome grandeur and repulsive, savage mightiness, they dwarf the latter by comparison. In a room down on the sunken street on which opened the patio zaguán, the light-haired youth and his brother kept the town drugstore. They were the sons of a German who had married in Peru, Yet only their more robust frames and greater physical virility distinguished them from the common run of natives. In temperament, they were as thoroughly what the Canal Zoner calls "spig" as the most anemic of their fellow townsmen. The older was an amateur doctor, with the accent on the adjective, the only one for scores of miles around. He prepared me a half-dozen obleas, those saucer-shaped capsules of the Andean pharmacopoeia, of bismuth, prescribed a diet of chochoca molida, the Quichua Spanish name for a thin cornmeal gruel, which might be substituted by chuño inglés, a sickly sweet liquid starch, or wheat or rice soup, and assured me that I would be completely recovered in the morning. All the articles of diet were contingent on the possibility of getting the ingredients, which in the Andes is a distinct contingency. For thirst, I was advised to take only boiled water with cinnamon or cimarruba bark, but even to get the former cost a constant struggle with the apathetic servants, and the necessity of dragging myself down to the stream on a corner of the plaza to cool the boiling pot. Later in the day, while I lay contemplating the immense distance across the room, a young ragpatch came to say that the cura wished to see me. The mere novelty of a man of the cloth desiring my presence was so astonishing that it lent a bit of stiffness to my legs. I rose and wandered down across the main plaza, from the further side of which the world falls precipitously away into unfathomable void. The unshaven papist still wore his slouch hat, and by day his bandit-like aspect was increased by a complexion like unpolished chamois skin. He motioned me to a chair beneath the lithograph of a ravishing nude figure, advertising a foreign brand of cigarettes, and trusted, with all the smoothness of which the Spanish tongue is capable, that I had not misunderstood his inhospitality of the night before. Gradually, I turned the conversation to the history of his native region. He had made a serious study of the pre-conquest period, and was sure that the Indians lived in just such unwashed misery under the Incas as today. Only, as each group of 10 had its commander, who set its tasks and carried his investigations into the very bosom of the family, they were not then so unspeakably lazy. I had started to take my leave after some desultory remarks on my journey, during which he desired to know if I had walked all the way from Europe, when the priest remarked, "Before going, you will allow me to give you a little remembrance?" "Como no, gracias," I answered, fancying the good-hearted old fellow was about to favor me with a tin crucifix or a bottle of holy water. He sat up slowly, and pulling open a drawer of his massive homemade desk, took out 5 silver soles, $2.50, and held them toward me. "Mil gracias, no, señor," I cried in astonishment. "Tomaselos, take them as a memento," he persisted, attempting to thrust the coins into my pocket. Plainly, he regarded my refusal a mere preliminary formality to save my face. So ingrained is the Latin American notion that no man exerts himself physically except under compulsion, that, for all my explanations, he still cherished the idea that I traveled on foot because I had not the means to travel otherwise. Nor did I avoid his proposed charity without a great waste of flowery Castilian, and for all that left him somewhat offended. Even the sons of the misled German could not be made to understand why I had refused the proposed benefaction. Andarines of the Peyrounel variety have given these isolated towns of the Andes the impression that all foreigners arriving on foot were living on the country. Tramps in our sense of the word are unknown in the Andes. The few foreign beachcombers who reach Peru rarely get beyond Lima, and the Indians still cling to the Inca rule, though they may no longer know that an Inca ever existed, of each man sticking pertinaciously to his own birthplace. It is as impossible for the American to realize the absolute lack of anything approaching wanderlust in the Andean and his dread of moving away from his native pueblo as it is for the Indian to understand why the American is so far from home. Even among the more or less educated officials, I could not shake off the title andarin. More than one rural authority showed himself aggrieved because I did not ask for his testimonial, seal, and signature, fancying himself slighted as of too little importance. Many another assured the gaping bystanders, "Ah, ganan un platal, esa gente. Those fellows win a wad of money. When he gets back, his government will give him a great prize, at least 300,000 soles for the trip, señores." A prize indeed! As if there were not a prize at every turn of the winding trail, in every new vista of tumultuous nature, under the clear metallic blue of the highland sky. I determined to push on next morning, for Pallasca was no nearer recovery than my journey's end. The diluted Germans had promised to have an Indian carrier ready at dawn, but they were true Peruvians. The morning was half gone when I gave up in disgust and set out alone. At the zaguán, however, a fishy-eyed Indian rose to his feet to say that he had been sent by the gobernador to assist me, and I piled my bundle upon him forthwith. Though Pallasca seems to perch on the very summit of the world, the trail managed to find another range to climb. Scores of cold, crystal-clear streams babbled tantalizingly across my path. A cosmic wilderness of gaunt and haggard mountains, here throwing forward bare and repulsive outliers, there weirdly decorated with shadow pictures of clouds and jutting headlands, lay tumbled on every hand as far as the eye could range. The Indian chewed coca constantly, pausing frequently to dip a bit of lime from the gourd he carried at his waist, and appeared to have as little energy as I. When we had crawled some 6 miles, and a scattered hamlet was visible about as far ahead, with a deep gash of the earth between, he began to complain of pains, and finally lay down in the trail. I did not regret the halt, but when I had waited a half hour and his groans still sounded, I sought to urge him on. It was useless. Whether he was really ailing, and Sunday may have left him with what is technically known in sporting circles as a hangover, or was merely taking this means of shirking an unwelcome task, now we were far enough away so that I was not likely to return to complain to the gobernador. Arguments and threats moved him exactly as they would have the rocks on which he writhed. Consigning him to the nethermost regions, I struggled to my feet under my harness and staggered on down the stony bajada. Hours afterward, utterly exhausted by the short dozen miles, I entered the mud hamlet of Juan Doval, expecting a miserable night on the earth floor of some icy dungeon hut. It was not quite so bad as that. At the first doorway where I paused to inquire for the gobernador, a half-Indian young woman of unusual Andean intelligence offered me lodging where I stood. The baked mud den was as dreary as usual, but in a corner stood a bare slat bedstead, half buried under an immense heap of potatoes. Early as it was, I spread my poncho and lay down, anticipating a welcome repose, only to discover that I was lodged in the Juan Doval telephone exchange. On the wall hung an aged Ericsson instrument, the strange vagaries of which brought the chola in upon me as often as its jangle sounded. The place, too, like telephone exchanges the world over, was exceedingly popular with the young men of the town, and when my rest was not being broken by some mistaken call from another exchange, it was disrupted by the labored wit of some rural Lothario. It is but 8 miles from Juan Doval to Cabana, capital of the province, yet it required 9 hours of the most concentrated effort, both mental and physical, to drive myself over the low, barren ridge that separates the two towns. The story of the next few days, trivial in detail, I give in no spirit of complaint, but merely because it sheds so direct a light on the character of the Andean Peruvian. I had learned that there was a hospital in Huaraz, the department capital, and requested the sub-prefect of Cabana to use his authority to help me hire a horse, as he was in duty bound to do by the official orders I carried. "Pierda cuidado," orated the thin, angular fellow, peering at me with his short-sighted squint. "The government will furnish you a horse and all that is needed." Nobody wanted the government to furnish me anything, but I did not stop to argue the matter. My entire attention was taken up just then with resisting the efforts of the authorities to throw me into a dank mud den under the allegation that it was a lodging. Fortunately, there was someone else than Peruvians in the town. It was through the village priest that I won at last a second-story room above the prefectura, of mud floor in spite of its elevation, supported on poles that yielded to the tread. He was a tall, powerfully built Basque of 50, with a massive Roman nose, and, in memory of his mountain land, a boina set awry on his head and matching his long, flowing gown only in color. He had suffered from the same ailment during his first year in this foreign land, and was sure he knew an instant cure, and instead of merely talking about it like a native, he sent a man to prepare it. This was a half bottle of wine, boiled with the bark of a mountain tree called the cimarruba, but whatever effectiveness it might have possessed was offset by the impossibility of keeping to a proper diet, or even of getting boiled water to drink. There was no doctor in Cabana, yet all Cabana posed as physicians. Now some fellow would drop in to say, "The very best thing you can eat is pork chops," and he would scarcely be out of sight before another paused to assure me that pork chops would kill me within an hour. "Eat the whites of eggs," cried another. "You can eat almost anything," asserted the next comer, "except the whites of eggs." Again, the room would be darkened by a shadow in the doorway, and a man would step forward to say, "Now, here is an old Indian woman from up in the mountains, whose grandfather's nephew died of dysentery, and—" All night the town boomed with fireworks, the howling of dogs, the bawling of drunken citizens, and the atrocious uproar of a local band, for it was the eve of something or other. Far from finding the promised horse waiting for me at dawn, I did not see the shadow of a person until after 10. Then a stupid, insolent soldier came to ask if I wanted breakfast. At 12 he had not returned. I dragged myself down to the plaza. The sub-prefect and all his henchmen were making merry in a pulperia. I requested him to have someone prepare me food at any price. Price? They were horrified. Of course, they could not think of letting me pay for anything. I was the guest of Cabana. They would obsequiar me a magnificent meal at once, cried the sub-prefect, tying himself in several knots in his excess of courtesy. What would I like? Roast lamb with eggs? A fine steak with— No, I would be completely satisfied with a bowl of gruel. Ah, certainly, I should have it at once, and a basket of fruit, and there they dropped the matter, until the priest, discovering my plight, well on in the afternoon, sent up a dish of rice gruel. Everything does not come to him who waits in the Andes, and I descended again to mention the word horse to the now reeling sub-prefect. "Have no care," he hiccuped. "The government will attend to all that." Knowing he was merely showing off before his fellow townsmen, and that he would really let me lie where I was, or at most furnish me some crippled Rocinante to carry me to Tauca 3 miles away, I refused his putative charity. He turned to the crowd about us with a pretense of being hurt to the quick, then sent a boy to summon the half-Negro gobernador, likewise maudlin with the celebration. "Since this señor has declined my offer to furnish him all that is needed," stuttered the offended subprefect, "you will have a paid horse, with saddle and bridle ready for him tomorrow." "But why not today?" I protested. "Absurd, señor! Today is the great Corpus Christi procession, and you would not wish to miss that, even if you could get an Indian to go with you." The procession, set for mid-morning, started soon after my return to my room. From the altar of the church, it encircled the plaza and returned whence it had come. The route had been carefully scraped and swept, evidently for the only time during the year, by ragged Indians, forced to contribute this pious labor by the several grades of labor-dodging authorities howling over them. Then it had been spread with a long strip of carpet, after which came scores of barefoot women to cover it with a fixed design of flower petals of all colors. Then, forth from the mud church, issued the Basque priest in cream-tinted vestments, his boina and incessant cigarette gone, 4 Indians protecting him from the dull, sunless day by a rich canopy. Proceeded, followed or surrounded by all the bareheaded, drink-maudlin piety of Cabana, the distressing band blowing itself wobbly-kneed, he moved slowly forward, only his own sacred feet touching the carpet, women and children pouncing upon the flower petals behind as rapidly as they were blessed by his number 11 tread and carrying them off as sacred relics. Outwardly, he seemed sunk in the profoundest depths of devotion, yet twice, at a sign from me, he halted the procession, as by previous understanding, until I had caught a picture. Over the door of the towered mud hovel into which the throng crowded after him were the half-effaced words, "Haec est domus Dei et porta cieli." No doubt they were right, but it would have been easy to have mistaken it for something else. Toward evening, the sub-prefect's secretary brought a wooden-minded Indian, and, introducing him as the owner of a horse, called upon me to pay 75 cents at once for the use of it. The moment I had done so, he produced a still dirtier Indian, and, introducing him as my guide, demanded that he be paid 50 cents. That over, the secretary mentioned that it was customary to give a gratification to owner and guide, that they might drink my good health for the coming voyage, at the end of which, he further hinted, it was costumbre to grant the guide a real for alfalfa for the animal, and something for himself for chicha, but by that time I had withdrawn to my quarters. At 6 in the morning, I was dressed and ready. At 7, the guide came to know if he really should bring the horse. At 8, I burst in upon the sleeping subprefect to know what had become of his boisterous promise to have food prepared for me at dawn. A soldier was sent to investigate. In due time he came back with the information that the cook was not up yet. At 9 the horse arrived. It was a wild, hairy mountain colt, a bit larger than an ass, which had never been shod, curried, or trimmed. The equipment it wore was wholly homemade, a bridle of braided rawhide without bits, like that with which our American Indian rides his Mustang, a tiny, crude, wooden saddle with one thickness of leather stretched over it, and huge wooden box stirrups. "Now let nothing worry you," cried the sub-prefect as I bade farewell to the noble city of Cabana, the guide trotting on foot behind. "I'll telegraph the gobernador of Corongo and Huaylas and the sub-prefect of the next province so that he can telegraph his governors and the prefect in Huaraz. No se moleste, señor. Everything will be arranged by the government." Hours of unbroken climbing brought us to a freezing cold Paramo, where flakes of snow actually fell and across the icy lagoons of which a wind that penetrated to the marrow swept from off the surrounding snow peaks. So small was my animal that I expected him to drop under me at every step, so tiny that his front knees constantly knocked the stirrups off my feet, and so wobbly in his movements that it was like riding a loose-jointed hobby horse. At last we caught the valley of a descending river, and racked and shaken in every bone, I rode into the plaza of Corongo, the near Indian population of which seemed to take a bear-baiting pleasure in the predicaments of others. Evidently this was no new characteristic, for Stevenson, writing a century ago, states, "Corongo is certainly the most disagreeable Indian town I ever entered." The gobernador sat gossiping in the mud hut to which the telegraph wire led. He had not, however, received any message from Cabana. As telegrams cost authorities nothing, I had permitted myself to hope that at least this promise would be kept. Having no other way of getting rid of me, however, the town ruler led the way to his own hovel, where long after dark his crude-mannered females prepared me a bowl of gruel with which to break an all-day fast. The language of Corongo is chiefly Quichua, little in evidence since Ecuador, but due from now on to be more general than Spanish. The gobernador ran no unnecessary risk of having me left on his hands, and by 6 next morning the owner of a new horse, an even more striking caricature of what he was supposed to represent than that of the day before, had collected his fee and that of the new guide. These paid, he began at once to complain that the animal could not travel far without being shod, a luxury which, like his master, he had thus far never enjoyed. On the advice of the gobernador, I added a half-sol for that purpose. 2 hours later, I raised so effective a protest against further delay that the animal was dragged in, still unshod, as he would be to the end of time, and made ready. The price, more or less exorbitant in honor of my helpless situation and gringo blood, would not have mattered had not each authority stood in cahoots with the owners and wasted my time and energy with their clumsy grafts. Under a brilliant sun, we squirmed away out of town and began a sharp descent into one of the mightiest desert gorges in all the Andes. My guide, a stone-headed fellow, speaking only Quichua, who had plodded at a horse's tail all his days, slapping along behind me in his leather sandals, incessantly feeding himself lime and coca leaves. It would have been difficult enough for a man in the best of health to sit such an animal standing still on the level. Let those who can imagine one with barely the strength left to hold himself together, riding him down shale hillsides, often at a sharp angle, the stirrups knocked from his inert feet every few yards. Now, the entire range cutting off the world on the east was capped with snow, making the scorched and thirsty valley the more tantalizing by comparison. On, through blazing noon, I clung to that diminutive brute with his murderous dog-trot, over blistered, waterless hills, harsh and repulsive in their barrenness, to fetch up at sunset, more dead than alive, in Yuramarca, a scattered village of far more chicha shops than respectable inhabitants. Here, instead of the penetrating cold of Corongo, was to be feared the fever of the hot lands. The gobernador was a ragged, barefoot Indian, not over 18, one of the few in town who spoke Spanish, and inclined to insolence in consequence. He pointed out a mud cave on the plaza as the stopping place of all travelers. I protested against lying on the bare earth. "No hay más," growled the haughty official. Of course there was nothing more. There never is at the first 10 or 12 requests among these pitiless aboriginals. An hour's coaxing and threatening, nicely interwoven, and the gobernador strolled across the plaza and came back with just the thing, a 6 by 2 foot door, covered on one side with zinc. I ordered the guide to place the saddle in the room, lest he decamp during the night, gave him a medio for chicha, a real to buy the tops of sugarcane for the horse, for we were far below the alfalfa line, and sent the gobernador with twice the necessary amount to find wheat for a bowl of gruel. To the unspeakable old female he ordered to prepare it, I paid a large day's wages, yet the lukewarm soup she delivered long after dark had only a spoonful of chaff in it. In the Andes, cooks, workmen, and servants appropriate as much as they dare of anything they have to do with, and soldier, peon, dog, or cat each expects to levy his toll on the traveler's scanty rations. We of the North do not look kindly upon this species of charity, feeling that each should have his food regularly from a definite source. Yet the means of avoiding a system more deadening in its effect than the tip of more advanced communities is yet to be found. Before daylight of a moonlit Sunday morning, we were off again through the same dreary desert. The sun, having first to climb the snow-capped Cordillera, only overtook us as we were crossing the decrepit little bridge high above the Santa River, racing through its resounding gorge on its way to the Pacific. The endless climb beyond was by so narrow a trail along the face of a yawning precipice that my saddlebags scraped continually along the mountain wall, and here and there a jutting rock thumped me sharply on the knee. At scorching high noon, we caught sight, between grim, austere mountain flanks, of a long tilted valley, lightly covered in all its extent with tiled houses among scrub trees, which my peon announced was Huaylas. I had heard such rosy reports of this city that my oft disappointed hopes grew buoyant again before a view delightful to the eye, weary with the savage solitudes behind. But it turned out to be but another of those bowelless, stone-hearted mountain towns whose ragged inhabitants remind one of buzzards hovering about a moribund, each snatching what he can as soon as he dares. Don Ricardo, an anemic, fishy-handed dwarf of outwardly white skin, owner of the chief shop of Huaylas, ran a sort of amateur hotel at Ritz-Carlton prices. The open-air dining room on the back veranda overlooked, as guests likewise struggled to do, a jumble of ancient and noisome structures and stable yards, in the most distressing of which a leprous old hag concocted the inedible messes that were poked through a repulsive hole in the wall an unconscionable time after they were ordered. The rheumatic and dismal den to which I was assigned was below the street level, though I could see through the wooden barred window the brilliant sunny day outside and catch a glimpse of the serrated line of snow peaks away to the east. But the good people of Huaylas, informed in some way of my place of lodging, amused themselves by pounding on the window bars, shouting amiable insults in upon me, and now and then tossing in clods of earth and an occasional stone that did not always fall short of their aim. As I had had no quarrel with the priest, he could not have denounced me as a heretic. It must have been simply their racial delight in producing or watching suffering, the same trait that brings them joy during the sorriest moments of a bullfight, and causes them to gather in crowds to tease and jeer at an idiot or a cripple. It was Taco who finally came to my rescue. Taco was a Japanese, chief servant of Don Ricardo, and the only really intelligent or humane person I had met since walking out of the doctor's house in Huamachuco. It was with deep regret that I paid his worthless master for what the servant really furnished. The peon who was to start with me at dawn next day was still wallowing among the chicha shops at blazing 10, and I was weakly urging for a start, for the journey was long, when an imposing personage of white skin, wearing a leather cap and real shoes, pushed through the jeering throng and announced himself the congressman for that district. Having heard my tale of woe, He gave me a card ordering the medico titular of Caraz to admit me to the hospital there, and in due time prevailed upon the besotted peon to be off. The order was addressed to one Dr. Luis A. Phillips, and vastly buoyed up by the promise inherent in such a name, I endured uncomplainingly the rib-jolting trot to which the delayed start had sentenced me. Town after town had proved such dismal disappointments that I did not look forward to Caraz with any overwhelming glee. But my hopes rose high when we surmounted one of the countless desert ridges and sighted at last a vast, level, though somewhat tilted plain between the Santa River and the brilliant white snow peaks of the ever higher Cordillera, with hundreds upon hundreds of inviting houses, specking with red its many orchards and checkered green patches of cultivation. The Andes rise to appalling heights in these parts and take on a variety of color and form almost comparable to the Alps in beauty, vastly outdoing them in a certain wild, somber, undomesticated grandeur. Under the declining sun, the bold and impressive range turned from tawny brown to deep purple, then to tender violet and soft lilac as they receded, the snowy heads of the peaks seeming to hang suspended in the evening sky. The bridge to the north was in ruins, and I had to ride more than a mile beyond the town to catch the road from the south that carried us at last into the place as the shopkeepers were putting up their wooden shutters. It was almost a city, with evidence of considerable commerce and civilization, great glaciers gazing coldly down from the transparent sky of evening into the neat little plaza. A considerable percentage of the inhabitants were white in color, but this was apparently only skin deep. At the entrance to the doctor's patio, I was met by his wife, a well-dressed, auburn-haired woman, to all outward appearances, educated and civilized. But environment is a powerful factor. She differed not in the least from the Indians of Corongo. Having informed me with an icy indifference that the doctor was somewhere in the town, she refused even to permit me to enter the patio to wait for him. There being nowhere else to go, I was forced to remain more than an hour astride the animal I could scarcely cling to after 8 hours of racking trot. Not a drop of anything could I get for my raging thirst. Instead, the woman's saucy children joined a score of other urchins of the town in crowding around me and concocting all manner of annoyances, even to throwing stones and striking the horse unawares on the legs, while a score of adults looked on from the street corners or their doorways at the amusement. At first sight of the doctor, long after dark, my hopes gushed up like a spurting geyser, but they fell leadenly to the ground as he opened his lips. The son of an Englishman, stranded a half-century ago in this corner of Peru, he looked as British as any stroller along Piccadilly. Yet in speech, manner, and mental processes he was Spig to the core. With a Latin American eagerness to be rid of anything suggesting labor or annoyance, he asked a few superficial questions, grunted twice after the manner of physicians, and led the way down the cobbled street. My habit of picturing in detail every coming scene had only been increased by my condition, and I braced myself to enter a dismal, barren mudroom with a score of beds filled with foul-tongued Peruvian soldiers, in which the pilfering of my possessions would be the least of the annoyances awaiting me. I was most agreeably disillusioned. The hospital at Caraz was a new, whitewashed, pleasant little building recently erected by a society of well-to-do inhabitants. There were not a half-dozen patients, and in painting my picture, I had completely overlooked the Andean rules of caste. However nastily he may treat him otherwise, the meanest Peruvian would not so far forget his training as to put a white man among Indians or Negro-tainted soldiers. I was given full possession of a long, tile-floored room, opening on the flower-decked patio and with a large barred window on the street. The best chamber in the building, indeed, except the director's office. True, the bed was board-floored, and I had to ask the caretaker to remove his champion gamecock from the room, whereupon he tied him by a leg just outside the door. But who could be so cruel as to ask a Peruvian to keep his rooster where he cannot gloat over him as he works? The doctor came for a minute and a half every morning. The hospital being a public institution and he a government doctor, he scowled at my offer to pay for treatment. The caretaker, and especially his wife, with a seared and weather-worn face like that of a good-hearted old German peasant woman, were kindly, if not experienced, nurses. I could scarcely have fallen upon a finer spot, as nature goes, to be laid on the shelf. Caraz, 7,440 feet above sea level, was at an ideal height as a place of recuperation, its splendid climate tempered and clarified by the snow-clads above. An open stream made music by my window. The sun was unbrokenly brilliant from the time it crawled over the snow peaks to the east till it dropped behind the western ranges. I needed no clock to tell the time of day. It was 7:40 when the first golden streak fell upon the whitewashed wall beneath the window, 12:14 when the golden rectangle that marked the open door to the patio stood upright, 2:20 when the window bars cast their first shadow on the tiled floor, and 5:10 when these, elongated to emaciated slenderness, faded away into the purple darkness of evening. 2 youths of the town dropped in on me one day and brought an ancient book of tales, but it goes without saying that I had no hint of what was going on in the wide world beyond the encircling ranges. The unique feature of the hospital was that no provision whatever was made for patients to wash, even face and hands. Bathing was looked upon as highly dangerous to invalids, and it was only after several days and at the expense of much argument that I finally caused a washtub of tepid water to be dragged into the room. End of Drawbacks of the Trail, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 12 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Roof of Peru, Part 1. For a week I improved under the doctor's care. I had already strolled once or twice around the neat little plaza, down upon which the massive, snow-clad peaks gaze with paternal serenity. But my legs were still in that woven straw condition that made my feet lead ingots, and no pleasure quite outdid that of lying abed, watching the sunshine crawl across the floor, and listening to the keeper's rooster challenging the world to combat. I should have regretted a controversy with that rooster during those days. I am sure he would have worsted me. On Sunday, the 1st of June, the doctor did not appear, nor the next day, nor the next. Medicines and tonics ran out. I decided to push on next morning before what strength I had regained evaporated entirely. But during the night there came upon me a pain under which I could only writhe and stuff my throat with bedclothes. When I had enjoyed this an hour or two, a brilliant thought struck me: appendicitis! All the night through, for only the rooster slept within shouting distance, I painted fanciful pictures of a grave looked down upon by the paternal serene peaks through the ages to come. For it was easy to guess how effectively the surgeons of the Andes would surge with their butcher knives, sheep shears, and ditch water. In the morning, I sent the caretaker to summon the doctor before he set out on his rounds. About 9 he came back to announce, in a manner suspiciously sheepish, that the Señor Doctor Medico titular was confined to his bed. As the day wore on, the fellow overcame his racial lack of initiative to the extent of bringing me a potion from the chief botica, but it had little effect. Then, all at once, Taco, The Japanese of Huaylas grinned in on me through the bars of my window, and a half-hour later the keeper of the drug shop had come in person. "It is congestion of the bowels, senor," he announced. "These pildoras will relieve it. The doctor was to have changed the treatment on Sunday to avoid this, but—" "Is the doctor seriously ill?" I asked. "Senor," said the druggist after a moment of hesitation, "on Saturday night the medico titular took some liquor at a tertulia. It is fatal to him. He cannot stop. It is now 4 days that he has lain mareado, seasick, and he has not been able to visit one of his patients. Out in the pueblos 3 have already died, for there is no other doctor." I had been 10 days in Caraz when, in spite of a soreness within and an annoying lack of vigor, I decided to push on afoot. A broad road led south along the green and fertile valley of the Santa, shut in on either hand by the yellow, terracotta flanks of barren mountains, as between unscalable walls. The way was well peopled with broad-faced, stolid Indians, speaking no Spanish, and a felt hat of tobacco color was now taking the place of the dingy Panamas that had been almost universal since southern Ecuador. It was only a sample day's walk, 8 miles to another provincial capital, but it seemed at least 20, especially as the perfectly level road kept mounting steadily, for Yungay is 1,000 feet higher than Caraz. The snow and glacier mass of Huascaran, king of that magnificent snow-capped range that dwarfs the Alps, bulked menacingly almost sheer above the bucolic old plaza, when I plodded across it in the sleepy silence of noonday to the dwelling of an unusually simple-hearted sub-prefect. Next morning, Yungay stretched for miles along the half-cobbled highway, and had scarcely ended when Mancos began. This department of Ancaches and the valley of the Santa is the most densely populated region of Peru. The 15 miles to Carhuaz was what the Peruvians call an excellent road. To a people of wider outlook, it would have been recognizable as a broad expanse of loose stones undulating over barren ridges, relieved by the bracing mountain air from off the blue-white bulk of Huascaran, here seeming to hang suspended overhead. The water of all this valley is reputed a source of several dread diseases, among them the warty verrugas indigenous to Peru. The bottle of boiled tea water swinging from my leather harness lasted but a few dry miles, and I could only fall back, not without misgiving, on chicha, announced for sale by a little red flag before an occasional hut along the way. The bridge that once lifted the Camino Real across the swift, cold stream at the edge of the green oasis that marked the end of the day's tramp had gone the way of most Peruvian bridges, and left me to wade waist-deep. Strangely enough, my host of Yungay had kept his word to telegraph the gobernador of Carhuaz, and I sat down almost upon arrival with the family at a dinner served after the patriarchal manner of the Andes. To those of us at table, the wife at the head granted the full meal, from the hot peppery soup of ancaches to the dessert of fried plantains in honey, melted crude sugar. To the dozen Indian servants squatted along the wall, she dished out frugally the coarser viands, to each according to his station in life, the bedraggled scullion getting only a small gourdful of boiled corn and yuca. During our Sunday stroll in the plaza, the gobernador introduced me in the same careful order to every town celebrity down to the last teniente, after which we of the elite gathered round the town clerk in a corner of the square to hear read the weekly bulletin from the 2-line cable of foreign news via Lima to the last testimonial to the efficacy of the pills of Dr. Ross as a panacea of all earthly misfortunes. I was miles south before the first rays of Monday's sun fell upon me, and even after that was able to sneak along for hours in the shadow of the Cordillera, so closely did it stand above me. Town rapidly succeeded town, with miles of almost unbroken house walls crowding a damnably cobbled road to barely the width of a wheeled vehicle. Not even along an English highway would more houses have been shops. The male population spoke a more or less fluent Spanish, weedy with terms from their native tongue, but the women either could not or would not use anything but Quichua. The dialect of the region contained a labor-saving device in the phrase "a onde bueno," serving for the more specific "where do you come from and where are you going" of less inventive sections. Not a few took me for a peddler and called out from their doorways, "Que lleva de venta, señor?" And some sent children running after me with a summons to return, lest they miss a precious opportunity for long-winded and chiefly futile bargaining. Ripened corn was being husked in the narrowing fields along the way. The repulsive flanking ranges crowded closer and closer together, squeezing the stony road ever higher, until the hills closed in entirely, and a precipitous barren ridge, cutting off the world to the south, left it no choice but to contract to a cobbled street of the department capital. The sun was setting when I halted at a corner of Huaraz's main plaza, my legs leaden with the 25 undulating stony miles behind me, to inquire for that famous hotel rumor had pictured for weeks gone by. The conviction came upon me that there would not be a hotel even in Lima. A citizen of Huaraz did point out to me a building boasting itself the Gran Hotel, but all it offered was a few rooms to let. To me fell that of the zaguán, a prison-like chamber forming a front corner of the building and opening on both the street and the entrance to the patio. It had once been the oratorio of a private dwelling, and the altar and its decorations were still intact, except that the Virgin had flown from her niche. Across the way was a Chinese fonda, with the same bill of fare, worse cooked, worse served, and more expensive than that of Cajamarca. This was the gathering place of the elite among the homeless transients. I had not the courage to investigate the dozen other Chinese and native restaurants scattered about town. Huaraz, capital of the most populous department of Peru and the largest city I had yet seen since crossing the frontier, is really but another mud village of the Andes, differing from the rest only in size. Its adobe buildings seldom rise above a story and a half in height. Its rusticated inhabitants, in ragged comic opera costumes, the majority speaking only Quichua, were for the most part ill-bred and disagreeable in manner, especially to gringos, whose intelligence or cleanliness they seemed to resent. Even the small percentage of whites, real whites that is, for there were many who no doubt mistakenly considered themselves so, were gaping mountaineers. Window glass, to be sure, was to be found, and there were actually 3 or 4 clumsy, two-wheeled carts like the rural wagons of England, the arrival of which was, no doubt, an event in the town history. Foreign residents were numerous, especially Chinamen, who owned many of the shops of importance, leaving the natives to squat in the street with their few cents' worth of wares. The town itself has nothing picturesque about it, neither in the color and style of its houses nor the rags of its inhabitants, but this is far more than made up for by the magnificent range of snow-clad peaks that climb up into the blue all about it, towering close above the town on the east and stretching away into the north, to end in the enormous blue-white mass of Huascaran. Its climate, colder than that of Quito, and with a perpetually brilliant sunshine and an invigorating crispness to the air, was delightful. There was even a shelf of books for sale in one of the larger establishments, though the nearest I came to finding literature of the country for the road ahead was Bjornson's sendas de Dios, whatever it may be called in Norwegian. Rumor had it that the tramp over the icy Cordillera Central that now lay before me would be impossible, even to a man in the most sturdy condition. To slip down to the coast and sail for Lima would have been easy, but a racial obstinacy forced me to pursue to the bitter end the task I had set myself, though it promised only the monotony of familiar experience and further intercourse with a people that had grown utterly antipathetic in habit, feature, and character. An American resident furnished me a horse and a peon for the first day's journey. The prefect had favored me with the customary flowery document to his subordinates along the way, ordering them to lend me all classes of facilities. It would have been far more to the point had he commanded them more specifically to assist me to acquire an occasional plate of beans. The dusty road close along the diminishing river was well traveled, chiefly by long donkey trains and plodding, expressionless Indians. Huts and even small villages were frequent, the barren ranges crowding ever closer and dwindling almost to foothills, or rather seeming so to dwindle as we mounted ever higher. Beyond the bridge that carried us back to the right bank of the Santa were scores of little wheat fields, often hanging far up the steep hillsides, and Indians were threshing the grain by driving their animals round and round the circles of hard earth in which it had been spread, and tossing it high in the air with wooden shovels until the wind had carried away the chaff. The monotonous mud town of Recuay, notorious for its horse thieves, gazed stolidly upon us as we trotted on to Ticapampa, headquarters of a French mining company, the several tall chimneys of which were belching their smoke into the brilliant sky, their ugliness offset by the first suggestion of industry in Peru. It cost me 3 days and several tramps back to Recuay to find a mount for the journey ahead. Walking would have been far less laborious, but there were 16 leagues of bleak, foodless paramos and 2 snow-topped ranges separating me from the first suggestion of habitation on the further side of the great glacier-clad central chain of the Andes that stretched away to north and south further than the eye could command, like an impassable barrier set by nature against the willfulness of puny man. Fortunately, the wife of an Indian of Recuay celebrated that Sunday so effectually that she brought to bed her companions in a drunken brawl. The gobernador fined her 20 soles. Her husband possessed only 10, and her wails from the adobe carcel were interfering with the bargaining in the marketplace. Summoned by the walking scarecrow who boasted himself the lieutenant governor, the head of the disrupted household admitted, after a wealth of subterfuges, that he owned 2 mules in condition for a journey, and the gobernador, pocketing in the name of justice the sovereign I handed him, ordered the abject husband to be ready at 6 in the morning to accompany me to Huallanga. Some 2 leagues further up the contracted valley, we crossed the now tiny Santa by a bridge of sticks, and, catching the gorge of a little stream fed by the glaciers above, plunged due east into the mountains. The sun had burned our faces in the river valley. An hour afterward it was cold as late November. Rain began, but quickly turned to a mixture of hail and snow. Dusk overtook us at the foot of a mighty glacier, though not until we had sighted one of the rare shepherd's huts that huddled in an occasional stony hollow. These miserable Indian chozas of the upper heights are built of cobblestones heaped up to the height of a dog kennel and covered with brown ichu grass, hardly as large and quite as crude as those the beaver fashions, defending their miserable inmates neither from wind nor rain. A single room, which can only be entered on hands and knees, houses the whole family, whom a sheepskin or 2 serves as bed, and 2 or 3 earthen pots as utensils in which to cook their scanty fare over an ichu, or dried dung fire, in the center of the windowless hovel. Totally indifferent to wealth or comfort, with hardly fuel enough for cooking purposes, the stolid inhabitants slink into their squalid dens as soon as the sun has withdrawn his genial rays, and shiver through a night during which they get almost no unbroken sleep. With scarcely enough food to keep themselves from starvation, they house swarms of mangy curs that curl up among them by night, and which, being never fed, dash greedily at any offal, like the pigs of Central America. Here there was a second kennel, oval in shape, which the woman permitted us to occupy, because she was asked in her own tongue by one of her own people. Both she and her half-dozen children were barefoot and in scanty garb, yet appeared completely indifferent to the icy cold, which, if less in degrees than in a Canadian midwinter, was more penetrating. We carried blankets sufficient to pass the night comfortably, huddled close together, but as often as I stepped out into the brilliant moonlight, in which the ice fields above us stood forth like fissured and fantastic ghost castles, the very marrow in my bones seemed to congeal. Hoar-frost covered the earth, and ice a half-inch thick lay on the stagnant puddles when we set out in the bitter cold dawn across a region drear in the extreme. Stiff, stony climbs carried us up to the very edges of immense blue-white glaciers, and through patches of snow that threw the sharp rays of the highland sun into our eyes and faces like a spray of needles. The day was as laborious as any I had ever spent afoot. 36 miles over the wintry, rock-pitched double crest of the Central Cordillera on a mule who jolted my unaccustomed frame to a loose-jointed wreck before I finally slid gratefully to the ground in the bleak mining town of Huallanga. This was a slight oasis of imported life in a wild, almost uninhabited region, the Peruvian mine manager of which was extraordinary from at least 2 points of view. He was blond as a Norseman, and so advanced in his customs that I dared even address his wife directly at table. Next day I joined, for a decided consideration, the caravan of a local merchant whose arrieros were bound for Cerro de Pasco, with a troop of cargo animals. A civilized Indian, that is, one who wore shoes and spoke Spanish, called for me with a half-size horse, the crude native saddle covered with a peyon, the hairy saddle rug all high-caste horsemen use in this region, and soon after noon we jogged away down a stony little river. The merchant had duly and honestly warned me that, being only pack animals, his chuscos were gifted with no gentle pace. But he had not warned me that I was joining a way freight. I drew on ahead in spite of myself, and when, barely 8 miles from Huallanga, the shrieks and whistles of the drivers died out behind, I waited a half-hour in vain, then went back some distance to find them lassoing the animals one by one, piling their loads or pack-saddles in a hollow square, and turning them loose with their front feet crudely hobbled. There were 19 animals, mostly in ballast, attended by 4 arrieros. Too lazy, apparently, to unsling their pots and cook supper, the patched and weather-faded quartet munched a bit of parched corn and a sheet of sun-dried beef, and sat all night drinking and wailing maudlin ballads. The tent stretched over the packs was so low that I had to lie down on the ground and roll under it, and so thin that the rain dripped in upon me almost in streams. It was still black night when the water-soaked canvas was pulled off me, and I found the arrieros already engaged in a riotous effort to round up the animals. This was no simple task in spite of the hobbles, and the morning was well advanced before the last of the troop had been lassoed and loaded. During the operation, I suggested that we prepare at least a pot of tea, but Valenzuela, the chief arriero, dismissed the matter with a grimace and a "neither wood nor grass will burn after the rain," and I could only choke my hunger with a rock-hard lump of bread and shiver under my poncho until I mounted, this time a mule, to spare the animal of the day before. We followed the river gorge so long that it turned almost uncomfortably warm. Then, suddenly abandoning the highway to modern Huánuco and the roundabout, but warm and well-populated route to Cerro de Pasco, the arrieros drove the animals pell-mell up a steep gorge between towering mountain walls by what looked like a spillway from a stone crusher. This was the very route I should have chosen, for while the longer one would have been more comfortable, this followed very closely the ancient Inca highway. Topping the horizon, we trotted on across an enormous brown-yellow plain of scanty ichu vegetation that stretched away to the hazy foot of what looked from this height like low hills. Here was just such a place as the Incas, requiring an unbroken outlook over the surrounding world and grazing land for their llamas, chose for their cities. I was not surprised, therefore, to find a long expanse of the Páramo covered with hundreds of stone ruins, only the walls still standing, from 1 to 8 feet high, in broken, fantastic disarray. This was Huánuco el Viejo, which the Spaniards found an important city at the time of the conquest, but which the less hardy half-breed descendants abandoned, as in so many cases, for a warmer valley 18 leagues to the east. History does not reach back to the origin of old Huánuco, the ruins of which still occupy almost a square mile of the silent, utterly uninhabited plain. The road, a mere interweaving of faint paths across the Andean prairie, passed within 500 yards of the ruins, but the caravan pushed on without a halt, as if these monuments of their ancestors were mere stone heaps, unworthy a glance of attention. I turned and trotted away across the plain, bathed in the cold, glaring sunshine of the Andean plateau toward the site. Valenzuela, after a shout of protest, stuck close on my heels, whether out of fear that I would decamp with the mule or lay hands on some old Inca treasure, or from some superstition connected with the Gentiles, I do not know. There was really little to be seen. Every one of the countless ruins of large and small buildings, arranged more or less in squares, were sections of cobblestone walls, mere stone heaps without sign of mortar, as crude as the chozas of shepherds, now fallen until, in many places, only their symmetrical arrangement suggested the hand of man. To this there was only one exception. Some 300 yards from the rest of the ruins was a rectangular fortress of carefully cut and nicely fitted stone blocks, with suggestions of cement, now mere walls, some 15 feet high, filled level full of earth, on which the drear ichu grew as thickly as on the surrounding plain. Except in extent, the ruins were not to be compared with those of Marca Huamachuco, though the castillo closely resembled in construction and stone fitting the single monument of Ingapirca in southern Ecuador. We trotted on after the pack train and rode for some hours over low ridges, each of which brought to view a new expanse of dreary yellowish landscape. Occasionally, an arriero broke forth in a mournful song that rose and fell with the same monotony as the undulating Páramo. Now and then, as a pack worked loose, one of the muleteers dismounted and, deftly slipping out of his poncho, threw it over the head of the animal and readjusted the load. To my surprise, quickly followed by my disgust, the train, soon after noon, swung into the cobble-fenced field of a low cobblestone hut, similar to, but far more miserable and tiny than those of the ancient city behind. Greeting the barefoot Indian woman who emerged on all fours from the hut, the arrieros began to round up and unload the animals. Though we had not made 15 miles, we were to stop here for the night. I swallowed my wrath, reflecting that he who joins a freight train must not expect express speed. It was too cold to sit, and I took to promenading weakly about the hillside. Down in a hollow beyond, I came upon a family preparing their crop of potatoes, after the ancient Inca fashion still common to the Andes. This chuño in Quichua, is the chief vegetable of Andean marketplaces and the principal food of the Indians of the Sierra. The newly dug potatoes are spread out on the ground at a high altitude, preferably on the bank of a highland lake or stream, and left to freeze by night. They are small potatoes, for the Indians' mode of selection has been to plant only the smallest, eating or selling the larger, until the tubers indigenous to Peru have degenerated to the same low level as their horses and dogs. When the sun has thawed the potatoes, the Indians of the household tread out the juice with their bare feet, then spread them in the sun to dry. This produces the chuño negro, or black chuño, which in the time of the Incas was the only kind permitted the common people, and which today forms the chief product of the process. Those who prefer chuño blanco, the twice-frozen white chuño, which graced only the tables of the Incas and nobles, put the tubers inside a well of cobblestones under the surface of a river or lake, and leave them from 2 to 8 days, after which they are dried in the sun. The result is a food that will keep indefinitely, but which has very much the same taste as so much fried sand. The most common method of preparing these frozen potatoes is to grind them in a stone mortar and use the powdered chuño to thicken soup. When the head of the Indian household arrived, he opened with Valenzuela a conversation in half-breed Quichua, of which I caught enough to learn that we were to drive a league west in the morning to wait a day for some species of cargo, stop to pick up another load a few leagues beyond, and so on indefinitely. I called the arriero aside and protested that, aside from the hardships and exposure of lying out on every mountainside, I was steadily growing worse for lack of treatment. To my surprise, he proposed that I ride on alone next day. As he would never have dreamed of making such a proposal to a Peruvian stranger, it spoke well of the opinion he had gathered of Americans from contact with them in the mining town toward which we were headed. A bed of several horse blankets was spread for me beneath the flap of the canvas covering our packs, out under the shivering stars that stood forth in the luminous highland sky with the unnatural luster of electric bulbs. During the later hours of the night, when I rolled out into the cold, still air, a brilliant full moon was flooding with almost the light of noonday the rolling mountainous world about us as far as the eye could reach. I knew only too well that a matter settled the night before would have to be argued out anew in the morning. Dawn crept up over the eaves of the east, and the god of the Incas flung his horizontal rays across the empty plateau, but Valenzuela, assuming the customary air in such cases that we had neither of us meant what we had said the evening before, made no move to prepare for my departure. When I reminded him of his promise, he announced that he would, of course, keep it if I really, seriously desired it. Only it would be utterly impossible for a man unacquainted with the route to find his way across the often unmarked puñas and pampas ahead. Then, too, it was infested with bands of robbers who at times attacked whole pack trains, to say nothing of one lone, helpless gringo. If only I would wait until tomorrow, he and I would ride on alone at breakneck speed and make up for all the delay. I had long since learned the close resemblance of the South American mañana to a greased pig. Moreover, I had no desire to ride at breakneck speed. He muttered under his breath at this gringo obstinacy and ordered the youngest arriero to saddle a horse and accompany me. The latter refused. Valenzuela shrugged his shoulders with a gesture that meant, "You see, it is out of the question." But the experienced Andean traveler can always win his point if he insists long and hard enough. The chief arriero gave up at last and sent a man to lasso and saddle not the stout mule he had promised the evening before, but one of the saddest imitations of the genus horse in camp. And late in the morning I rode down through the chuño-producing gully and away over the brown and sterile world spread broad and high before me. The arriero's first prophecy came quickly true. I lost the road. A stretch of what was evidently the old Inca highway, broad and grass-grown and lined by 2 rows of stones, pushed straight on over all obstacles in what seemed to be the right direction, but it did not fit the descriptions that had been given me. The well-marked trail I followed led me down into 2 gaping hamlets that had not been mentioned, and doubled the miles to Baños, somnolent as an Italian village at summer noonday, down in the throat of a gorge. The frowsy Cuzco already gave signs of not being able to endure the journey. All I demanded was a reasonable walking pace, yet it cost me far more labor than to have made the trip afoot to keep the animal moving a scant 2 miles an hour. It was evident that, for all my incessant labor, we should not reach before nightfall the hacienda we were seeking, and when it came on to rain and hail in a cold, bleak bowl of mountains, I turned toward a collection of huts that stood out dimly as an animal of protective coloring on the upper edge of the saucer-shaped hollow. The Indian men, patronizing and arrogant in their clumsy way, as usual in such situations, offered me the customary 6-inch block of wood on which to squat under the eaves of the corredor. I took weakly to promenading the 24 miles in the saddle out of my legs, and furtively inspected the 6 huts that made up the collection. All were earth-floored dens, roofed with ichu, against several of which immense quantities of dried cow dung were stacked like cordwood. The women squatting over the fire in the center of one of the huts handled fuel and food at one and the same time. Though they were barefoot and scantily clad, the men wore heavy, home-knit wool stockings to their knees and crude moccasins of a strip of hairy cowhide drawn together over the foot with a puckering string of rawhide. The males spoke considerable Spanish, but the women knew or pretended to know only Quichua. There were attached to the place at least a score of dogs, who set up a head-splitting chorus as often as I stirred, and at few-minute intervals even without that provocation. Across the shallow hollow, the long line of snow-clad peaks that had grown up along the entire eastern horizon during the day stood forth in bold and impressive majesty in the light of evening, a light that seemed strained through purple-tinted crystals. When the mountain cold settled down like an icy sheet, I asked where I might sleep. "Why, there, in the corredor, to be sure," mumbled the Indian. "We, gente blanca, have not the indifference to cold of los naturales," I replied. "Well, then, here in the kitchen," he grumbled. "How about that casita?" I asked, pointing to a pampa grass lean-to against the largest hut. "That is where the family sleeps." "And that?" I persisted, indicating a structure of beehive or beaver house shape, built entirely of ichu, and with a rounded door not 3 feet high that stood forth on a knoll behind the others. But that, it seemed, was where the watchman slept, though what he watched was not apparent. After a long conference in Quichua, however, this was assigned me with sullen grace. A boy was sent to drag out the watchman's bed of sheepskins, and I struggled up to the shelter with saddle, pack, and equipment, and crawled inside on hands and knees. The choza was constructed on the same plan as the wigwams of the American red men, a pole frame set up cone-shaped and covered with mountain grass, through which the bitter wind that swept across this sterile upland cut as a knife through cheesecloth, and so low that even in the center I could barely stand upright on my knees. The Cuzco had been turned over to a boy who was to watch it all night for a week's wage. It was not that I took much stock in the Indian's assertion that there was horse-stealing in these parts, but I hoped by this arrangement to forestall any rascality he might himself set afoot. The watching, however, was evidently by some species of aboriginal telepathy, for not only was no sign of a guardian to be seen as often as I crawled out into that interminable night, but when morning came, the head of the household greeted me with, "El Cuzco se ha perdido." The animal has lost itself. "Lost!" I cried. "Sí, señor, but it will be found again. The boy has already been sent to search for it." End of The Roof of Peru, Part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 12 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Roof of Peru, Part 2. How even my long-experienced instinct for guessing aright among 100 splendid chances to go astray saved me from getting hopelessly lost during that day, I have never been able to fathom. Across the utterly uninhabited and almost untraveled mountain top, the trail was at best faintly marked, and finally, beyond the cold blue lake of Lauracocha, reputed the real source of the Amazon, it disappeared altogether. For hours I prodded my wretched imitation of a horse forward by compass over hill and dale, and, by some stroke of luck, fell upon the trail again beyond. Soon the pampa gave way to green and tremulous sod, and a swamp in which I all but mired the animal beyond recovery. Nor did the route hold to the same direction, but frequently sidestepped unexpectedly for no apparent reason, and it was only by the general lay of the hills and the instinct of long practice that I picked it up again. Once it split evenly, and the branch I chose led far up the face of a 1,000-foot cliff, the path hewn in the sheer wall growing ever narrower, until the animal thumped my knee against the stone precipice, and all but pitched us headlong into the appalling ravine below. To dismount was no simple task, and had the horse been a foot longer I should not have succeeded in turning him around and leading the way back to the fork. On the other side of the peak was a great natural stone stairway, down which the animal slipped and dropped with a painful succession of jolts. The gorge narrowed and deepened. Then, suddenly, close at hand on the steep flank of the mountain, appeared the first llamas I had seen in Peru, a whole flock of them. From then on they were so frequent that within the next half-hour I had seen far more llamas than in all the rest of my life. A new costume for men, at first sight ludicrous, came into evidence almost at the same time. Instead of trousers, they wore very roomy, dark-colored breeches, cut off exactly at the knee, so that the first glimpse of their wearers at a distance was little short of startling, suggesting for a moment the astounding incongruity of an Indian woman sporting the skirt of a ballet dancer. Below these garments they wore the long knitted wool stockings, gray or black, and the hairy cowhide moccasins that had first appeared a few days before, and as they passed me they snatched off their heavy brown felt hats with some mumbled greeting in Quichua. While enjoying a racking fever in the comparatively comfortable home of the gobernador of Yanahuanca, I learned that there were two ways of reaching Cerro de Pasco. One was to ride 9 bitter cold leagues across a trackless puña on which a lone gringo was sure to get lost and die of exposure. The other was to travel about half that distance by a well-marked road to Goyaresquisca, where Los Americanos have their coal mines and whence there ran a daily train. I could not believe that fate would be so crude a practical joker as to let a man who had found his way clear from Bogota go astray on the last day of his journey, but I could easily conceive of the wreck of a horse wilting between my leaden legs somewhere out on the unmarked pampa. Moreover, the sight of a railroad would be a comparatively new experience. I decided on the shorter route. It necessitated the gobernador calling me at 2 in the morning, before a raging fever had entirely burned itself out. An Indian in flowing breeches, leading a horse that was to bring back some arrival by train, and another astride a pitifully small pony, led the way out into the luminous starlit night. A good road tacked gradually upward through a sleeping village, hanging like some prehensile creature on the swift hillside, where the dogs sang us a rousing chorus and lifted us in some 3 hours to the razor-backed summit of a ridge, down the further slope of which sprawled headlong a still larger town, fantastic of profile in the morning starlight. We labyrinthed through it, meeting scores of panty-clad and moccasined Indians and barefoot women and girls toiling marketward under atrocious burdens, for the day was Sunday. Below the town we came out on a road paralleling a stupendous gorge, and across it, so high above that I could scarcely believe it possible, a cluster of electric lights, suspended in the night between earth and heaven, mingled with the stars and half blotted out at intervals by the smoke of American industry, marked Goyaresquisca, a city of the sky, to see which we must crane our necks like countrymen at the foot of man's mightiest monument. The stars went out one by one, like gas jets turned off by hurrying street-lighters. The luminous night turned to colorless, opaque dawn, in which the jagged Sierra stood out flat and featureless, as if cut out of cardboard. We went down and ever down into an unconscionable gorge to cross, such is the ghastly futility of Latin America, an insignificant stream, then quickly began to climb again. There was a path straight up the mountain side to Goyaresquisca, a path which a man unsusceptible to dizziness and capable of climbing a steep stairway of 100,000 steps without guardrails or a landing on which to pause for breath might cover in a half-hour. Instead, we wound corkscrew-wise around the entire mountain, through another town, fantastic in its perpendicular setting as the last, yet reduced in the disillusioning light of day to its drab, mud-built reality, and uncovering others pitched at queer places on unattainable noses and gouged-out hollows of the range in which the shadows still lurked like skulking bandits. The mountains beyond were garbed from head to foot in white robes, and in the valleys lay seas of mist from which emerged crags and peaks like uninhabited rocky islands. Less beautiful, perhaps, in its aspect than the more colorful Alps, the scene vastly outdid these in its rugged, masculine grandeur. Little by little, we fell in with an almost unbroken procession of Indians. Here and there, one clad in exotic overalls whispered the approach of American influence. And at length, our breathless animals staggered over the last ridge into the village of the tongue-loosening name. Before me lay a small Pittsburgh, not so small at that, with great cranes swinging across the gorges, unsentimental stone buildings roaring, and matter-of-fact chimneys belching forth the sooty smoke of industry. Long rows of decent living quarters were interspersed with longer ones of box and flat cars, and sprawling about the higher levels were native shacks so tinged with the foreign influence that even a stovepipe protruded here and there from their roofs of wavy sheet iron. Across the scene floated the sweet music of a deep-voiced American train whistle, and on every hand was the evidence of diligence, masculine toil, and effective doing that quickened my northern pulse like a deep draught of wine. It was like coming back to my native world after a long absence. Scores of half-forgotten things I had never before seen in South America surged up about me, and upon me came drowsy contentment that my struggles were behind me and that I had already virtually set foot in the central plaza of Lima. I slipped clumsily off the miserable Cuzco and turned him over, trappings and all, to the Indian who was to deliver him to Valenzuela when he passed through Yanahuanca. My legs obeyed me sullenly, as if weighted with ball and chain, and my physical condition gave to my movements a hesitating, deliberate dignity. At the station was a restaurant run by a Chinaman with Peruvian assistants, where the American influence by no means ceased at bacon and eggs, but had reached the height of butter and sliced bread and rosy bottles of catsup. In a corner of the room a coal stove blazed merrily, the first artificial heat I had felt in a long 2 years. I wandered out upon the platform. At the far end stood a man fondling a dog, a real dog, not an Andean cur, and as I approached, he protested affectionately and ineffectually, "Now, you get down, you're dirtying my pants." There was no mistaking that vocabulary, even if the strangely nasal accent that struck my unaccustomed ear rudely had not sufficed to betray the speaker's nationality. Peruvians do not fondle dogs, nor do they refer to their nether garments in that abrupt and familiar fashion. I was soon seated in a comfortable office chair, a stack of New York papers beside me. But I gave up in despair, explaining how I had come to pronounce it yourself, without having ever been either in Lima or the Cerro, and I fancy I had convinced my host of nothing, except that I was a clumsy and unconscionable liar, before the giant Baldwin rolled in, dragging behind it a half-dozen full-sized American freight cars, as if some branch of the railways of my own land had pierced this lofty nook of the Andes. The official business of the line is to transport coal to the mines at Cerro de Pasco, and passengers are accepted only on sufferance. The first-class coach was the familiar old American caboose, with a line of leather cushions along the walls and a coal stove in the center. It was empty when I entered, but had I not almost forgotten the ways of Latin American travelers, I should not have been so surprised when it at length filled to overflowing with noisy, overdressed native women, a few men of the white-collar class, drummers for the most part, hideous with rings and every species of bundle and cumbersome baggage. Then 2 robust American trainmen, genuine as if they had that moment been picked off the top of a transcontinental freight car, stamped in, climbed into their cupola, and we were off. It was the reaction, no doubt, from the straining months behind me that brought on a paludismo that set me shaking even under my poncho. But the unaccustomed artificial heat all but choked me, and when I had accepted an orange and gravely refused the whiskey, brandy, and black coffee my sympathetic fellow passengers would have forced upon me as sure cures, I climbed into the cupola. The landscape would not have been joyful under the best of conditions. A bare mountaintop, faintly rolling, its frosty soil cherishing no vegetation except the dreary yellow-brown ichu of the uplands, stretched monotonously away on every hand, its surface flooded with the brilliant, thin sunshine of Andean plateau, and mottled here and there with fleecy cloud shadows. Now and then a flock of llamas lifted their absurd heads to gaze after us as we sped past. Once or twice we stopped at a wind-threshed mud town, standing out pitifully unsheltered on the treeless waste, halted an hour at grimy, smoke-belching La Fundición with its smelters, and drew up at dusk in bare and dreary Cerro de Pasco. It was June 22, 3 months from the Peruvian frontier, and 2,269 miles from Bogotá, of which I had covered 243 on horseback and 25 by rail. On the train, I had been the storm center of a heated difference of opinion. The Peruvian passengers contended that I should descend by the morning express to Lima, where I would quickly recover under the care of famous physicians of the capital. The train crew that I should enter the hospital of the American Mining Company on the hill. There could be no debate between entrusting myself again to the careless inefficiency of native practitioners and the happy opportunity of entering an institution conducted by men of my own race. When I had found a boy to carry my baggage, I set out with high hopes, if slow steps, for the American hospital. It was an imposing one-story building, covering a space equal to a city block and forming a hollow square around an extensive cement-floored patio on the far edge of the drear and colorless American mining town, well removed from its smoke and swirling dust and disturbing noises. My welcome was not, to be sure, exactly what a morbid imagination had led me to picture, but that was no doubt due to the fact that both doctors were at the moment absent. The head nurse overcame in time her inclination to refuse me admittance, and sent an Indian boy, closely related in personal habits to the occupants of mountaintop chozas, to show me into a ward. In appearance, it was all that a hospital ward should be, its 10 imported cots all unoccupied. The boy jerked his head sideways toward a chair and disappeared. 2 empty hours dragged funereally by. Then another Indian youth, startlingly like a personification of squalor and uncleanliness in a mask gotten up by some stern disciple of the Zola school of realism, burst in upon my feverish dreams, and before I could raise a hand in protest, thrust a thermometer into my mouth. Evidently, it was his assigned duty to take the temperature of anyone caught on the premises. Had I come into the ward to recane the chairs, no doubt he would have forced a thermometer down my throat, like some automatic machine worked by springs, removed and shaken it, wiped it on the seat of his trousers, and pattered away on his bare feet. Long after dark, the fresh and rosy assistant doctor dashed into the room. But he had no time to give attention to my symptoms and explanations, for dinner was about to be served, and ordering me to get into a bed, he dashed for the door again. I protested that I had brought with me the unpleasant evidence of long Andean travel, and he jerked a thumb over his shoulder with a parting mumble of "bathroom." There was one, even as he had indicated, with all modern appliances, but like most new-fangled inventions transplanted to the Andes, it did not function. Another example of the Peruvian abhorrence of soap was ordered to bring the half-dozen pails of hot water, which in his haste to be done with the task, he translated into the Castilian for lukewarm, and I crawled at last into one of the cots. Soon afterward, the Indian boy came to climb into another, in the same identical rags he wore by day. The dinner was evidently a prolonged and engaging function, for neither the doctor nor any other sign of human interest appeared again during a night in which I tossed incessantly with fever, while the ward blazed with electric lights and the ineffectual steam pipes thumped and pounded like an adjacent boiler factory. I am happy to be able to say that neither the two physicians, whom we will disguise under the pseudonyms of Dr. F and Dr. D, nor the head nurse of the American hospital were my fellow countrymen. They came from further north. Materially an establishment to boast of, its condition in anything touched by the personal equation was incredible. Homeopathic in creed, it put its trust in pills and left the rest to 8 immature Indians, as devoid of human instincts as of supervision. In a second cheerless, bare ward adjoining the one I occupied were a score of injured or ailing Indian workmen. Yet no precaution whatever was taken to keep infection from passing from one room to the other. A single thermometer served all alike. Twice a day the automatic youth of the bare feet went the rounds in quest of temperatures, carrying a bottle of antiseptic so low in stock that it did not reach a third as far up the instrument as did the lips of patients, and too indolent to go to the dispensary for cotton, he wiped it after each use on whatever came within reach, his sleeve, his trousers, or the noisome rag each servant carried over a shoulder in guise of napkin. If the 10 cots had been full, instead of the 4 that represented the maximum of occupancy during my stay, I do not know what habits we might have adopted, for there were only 3 cups, 3 tablespoons, and 1 teaspoon attached to the ward. The printed rules announced that meal hours were 7, 10, and 5:30. In practice, they averaged breakfast 8:40 to 9, dinner 1 to 1:30, and supper about 8. The same stern placard called attention to the fact that visitors were admitted only on Sunday afternoons. Yet scarcely a night passed without a mob of Indians or cholos, male and female, friends of the interns or of some inmate, stamping into the ward as soon as darkness had settled down, and often keeping up an uproar until long after midnight. Then it was the unexplainable custom, on those days set for that ceremony, to drag out a fire hose at 4 in the morning and wash down the ward like the deck of a ship, flooding the floor an inch or more deep in icy Highland water, through which patients put to that necessity might wade to and from their cots. In the sumptuous quarters of physicians and nurses, occupying all the front half of the building, the formal repasts were provided with every obtainable delicacy, and enlivened with music and gaiety. In the wards, the ostensibly well-regulated diet monotonously reduced itself in practice to the leathery green beefsteaks of the Andes, and 2 or 3 other articles sanctioned by prehistoric Andean costumbre. The Latin American racial lack of initiative is nowhere more in evidence than in the kitchen. If doctor or nurse prescribed some special dish for a patient, there came back in answer, after authority had disappeared from the scene, that threadbare Peruvian prevarication, no hay, which meant that the cook was giving vent to his temperamental grouchiness, was too lazy to set another pot on the fire, or was keeping the delicacy for himself or some compadre. The youthful assistant physician trained in the far north was supremely ignorant of tropical diseases, and, what was worse, had no inclination to add to his professional knowledge. His interests were confined to the contents of a row of unhomeopathic bottles and the manipulation of 52 small cardboards at the club rooms a few blocks away, where he might be found, though not easily called, at almost any hour, ensconced in one of the leather-upholstered lounges before the blazing fireplace. The gringa head nurse chose to do duty by day, and, arising every forenoon, came in to smile at each of us about 10, and sometimes again in the early afternoon, before it was time to dress for her daily bridge and tea. In a loquacious moment, she confided to me that she just loved to travel, and having always longed to see strange foreign countries like Peru, had been delighted to get an appointment to spend a year or two in it. The assistant nurse was the most disturbingly beautiful Peruvian it had so far been my fortune to set eyes upon, and she took the customary advantage of that fact by making no effort to be anything else. Being a subordinate, she was obliged to take the night shift, but being also a Peruvian, she did not often permit that misfortune to break her night's rest. 5 days I had studied its ceiling when the morning brought Dr. F., physician-in-chief, who had been absent on a round of the company's hospitals, hurrying into the ward. He was a far more successful practitioner than his youthful assistant, in that he made the daily round in about 5 minutes less than the 10 which Dr. D. squandered. 2 or 3 mornings later he paused at my cot to grumble querulously, "It's funny you don't get better. It must be you are not making up your mind to. Mental attitude, you know. As soon as you had that purge, these pills should have taken hold at once." "That what?" I murmured. "Oh, don't be stupid. The castor oil Dr. D gave you a day after you turned up here, the basis of our system of treatment." "I have had only pills." "Nonsense. Dr. D, what day did this man have his purge?" "I prescribed it last Monday," yawned the assistant. "Of course, now. But I assure you I have yet to know the taste of castor oil." "Who gave him the oil?" the doctor flung over a shoulder. "Señorita," replied the subordinate, naming the Peruvian nurse. She chanced to pass the door in fetching street garb a moment later, and was called in to confirm the statement. "Ah, es verdad," she lisped in her beautiful nonchalance. "Me olvidé, I forgot." And with a bewitching smile at the physicians, she hurried away to her daytime engagements. Determined not to celebrate my nation's birthday as I had my own, I forced my leaden legs to carry me on an afternoon stroll through the famous mining town. The steel-blue skies of Cerro de Pasco, 3 miles aloft and boasting itself the highest city in the world, are clear beyond any description in mere words. Not once during my sojourn there was the penetrating brilliancy flecked by the slightest whiff of cloud. The sun blazed down with an intensity that burned the cheeks as at the open mouth of a puddling furnace. Yet, even at blinding noontime, the cold had a power of penetration unknown to a northern midwinter day on which the mercury falls far lower. Those who ascend the hill from Lima complain of a leaden inertia and pains varying in intensity and duration, brought on by an altitude that is fatal to weak hearts and to victims of pneumonia. Inured to the heights and scantiness of air almost unbrokenly from far-off Bogota, I had no consciousness of any such effects. Nearly a mile from the hospital, the American town, of stone buildings and even less attractive structures such as the Tin Can, an ugly red sheet-iron barracks that houses the garden variety of gringo employees scattered among bare, protruding rocks of a landscape dreary beyond conception, gives way to the old familiar Peruvian huts and hovels. These in turn develop further on into 2-story dwellings above and shops below, often quaint and striking in architecture. If any city of Peru may be called unique in appearance, it is El Cerro. Even in the center of the town, roofs of ancient weather-faded straw alternate with those of wavy sheet iron. Instead of the monotonously square blocks of other Andean cities, its older section is a tangle of narrow streets and misshapen buildings, like a change from our Middle West to Boston. Perched on the summit of the world, with scarcely a knoll overtopping it, or the suggestion of a shrub to shelter it, the Cerro is the unhampered playground of icy mountain winds, laden with coal dust, stinging sand, and the soot and smoke and powdered ore from its mines. Bronzed foreigners and miners in leather leggings and hobnailed boots, squeaking through the streets afoot or astride Texas-saddled mules, lend the place an air of modernity, for all its swarms of bovine-mannered Indians. In contrast, droves of llamas, with gaily colored ribbons in their ears, slip past in noiseless dignity or stand in patient groups before a chicheria, awaiting their drivers. The hardware and similar trades offer stocks unknown to those sections of the Andes where the imports depend on transportation en lomo de mula. Even the pulperias are well supplied with foodstuffs, testifying to the American influence. From a dust-swirling knoll rising a bit above the rest, the eye is gladdened by the glimpse of a cold blue lake of considerable size, strangely beautiful in its drear and dismal setting. From this point of vantage, too, the stranger becomes aware that El Cerro is much more of a city than he suspected, filling the great lap of a repulsive, barren range and stretching away in several directions under belching smokestacks. 12 days I had tarried in Cerro de Pasco, and had advanced from my original ailment to one distinctly more serious, when I concluded to descend to Lima while I still had strength to do so. The company physician-in-chief collected a fee that more than doubled my expenditures since leaving Quito, and spared himself the annoyance of penning a receipt, or of any other formality beyond that of dropping the handful of gold sovereigns into his pocket on his breathless morning round. The night sky was turning slightly more transparent along the cold eastern horizon when I tottered out of the hospitable Cerro de Pasco hospital on my way to the station. The second-class car was a stoveless icebox, densely packed with Indians and all the bath-fearing aboriginal is accustomed to carry with him. A glance at it sufficed to dissipate my resolution to save a sovereign from the wreck of my fortune. The first-class coach was an American car, scantily filled with white-collar Peruvians and weather, experience, and liquor-marked Americans under 40, husky in build and untrammeled in manners. The wintry July dawn climbed up over the far edge of the bleak, treeless world, and at Smelter, cheerless beyond words in the newborn daylight, we were joined by more cold-faced Americans, wrapped, as were also many of the natives, in huge neck-roll sweaters. Dressed even in all the clothing I possessed, I kept my poncho close about me, for the coal stove in the front end of the car was no match for the frigidity of the vast ichu-brown Pampa de Junin across which we were soon speeding. Only by frequently scratching a peephole in the frosted window could I gaze out upon the drear yellow world, with its snow peaks rising slightly above it in the distance, and its great flocks of cold-impervious llamas feeding along the way between ice-coated streams and pools. Off in both directions stood scattered stone huts with pampa grass roofs, before which barefoot, Indian women stood or squatted, and scantily clad children gazed after the train with the stolidity and indifference to the bitter cold of the adobe images they somehow suggested. Here was the scene of the great Battle of Junin, in which the soldiers of Bolivar defeated the Spanish host, but it is not likely that either pursued or pursuers dripped with perspiration. A dreary walk, indeed, this would have been across the icy, endless, yellow pampa. A brilliant sun popped up instantly in a faultless sky like some jack-in-the-box suddenly released, but though it flooded all the visible world with golden light, it brought slight warmth. Beside each seat of our car was an electric button, and beneath it a list of possibilities in English and Spanish. One had only to press it, and presto, a big black Negro. No, my memories of other days deceive me. No big black Negro would get this high in the world unless he were dragged there by main force. A little, dapper, noiseless, inscrutable, white-jacketed Chinaman slipped down upon one and lent an attentive yet haughty ear into which one whispered the desires of the inner man, tempered by a subconscious regard for one's purse, calling modestly for toast and coffee if one were a mere American vagabond who had recently fallen among physicians, or for the whole damn works, which meant the same coffee and toast, plus a plate of bacon and eggs, if one were an American miner, homeward bound, to whom money is as water to the man whose pocket holdeth a quart bottle of concentrated joyfulness. Across the aisle were two such, from whom sounded now and then some pleasant anticipation of homecoming. "And when I get back to Pittsburgh, I'm going into the house bar and tell Joe to mix me a real honest-to-God gin Ricky. And when he says, 'Where tell you been these 2 years, Hank?' I'll just say digging coal down in Goy Lares Hick Quisca, Joe, and he'll call the bouncer to throw me out." A big blue lake, Chinchayacocha, on the distant right, drew the eyes toward it. Then came a brief halt at the town of Junin, an extensive collection of cobblestone huts and fences, with a two-tower church in their midst, and steam rising on the wintry air from the nostrils of every living being. Then at last, after an extended wandering search, the train found the rocky bed of a small river, and wound and squirmed with it through half-hidden openings in the hills, until a long-drawn masculine whistle caused us to scratch a new peephole in the frosted window to find Oroya rising up to meet us. Here, the American train and roadbed abandoned us to the tender mercies of the Ferrocarril Central, theoretically under English management, but in practice dismally Latin American from cowcatcher to trailing drawbar. Packed into the far corner of a seat upholstered only in name, I had frozen from toes to the bottom of my poncho for 2 mortal hours before the Peruvian engineer came to an understanding with the Peruvian conductor and station master, and dragged us slowly out of town. From a spot on the earth, and nothing more, called Ticlio, summit of the line, we began the long coast down to the Pacific, through all the customary 65 tunnels, 67 bridges, and 16 switchbacks, where, for the brakes to lose control, would have been to land us in Hades instead of Lima. Hour after hour, the arid, savage scenery slid upward. Here the train glided serenely along on the bottomless edge of things. Now and again we came out directly above, 1,000 feet above, a dusty, rock-scattered town, with rows of stones laid on the sheet-iron roofs to keep them from escaping such dreary surroundings, and zigzagged an hour, often on 6 tracks, one above the other, down to it, only to continue the descent as swiftly beyond. A score of places recalled the story of the young graduate engineer, who protested to the American whose name is forever linked with this engineering feat, "Why, Meigs, we can't run a railroad along there in that sliding shale." "Can't, eh?" the anecdote continues. "Well, young man, that's just where she's got to go, and if you can't find room for her on the ground, we'll hang her from balloons." Bit by bit, the Andes began to take on slight touches of green. The Rimac, chattering downward toward the sea, gave us more and more elbow room. The well-dressed town of Chosica flashed past us like an oasis of civilization, and we sped in truly metropolitan fashion on down the darkening valley, surrounded by whole mountains of broken rock, tufts of cactus and a few hardy willows, drinking their life from the widening stream, on toward the glowing sunset and into the black night. Electric lights, real lights in their full candle power, began to dot the darkness, then flashed past us, throwing their insolent glare into our dust-veiled faces. The roar of a real city with clanging streetcars and rumbling wagons rose about us. A long station platform, crowded with an urban throng, came to a halt beside us, and I descended in the thickness of the summer night in the City of Kings, 3 miles below where I had stepped forth that morning into the wintry dawn. End of The Roof of Peru, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 13 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Roundabout the Peruvian capital, Part 1. It is due, I suppose, to some error in my makeup that my interest in any given corner of the earth fades in proportion as it approaches modern civilization and easy accessibility. To your incurable vagabond may come a momentary thrill, if not of pleasure, at least of contentment, with the feel of city pavements once more under his feet after long hand-to-hand combat with the wilderness, and the knowledge that to go a journey he has only to signal an electric streetcar on the nearest corner. But the attraction quickly palls. Visions of the winding trails soon begin again to torture him with their solicitations. The placid ways of urban man take on a drab and colorless artificiality, and once more the realization comes that to him life offers genuine satisfaction only when he is struggling onward toward some distant and possibly unattainable goal. Such a place is Lima. The former capital of Spanish America has, to be sure, its points of interest. Old colonial palaces where the shades of cloaked viceroys seem still to linger, cloistered walls enclosing the tonsured and cowled atmosphere of the Middle Ages, narrow streets with long vistas of overhanging Moorish balconies, wherein still lurks the charm of other days. But these things are all but buried under the stereotyped conveniences and commonplace manners of the modern world. Upon the romance and air of antiquity of a Spanish city of long ago, transplanted to this sandy coast, has intruded the aggressive urge of commerce. From between the carved mahogany bars of quaint miradores peers the face of trade. In and out of massive old wooden street doors, studded with brass come bales of merchandise, often stacked high in the beautiful patios and secluded retreats of former generations. Here, for the first time in South America, were rumors of strikes and complaints of the servant problem. Workmen and domestics, advanced already to a scale of wages about half that of our own land, were coming more and more to a knowledge of their worth and power, their striving, unfortunately, taking that ultra-modern form of careless workmanship and insolence. Here, for the first time, the militant cost of living weighed down on the mass of mankind like a leaden blanket. Lima's 1,001 restaurants, why do none of them seek a virgin field in the highlands, serve their clients with the mechanical impersonality of world capitals. Like the population, these show that absence of a middle class characteristic of Latin American society, the marked contrast of the great bulk of sandaled poor rubbing shoulders with faultless Parisian attire, either they are repulsive workingmen's dumps, or outwardly regal in manner, and inwardly of purse-flattening properties, where nothing national and unique is to be found, unless it be some rare local delicacy, such as asado de chivito, roast leg of young goat. Whatever exclusive and characteristic remains on the surface is grouped in and about the great covered marketplace, where long rows of strange indigenous and familiar foreign wares stretch in many-hued and quaint juxtaposition, or hovers about a few surviving customs of bygone days, such as the milkman, who is more often a woman, making his morning round astride horse or mule, with his cans hanging like saddlebags from between his legs. He who comes down upon them from above will find the people of the coast more vivacious than those of the chilly upper Andes, where the perennial gauntness of nature inclines to perpetual gloom. The limeño has been likened to the Andalusian in his fondness for dress, variety, and dissipation, in his gaiety and quickness of wit, his open frankness and tendency to extravagance. Certainly his speech has the lisp of Andalusia, do copita de pico, signore, and his Castilian has not the purity of that of Bogota. Yet his gaiety is only comparative. There is an innate gloominess and passive pessimism everywhere in South American society that cannot but strike the visitor who comes direct from more favored lands. The morose Indian of the uplands forms a scarcely noticeable part of the population of Lima. On those rare occasions when he comes down, or more often is brought as a conscript to serve his time as soldier in the capital, he often falls quick victim to the white plague, which finds easy breeding place in the disused cells of his overdeveloped lungs, built for the scant, thin air of the Sierra. The cholo, or mestizo, commonly of a lesser percentage of aboriginal than of Spanish blood, makes up the bulk of the population. Then there is the zambo, bred of the intermingling of the Indian and Negro, a robust, stubborn, and revengeful fellow. Merchants from all the varying nationalities of Europe keep shop side by side, with an intermingling of Turks, and even more distant races, and American engineers stride through the streets at all hours of the day. Yet Lima is essentially a Spanish-American city, for all that, where the pallid, waxy complexion of the gente decente is much in evidence. The women of this caste are often beautiful, so for that matter are the men. In a population that may almost be termed cosmopolitan, the Chinaman holds a considerable place. After the abolition of slavery in 1855, large numbers of coolies were imported for the plantations of the Peruvian coast, and Celestials of higher caste have since taken advantage of Peru's open-door policy and the Japanese steamship lines. So that today there are temples and joss houses and opium dens in Lima, and men in European dress who are not Europeans lean in the doorways of old colonial mansions transformed into Oriental shops. The Chinese of Lima occupy a wider field of activity than almost anywhere else in the Western Hemisphere. Not only is a large percentage of the retail and restaurant business in their hands, but scores of herbolarios, herbists we might say, have stretched their signs across the old-time facades and blinded miradores of what were in viceregal days the residences of haughty families. Only the old men still cling to the national dress, and the pigtail has entirely disappeared. Here, too, the Chinaman sinks to depths not familiar to us of the North, and not only does the race furnish many of the street sweepers of the capital, but it is no rare sight to see an oval-eyed personification of poverty hobbling along the main thoroughfares, shooting snipes in the gutters. The masses of Lima dwell in vecindades, which are nonetheless tenements for being packed together on the ground floor along either side of narrow callejones, blind alleys in which all the activities of the household, from baby's bath to the worship of a tin virgin, intermingle, instead of being piled one above the other. The better houses are spacious and airy within, though outwardly monotonous. Built of mud and cane and plaster, their facades here resembling marble at a distance, there painted pale blue or pink or yellow. In the mud and bamboo cathedral, the most imposing in appearance in Spanish America, the mummified skeleton of Pizarro, the jaws wired like those of some prehistoric creature in a museum, is made a peep show, after the crude Spanish fashion. The cine has all but driven out the theater and whatever of national or racial the latter brought with it. The visitor who knows no Spanish could easily guess the business of a shop announcing itself a plomeria y gasfiteria. The Lima barber, calling his establishment a peluqueria y perfumeria, leaves no doubt as to what effeminate fate may befall one who ventures into his den. This midwinter season of July and August, they say, is no time to see Lima at its best. The traveler who has been 1,000 times assured that rain never falls on the coast of Peru will be astonished to find the streets often slimy and soaking wet with garwa, the Scotch mist that turns everything clammy and chill, yet never reaches the point where the shops find it worthwhile to include umbrellas among their stock. For days and even weeks, the sun is invisible, and the capital lies heavy under leaden skies and a muggy blanket of mist, cold, dank, and gloomy. That is a rare day in this season when a brilliant sun makes it worthwhile to climb San Cristobal Hill, a bare, peaked, rock and shale pyramid rising close above Lima on the north, from which he who has chosen his time well may catch a view not only of Callao and its island framed by the intense blue of the Pacific, but of the snowclads of the Sierra. The city, with its 160,000 inhabitants, lies flat in its arid setting, the disk of the bull ring in the foreground, an irregular triangle with its base resting on the babbling Rimac, without chimneys, almost without smokestacks, for its industries are still chiefly confined to handicraft. The red tiles that give the prevailing color to the cities of the Andes are here unknown. The roofs, made of sticks and mud, are flat, like those of Palestine, and are the family promenades and garbage grounds, and the abode of smaller livestock, especially of roosters, whose raucous saluting of each new day is not to be escaped by the most fortunate resident. Cockfighting is still the most popular sport of the cholo classes. It is impossible to appear in public without being pestered by a constant procession of suerteros, offering suerte or luck, vendors of lottery tickets who fill the streets with their bawling from morning, late morning, for Lima is no early riser, to midnight. For all its modern aspect, Lima is still Latin American in temperament. Dawn brings to light personal habits little less reprehensible than those of Quito. A package of films mailed from the United States cost me 2 days of red tape at the post office, and the charges exceeded the original cost. A dozen bags of mail from the north were lost in Callao harbor through the inexcusable carelessness of the bargemen. The government refused to make reparation to the addressees, on the ground that the law relieved it of responsibility for unavoidable losses by shipwreck. An abortive revolution enlivened the last days of July. Strolling into the plaza one evening, I was jostled by a group of youthful roughs, firing revolvers into the air as they went. That night, the mob assaulted the home of a former president, with casualties of 3 killed and a dozen wounded, and the executive of a year before was lodged in a cell at the penitentiary. Yet the films at a cine a block away ran on without a tremor, and but for the fact that the shops took down their shutters somewhat later than usual, there was nothing left next morning to recall the occurrence. A few days later, the principal newspaper announced solemnly that the ex-president had gone to Panama for motives of health. The National Museum was officially open, though unofficially closed, on the day of my visit. But the experienced traveler can always win his point with the doorkeeper of a South American institution, and I was soon treading the resounding halls between lines of a dead world's relics. Mummies from prehistoric days, their knees drawn up to their chins, a look half of disgust, half of pain on their osseous features, squatted along a wall. Some were still covered with many-colored wrappings, enclosing in clumsy bundles not merely their bodies, but all their possessions. Their protruding heads, still in fantastic masks and wigs, just as they had been found in the burial caves of the Sierra. Others, reputed Incas, were contained in huge bales, in which they stood erect, as befitted their high caste, their heads unmasked, the whole covered with a well-preserved linen-like cloth. The floor of one large room was completely covered with hundreds of skulls in careful rows. Some showed prehistoric trepanning, irregular holes sawed out of them, and the subsequent growth of the bone, proving that the warrior had lived long after his overthrow in battle. A drowsy cholo was breaking up skeletons and clawing earth out of skulls, with the expressionless placidity with which he might have sorted potatoes. The director deigned to show me in person through the gallery of paintings. We paused first before an immense canvas depicting the funeral of Atahualpa. "A modern work?" I remarked, merely to make conversation. "No, no, señor," replied the director vehemently. "That is Antigua. It was painted nearly 40 years ago." "The fat priest is Valverde, I suppose, and this man with a beard must be Pizarro?" "Just so, señor, and the man behind is Pizarro's brother, Almagro." "His brother?" But the director persisted in the unhistorical relationship, in which he was confirmed by an assistant, in spite of the fact that the figure in question represented a man some 15 years younger than the chief conquistador. "Why is the back of Almagro's head missing?" "Ah, señor," sighed the director, with a shrug of the shoulders, "what would you? The Chileans cut out this picture and carried it home. It used to be several feet longer, and there were many other caballeros in the group." Among whom was the real Almagro, no doubt. I made the circuit of the gallery, then turned an inquiring eye on my companion. You are looking for the picture that used to be here?" he stammered, quick to catch my expression. "Yes, the famous portrait of Pizarro." "Well, it used to hang right here," said the director, pointing to a blank space on the wall, as at some object of extraordinary interest. "But a few weeks ago, the Señor Presidente de la República sent for it because he wants it in his own house." On my return, I dropped in at the University of San Marcos, oldest in America and antedating our most ancient by nearly a century. It was pitifully like other Latin American schools. The rector, having led me through a dozen empty schoolrooms, grouped about several patios, and having given the history in detail of a collection of silver cups graciously awarded the university by the king of this and the emperor of that, expressed unbounded surprise that I should wish to see a class at work. When it became evident that he could not shake me off with babbling courtesies, he pointed out the door of a class in law and disappeared, as if he would not have it known who was responsible for the unusual intrusion. Some 25 young men, not so young either, being almost all adorned with mustaches, were lounging on benches of the amphitheater. The professor, comfortably seated in a sort of pulpit, was reading in a languid and utterly dispassionate voice, not a lecture he had himself prepared, but from a book, purchasable at $1 or $2, and readable, I trust, by the students themselves. Meanwhile, the students napped, wrote letters, exchanged jokes, and discussed with their neighbors the extraordinary advent of a stranger in their midst. No doubt, they had some other means and place of acquiring the knowledge indispensable even to a South American lawyer, but what they gained by attending classes was hard to guess. I had been the object of curiosity for some time before the professor caught sight of me. He left off reading at once and sparred for time with a string of stale pedagogical jokes until I saw fit to remove my annoying presence. Other classrooms demonstrated that famous old San Marcos is still in the world of long ago, its methods of instruction as antiquated as its textbooks, heritages of a Jesuitical past, unavoidably so because of the rarity of Spanish translations of modern works. During all July, my ambition remained at a low ebb, and my most extended acquaintance was with the medical profession. Yusui, Herbolario de Pekin, physician extraordinary to His Excellency the Chinese Minister, assured me I had dysentery, but no fever, and concocted the daily bottle of herbs accordingly. The chief Italian specialist based his treatment on the fact that I had fever but no dysentery. Fortunately, Lima has not yet been invaded by that sect that would have robbed me of the gloomy pleasure of having anything. Every gringo who had ever ventured 100 miles into the interior had his own individual sure cure, and I had reached the point where I would have worn a tin charm about my neck had anyone asserted it efficacious. Yet, when once I had discovered a real physician, Anglo-Saxon in blood and of tropical experience, the remedy, intermuscular injections of emetine, was quickly effective. A no less potent factor in the recovery, however, was the hospitality of mine own people in Bella Vista, Bellavista locally, on the outskirts of Callao. Genuine electric cars sped across the cool, flat country in a brief half-hour, from the capital to the edge of the Pacific, I had not seen since landing in Cartagena 13 months before. Here it was often brilliant summer, and from the housetop promenade spread out all Callao harbor, jutting La Punta and the island of San Lorenzo in their intense blue setting, and perhaps even the snow-white line of the Sierra, while over the capital, a bare 8 miles away, hung the opaque midwinter blanket of haze and gloom. The beach was near at hand, the sea breeze constant, and the soporific roar of the surf never silent. The landscape, flat and arid, had a charm of its own, and a network of mud fences on the broad tops of which one might promenade for miles. One Sunday during convalescence, I visited ancient Pachacamac. Swift interurban cars bore us through morning misty Miraflores and Barranco to Chorillos, proudest watering place of the rainless Peruvian coast, where we mounted horses and rode away into the desert by a broad trail that paralleled the shore within hearing of the dull roll of the surf. It was a veritable Sahara, in which the sand, everywhere ankle-deep, lay in wind-blown ridges. The horizon rose before us as at sea, and the mirage of heat waves seemed rivers flowing landward. The uncorrected imagination is wont to picture the coast of Peru as utterly flat as well as sandy. It is so only in part. Hills of sand that were almost mountains stretched down to the sea, like buttresses fashioned to support the mammoth wall of the Andes that bounded the horizon on the left. The summits of many were hidden in mists, the garwa from which had given life to the brilliant green lomas and patches where flocks feed in certain seasons, and the smiling valley of Lurin, watered by a stream smaller than the Rimac and still cold from the snows above, was as inviting in its contrast to the repulsive naked hills as any desert oasis. Down on the floor of the valley, this too seemed sandy and dry, but the acequias that still water it, as in the days of the Incas, sustain a wilderness of scrubby trees among which a chiefly Negro population lolls in open-work huts. Nature seems to have arranged her seasons with foresight here, for when the Garwa gives way to blazing summer, the rainy season and the melting snows above swell the rivers to a volume that affords widespread irrigation. Pachacamac, the animator of the universe, not to be confused with the sun god of the Incas, had his temple on the edge of this forbidding waste of sand, overlooking the sea that chafes incessantly at its feet. It was the Benares of the ancient Peruvians, not merely because it drew pilgrims from all the surrounding world, but because here those who could brought and disposed of their dead. Conquered by the Incas nearly 2 centuries before the coming of the Spaniards, a temple of the sun was added, but the sun worshippers, like their conquerors in turn, were too politic to suppress the earlier religion entirely, and merely merged it with their own. In a room closely shut and stinking, says Estete, the Spanish chronicler, was an idol made of wood, very dirty, which they called God, who creates and sustains us. It was held in great veneration, and at its feet were offerings. Different indeed from many an Andean place of worship today. It is a place of death in a double sense. Scuttling lizards and sand vipers are the only forms of life that accentuate its silent, repulsive sterility. Human skulls kick about underfoot through all the extent of the ruins, and disintegrated skeletons lie everywhere. Only the earthen pots and huacos are of financial value to the looters. The heads of the men who made them are not worth the gathering. The ruins are extensive. A few of the great terraced temples still moderately well preserved, but being of clay or adobe, dreary yellow-brown, they offer no contrast in color to the surrounding desert hills, and nothing to compare with the splendid wrought-stone monuments of those wonderful architects, the ancient Peruvians of the highlands. End of Round About the Peruvian Capital, Part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 13 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Round About the Peruvian Capital, Part 2. The year had run over into September before I turned my face upward again toward the Sierra to pick up the broken thread of my journey. Beyond Chosica, the naked hills closed in, and the train climbed all day between barren, echoing walls of rock, the exhilarating mountain air cutting ever deeper into my lungs as the glorious Italian skies of the cloudless upper plateau spread their ever-broadening canopy above. Snow appeared on far-off peaks, descended to meet us, and spread in patches about and below us. As the air thinned, our faces flushed and tingled. A tendency to sleepiness was succeeded by a feeling of exhilaration and an inclination to grow talkative. My fellow passengers began to show signs of distress at the altitude, growing more and more red-faced, with bloodshot eyes. Then, one by one, they frankly succumbed to mountain sickness as the train continued inexorably upward. As the experienced sailor struts about among his seasick fellows, so I caught myself gazing with haughty scorn upon the weaklings about me. Obviously, a man who had tramped the lofty paramos from far-off Bogota, often under a heavy pack, was immune to any effects of altitude. But there is embedded in ancient literature something to the effect that pride is often closely attended by a downfall. At Ticlio, in the crisp, cold afternoon, I noted that the mere exertion of lifting my baggage from the main to the branch line train set my heart in a strange flutter. A more cautious person, too, would not have drunk 3 cups of black coffee in the miserable little station lunchroom so soon after weeks of rigid diet. Laboriously we climbed to the highest railroad point in the world, flanked by an immense blue glacier, up again on the bare, treeless, silent pampas, among cobblestone hovels and ichu, the stolid, expressionless Indians of the highlands, and drew up at dusk in Morococha. The cheerless mining camp, more than 3 miles above the sea, lay scattered along a dreary, bowl-shaped valley with a vista of 3 cold, steel-blue lagoons across which the enclosing snow-clads threw their violet evening shadows. In this breathless region, my pulse started savagely at every exertion, but being already arrived, I supposed myself as safe from mountain sickness as a disembarking passenger from Mal de Mer. In the manager's cozy, stone-walled quarters, the blazing fireplace, with its unaccustomed artificial heat and its clouds of tobacco smoke, threatened suffocation and forced me to step out frequently into the crisp night air to catch my breath. But no Indian of the highland could have boasted himself in finer physical spirits when we wandered away toward 10, panting considerably, to be sure, even at a very moderate pace, up the slope to the superintendent's dwelling. Barely had I turned in, however, when I began gasping for breath. Within an hour my host found that I had a respiration of 52 and a pulse of 125. All night long I struggled open-mouthed with the sound of an accelerated steam pump in bad repair, my heart engaged in what promised to be a successful attempt to pound its way out through my back, until my very shoulder blades ached and all the valley of Morococha seemed to echo with its thumping. It was too much. To be scarcely recovered from one long, laborious Andean ailment, only to blow up of my own steam in this absurd land. In the morning, the mine doctor came with his stethoscope, mumbled soroche in a weary, unsympathetic voice, left some pills and instructions, and was gone. All day long I lay fasting, the snow-clads gazing down upon me with icy Andean indifference. Gradually the pounding of my heart ceased to drown out all other sounds, and my lungs resumed their accustomed action. On the following morning, though still weak and wobbly-legged, aching from crown to toe, I was able to be about. The day after, I strode slowly about the camp with something of the old-time vigor. In the end, the experience seemed to be advantageous, for with every day thereafter, I advanced to a faultless physical condition that was to accompany me on all the rest of the journey. There are a score of theories concerning this mountain sickness, known throughout Peru by the Quichua word soroche and in the basin of the Titicaca as puna. Who may be subject to it, what will prevent it, whether or not previous experience will or will not give immunity, are even greater mysteries than those surrounding its prototype, the bugbear of ocean travel. No 2 persons are ever affected alike by it. Commonly it is accompanied by a raging headache. All foreigners contracted for mine employment in this region are subjected to a rigid physical examination before they ascend the hill, yet it is not unusual to make up a special train and rush a victim down to the coast. Among horses, with which it takes the form of blind staggers and often renders the animal unfit for further service, It is known as veta, from the aboriginal superstition that it is caused by veins of ore, vetas, in the earth. Morococha, like its rival Cerro de Pasco, is a little world of its own, exclusively mining in its raison d'être, and considerably marked by Anglo-Saxon influence. Though many of the natives still huddle in dismal huts, without windows and with dirt floors, the civilizing effect of the gringo is in some evidence, at least in those superficial matters of small habits, amusements, and clothing. American hobnailed boots are almost as frequently worn by the Indian men as the Yankee or hairy cowhide sandal. Bitter cold though it is, even at noonday, the Indians of female persuasion go scantily clad and almost universally barefoot. The miners work 9 hours a day, 7 days a week, and receive an average of something more than $1 a day, a high wage from the Andean Indian point of view. The considerable efficiency of both Indian and Cholo workmen is curtailed by much coca chewing and hard drinking. Following each payday and during the many fiestas, a majority of the native miners go on an extended debauch, leaving the mines often so short-handed that operations virtually cease. The effect of the celebration does not wear off for several days, so that enterprise is commonly paralyzed a week or more in every month. The company is powerless to remedy this drawback, and the government, that scapegoat of all imperfections throughout South America, shows no disposition to better conditions, even were it possible. An Indian injured in the mine is more apt to run away than to report at the hospital, and to appear later as a litigant against the company, demanding, and with government aid frequently winning, a sinecure for life. Even when the injured man is attended by the mine doctor, and his broken leg bound with splints, or his wound properly treated with antiseptic care, he is likely to be found next morning with the bandages torn off and with coca leaves or a chicken leg or something as efficacious substituted. It must be admitted that his gringo superiors do not set the native miner a perfect example in his chief vice, the excessive consumption of alcohol. In the social vacuum that must necessarily exist in such a community, drinking and gambling are the favorite methods of putting to rout dull care. The altitude soon gets on the nerves, seeming to call for some such stimulant. At least it is the custom to lay to the altitude any species of misdemeanor or the formation of habits unknown to the subject before his arrival. Somehow, it strikes the passing observer as wicked to send these small-lunged, sea-level men of other climes up here to gasp through life at a height fitted only to the barrel-chested Indian and his fellow beast of burden, the llama. Both physically and temperamentally, the effect of the altitude is curious. Water boils at so low a temperature that a finger can almost be thrust into it with impunity. Fireplaces are set in action by nonchalantly throwing 2 or 3 beer bottles full of kerosene into the blaze. Those accustomed to the heights for generations are far sturdier and less vivacious than those of lower levels. Newcomers, on the other hand, are easily excited and rattle-brained, dashing about like the proverbial hen with its head cut off, futile in proportion to their striving. In the gringo community, it is a standing jest that the American or Englishman most phlegmatic at sea level will spend an hour trying to shave and grow so hen-minded over that simple task that he often gives up in despair. The exhilaration is physical as well as mental. Baseball players, far from losing their customary prowess in this thin air, are given to running their legs off in their excitement, and must often be restrained lest they burst their lungs. It is half-jokingly asserted that after a few months in the mines, it is not safe to open a bottle or a jackpot in the presence of a minister's son. Unfortunately, the jest seems to have serious basis in fact. The tighter the lines that bound their youth, the more completely do the newcomers cast them off when removed from the influence of home ties and neighborly opinion. Small wonder the Latin races accuse the Anglo-Saxon of hypocrisy. The Americans who live and mine up and down the Sierra have convinced Peruvians that every living American drinks quarts of whiskey neat every day and squanders his substance in gambling, or, if luck runs his way, in the stews of Lima. This is not to say that all gringos in Morococha and Cerro de Pasco fall into an evil manner of life, or that there are not many more who perform their tasks fully and efficiently, in spite of an occasional debauch. Those who bring with them very strong wills, or some equivalent for them, retain the tautness of their moral fiber for all the altitude. The percentage of men who go astray is such, however, that it becomes almost a subject for congratulation to see a well-kept frame and a wholesome, unlined face in these Andean communities, where dissipated countenances are rather the rule than the exception. Then, too, often arriving as youths, with little experience of life except the half-cloistered one of our colleges, the younger seem to feel it necessary to prove themselves men and to keep up the local reputation for what a missionary referred to as those rough mining fellows, by assuming a bold, gruff, even vulgar exterior. All question of morality aside, the mere materialistic problem of keeping up the efficiency of their force would seem to make some curtailment of the prevailing customs worth the trouble of the mine owners. But even those sent down to assume charge too often fall victims to that false philosophy of a short life and a merry one. Gringo employees of higher rank command generous salaries and are well housed, with all the comforts that can conveniently be transported to this lofty region. Coming for the most part directly from England or the United States, they take naturally to the artificial heat which the natives rarely adopt. Before the fireplace at the club, the conversation jumps from bridge to tetrahydrite ore, and back again to poker, with, to the layman, a vertiginous speed, amid the rattle of glasses and bottles and the strains of a tireless phonograph. A considerable portion of the talk might frankly be called gossip, for South America has this in common with small towns, that every gringo up and down the continent knows every other, at least by hearsay, his private character and his domestic difficulties. The traveler through South America is frequently struck by the fact that large enterprises, even British in ownership, are more often than not actually and practically in charge of Americans. The manager and most of the office force may be English, but the actual motive power, the man who makes the ore fly or sets the trains to running, is apt to be a youthful superintendent or engineer but a few years out of one of our technical colleges. This is no argument for or against the mentality or ability of either nationality. These are their natural spheres of action, purely the result of environment. The American, coming from a land where precedent is given short shrift and accustomed to furnish his own initiative, is best fitted for pushing the pioneer work, for attacking unprecedented problems, and carrying the enterprise on to the point where it is established and running smoothly. The Englishman, product of an older and more settled society, is more easily content to continue an established undertaking, to stick on the job, while the American moves on to attack new and unfamiliar problems. I visited the chief mines of Morococha with the youthful American superintendent. They presented nothing unusual to one acquainted with those of Mexico, than which they were slightly more crude and undeveloped in their methods. Some details of life were different. The peons wore plenty of clothing, ragged and extremely bedraggled, hats and even footwear, for it was little less cold down in the mine galleries than in the crisp, wintry mountain air and the brilliant yet chill sunshine that flooded the glacier-draped valley and the indigo-blue lakes above. We climbed and crawled and dragged ourselves by elbows, knees, shoulders, hands, and feet through ancient and modern stopes by slippery ladders, crude stairways, or slimy ropes, in an eternal darkness made barely visible by our torches. The Indian miners, some of them but half-grown boys, each and all had a cheek puffed out by a quid of coca. They took a half-hour coca time each afternoon, as religiously as an Englishman does for his tea. Those who shoveled away the mountain of ore in the sunshine outside earned 70 cents a day. In the Natividad mine, where water poured incessantly and required oilskins, the workmen nearly doubled this wage. The practical gringo miners of today had somewhat different views of the ancient Peruvian civilization than its historians, and considered the stories of Inca wealth vastly exaggerated. Many a time, to be sure, a vein that promised rich reward was soon found to have been stoped out by the Incas or colonial Spaniards, but these neither knew enough about effective mining nor went deep enough to get any such quantity of gold as tradition ascribes to them. Moreover, copper is the chief ore of Peru, and even silver owes its importance here almost entirely to the fact that the copper is highly argentiferous. Beyond Oroya, the railways of central Peru spread out in a Y, at the right-hand end of which is Huancayo, something more than 200 miles from Lima, as is Cerro de Pasco on the other branch. Some time after the hour set, an engine was found somewhere in or about the junction, and toward noon we drifted away down a gorge into which portly, dry hills thrust themselves alternately from either side. Country women were washing their clothes in the scanty river. Here and there, at the base of amphitheatrical bluffs, wheat was being threshed under the hoofs of circling horses. There were several dust-blown stations, but no signs of towns, nor, indeed, a patch on which one might have existed, except the one mud village of Loclapampa in mid-afternoon, familiar with its old Andean red-tile roofs. In the first-class car was a crowd almost exclusively Peruvian, huge scarfs and shawls about their throats, and many in overcoats, for not only had Americans in their leather leggings disappeared, but even the outward evidence of gringo influence, and I was once more swallowed up in the purely native life of the Sierra. At length the gorge closed in, squeezed us through 3 tunnels, and there opened out an inter-Andean valley, spreading far away north and south, cloud shadows flecking its surface, 2 snow-clad peaks contemplating us with a lofty disdain from over the crest of the enclosing wall. The train turned crabwise toward the nearer end of the valley, and set us down within walking distance of Jauja. The famous Xauxa of Prescott is rather colorless in its personality and barren in its setting. The bells of llama trains, followed by their as soft-footed, coca-chewing drivers, jangled by my window and died away down the street. A considerable proportion of the population was constantly struggling about the hydrant in the center of the plaza. The rest were either simple Indians with coca and pisco brutalized faces, or the haughty keepers of glorified peanut stands. Smoke there was none, of course, neither of industry nor of domestic comfort, and in contrast to the bitter cold nights and the icebox frigidity of every shade and shadow, the uncovered sun was burning. Not even the murmur of open sewers broke the languorous Andean silence, and in nothing but a few slight details was the monotony of all towns of the Sierra broken. I was back once more in the kingdom of candles with its dreary, interminable, readless evenings. The ancient Inca highway passed through Sausa, on the heights above the present town, the beginnings of which Pizarro laid on his way to Cuzco. The ruins were far more easily accessible than those of Huamachuco, and neither so important nor so throttled with vegetation. The surviving walls are chiefly of broken stone, some of lines of square, some of round rooms. The chief ruins appeared to have been a double line of fortresses, which hung on the brow of the hill with a truly Incaic view over the surrounding world. Strictly speaking, these were not Inca monuments, but constructions of the Huancas, improved by the emperors of Cuzco. The tribe that once inhabited this broad valley were conquered by the militant Incas and forced to give tribute and adopt the tongue of their conquerors, a dialect of which still persists in the region. The plain was once a lake bottom, stretching from beyond Jauja to distant Huancayo. An hour's walk from the town still brings one to a cool and placid lagoon, surrounded by all but impenetrable marshes and reeds, with numerous wild ducks winging their V-shaped course across it. Today, the Mantaro River, like an unraveled cord, swings southward past a few pueblocitos, among green groves that give relieving touches of color to a scene at best bald and barren in aspect. Long before train time, most of the population of Jauja, having no better means of whiling away the afternoon, wandered out along the dusty road to the station, isolated as some house of pestilence. That American habit of racing breathlessly across the platform at the last moment is not prevalent in Peru. For one thing, the boleteria ceases to function long before the scheduled hour of departure, and he who embarks without a ticket subjects himself to a 50% increase in fare, unless he has the fortune to be a compadre of some member of the train crew. In the second-class coach, the travelers ranged from broad-faced Indians to cholos in civilized garb and rubber collars, the corresponding females wrapped from head to foot in crow-black mantos. With the human deluge came corpulently stuffed alforjas, crude implements of husbandry, distorted bundles of household effects, and on the backs of the Indian women, bulky in their heavy skirts unevenly gathered about their draft-horse hips, loads of varying size from which, with few exceptions, peered the face of a wide-eyed baby. All these, the infants only excepted, my fellow passengers proceeded to stuff under the 4 lengthwise benches, into the racks above, or to hang from the roof supports, until the car took on the aspect of an overstocked pawn shop, in which a multitude of tenement dwellers had taken sudden refuge. Above the door was the information 96 asientos, all of which were all more than fully occupied when the engineer embraced the station master for the last time, and the massed population of Jauja began to recede into the distance. Within the car, the prevailing tongue was Quichua. The native conductor grafted with a fetching frankness here and there in his struggle through the welter of humanity. The brakemen spent most of the journey drinking the health of a group of cholos in a corner of the coach. Chicha flowed like water. At every station, old women crowded through the car selling that nectar of the Incas, all purchasers drinking from the same cup and generally several from the same filling, while the scrawny hags, waiting for its return, idly rubbed their bony talons about the spout of the cántaro under their arms. Almost every traveler had his own supply of a more potent native beverage. The pisco bottle, with its licorice smell, passed constantly from hand to hand. Eyes grew more and more bloodshot, tongues thicker, yet more talkative, for the Andean Indian is taciturn in exact proportion to his sobriety, eyelids heavy and limbs clumsy. The tippling knew no limits either of sex or age. Infants barely 2 years old frequently took a long drink at the fiery bottle and cooed with delight at the taste. The railway company not only permitted, but abetted Peru's national vice. If the universal pastime threatened to flag for a moment, it was resuscitated by the 50-year-old dwarf of a train boy who waded incessantly through our legs with a bottle under each arm and a single opaque glass in hand, urging all from the aged Indian dreaming over the cud of coca in his cheek to the best-dressed chola to drink and be merry, for tomorrow he would be bound in the other direction. Not a few of the Indian and cholo girls were robustly pretty, their cheeks rosy in spite of their coppery tint. At one station there entered the car a white Peruvian baby, richly dressed as some little princess, fingerless white gloves on her tiny hands, borne on the back of an unbelievably dirty Indian girl of 12, whose filthy felt hat the regally clad infant alternately picked and thrust its fingers into its mouth. Its parents were enjoying babyless freedom with their friends in the first-class car, and, incidentally, saving the difference in the servants' fare. Thus the unwashed Indian intrudes everywhere, always from altar to kitchen, from nursemaid to gravedigger, and the fact never strikes the most haughty Andean as incongruous. Had the old Spanish chroniclers been of the realistic school, we should no doubt have learned that the Inca's bread was also dropped on a mud floor and picked up with unwashed fingers before it was presented to him on a golden platter. In all the pages of Prescott, there is no suggestion of uncleanliness. His Indians are as spotless as if they had been scrubbed and scoured with New England zeal before they were admitted to the muslin-shaded twilight of his study. Yet he who has physically traveled through what was once the empire of the Incas cannot but suspect that the Puritan-bred historian, for all his marvelously living and breathing masterpiece, inadvertently or puritanically gave in this respect a false picture of the ancient kingdom. It was nearing sunset when groves of eucalypti began to ride close by the train windows, then rows of mud huts alternating with little farms of alfalfa, then larger adobe houses, and at length we drew up at Huancayo, the end of railroading in central Peru. For many years there have been plans to carry the railway on to Ayacucho, and ever a wild project of some day pushing it across to Cuzco and of linking up with the railways of the south. Fortunately, nothing had yet come of the scheme, and what lay before me depended thereafter on my own exertions, with whatever of charm that remained to the ancient but now slightly traveled route through the heart of Peru as the reward. Huancayo, boasting, as towns of the Sierra will, 10,000 inhabitants, in a rich and, in better seasons, well-watered valley, consists chiefly of one long, broad street, perhaps the broadest in Peru, paved with small round stones, a ditch of water stagnating through its center. On either side, it is lined by wrought iron rejas and open shop doors. At either end, it dies out in sand and cactus-bordered paths between mud huts. As the main plaza of Riobamba is to Ecuador, this street forms the center of what is reputed the greatest native market in Peru. Each Sunday it offers a pulsating vista of Indians from 100 miles around, in every color known to an artist's palette, and some which the boldest of painters would not venture to use, an unbroken stretch of humanity shimmering in the glaring sunshine. An expert stenographer might wander all day through the surging throng without being able to set down the mere names of the wares displayed, to say nothing of the endless variety of garments, types, faces, and customs. So packed with details is the far-famed market that only a cinematograph ribbon could give even a faint notion of its activities. Mere words are as powerless to paint its motley variety as to catch the subtle charm of Huancayo itself, with its perfect climate and crystalline sunshine. End of Round About the Peruvian Capital, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 14 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Overland Toward Cuzco, Part 1. The truly romantic thing, of course, would have been to buy a llama to bear my burdens to the capital of the ancient Inca Empire. But, however, in keeping with the local color that prehistoric denizen of the Andes might have been, there were at least a score of cold, practical, modern reasons why he was not suited to my purpose. A few of them, such as pace, disposition, slight powers of sustained endurance, and uncompanionable temperament, experience had demonstrated native to a donkey also. A horse, as a famous traveler has remarked, is a delicate and uncertain ally. A mule, in addition to several traits inherited from his paternal forebear, had the drawback of unattainability. For the house of Rothschild and I have this in common, that our wealth is not unlimited. There remained, however, an animal unknown to mankind at large, that fitted my requirements exactly at least as is possible in this imperfect world, the Peruvian imitation of a horse. In a bare 3 centuries, this descendant of our fine lady among animals has adapted himself to Andean conditions. His small, compact hoofs are almost as sure on precarious mountain trails as those of the mule. He is gifted with an uncomplaining endurance far beyond what his appearance suggests, and he possesses an even, peaceful temper and an absence of ambition and personal initiative equal to his fellow countryman the Indian. Moreover, he is capable of sustaining life and strength for an indefinite period on the sparse and hardy vegetation of the uplands, and is, at certain seasons, within reach of a modest purse. Foxy's mozo owned such a chusco, and, the feast of his patron saint being near at hand, was induced to sell. I took to the animal at first sight. Not that he was a thing of beauty, in his shaggy coat of shedding reddish brown, but it was this very air of unpretentious modesty and un-Andean sense of duty over mere personal appearance that won my instant regard. Here, surely, was a companion who would keep his own counsel under the most trying circumstances. Being no larger than a large donkey, he was nicely fitted to the modest load of some 60 pounds that was destined to represent his share of the world's labor. Not merely was he newly shod, but he had been enjoying the unbroken freedom of a potrero for several days, and should therefore be in condition to hold his own for an indefinite period, provided I did not set too swift a pace. The masculine gender was an asset not to be overlooked. Not merely did my sense of chivalry forbid sentencing any member of the other sex to the hardships that rumor insisted lay before us, but once they had been surmounted, I would not have my glory smudged by the possibility of a mere female boasting that she had also accomplished the feat. Again, the animal had never been 50 miles east of Huancayo, and I am of those who find no pleasure in a trip with a companion who has already been over the route. The mere $9 at which we finally came to terms seemed a slight equivalent for all these virtues, though I took care not to hint that impression to the erstwhile owner. The matter of a name was no problem at all. Even the Peruvians unconsciously tacked on the diminutive ito as often as they referred to my new fellow adventurer, and it was natural that I should have instantly dubbed him Chusquito. Relieved of the necessity of being my own pack-horse, I could somewhat increase my outfit. In Lima, I had acquired a rum burner, with coffee pot, frying pan, and soup boiling attachments, that closed up into a compact kitchenette about 6 inches in diameter. With this went a bottle of alcohol that could be filled at any town, muy provisto de todo, along the way. Foxy himself, whose faults, as every gringo up and down the Andes knows, do not include a lack of generosity, insisted that he would be forced to throw away a somewhat worn, but still very serviceable, rubber poncho, unless I carried it off. And this, with my llama hair poncho from Quito, was destined to shield me from many a bitter night on lofty mountain ranges. The clothing requisite for every possible variation of altitude, and photographic supplies sufficient to avoid the ill will of local authorities, made up the bulk of my alforjas. Then there was room for a native and a foreign book, for a half-liter of pisco, with which to win the esteem of isolated Indians, a bag of cocoa leaves, and the accompanying burnt banana lime, to sustain such estimation, a candle for the endless Andean evenings, and a sufficient supply of imperishable foodstuffs to relieve my mind of the harassing daily preoccupation of finding hospitality before dark. Even my coat and kodak could be hung on the pack, leaving me free to stride lazily along, dressed in my shirt sleeves and a cynical smile. It was the 10th day of September when I creaked my hobnailed way out of Huancayo's interminable street, my only load the end of a clothesline that tempered Chusquito's pace to my own. At the principal pulperia, his former owner drank my health in pisco, and though he shed no tear, it might easily have made a clean mark down his cheek. Of the road to Cuzco I knew nothing, except that it led through 4 cities, and that I should never reach, much less bring my 4-footed companion to, the end of a journey on which not even a son of the country would venture himself without a guide and a tropilla of mules and arrieros. For myself, I had no misgivings. As to Chusquito, I trusted to frequent halts and a militant attitude that should win him an unaccustomed wealth of fodder to confound the pessimists. All Huancayo gazed after me from their doorways with a mixture of astonishment and incredulity as I set out. Now, is it not strange, when walking is the first and indeed the only natural means of locomotion, that people who look with complacency upon men on horseback and upon trains, men who have heard of automobiles and aeroplanes, should gasp with wonder to see a man journeying afoot, and that andarines may go about living on the country and gathering certificates from every possible source to prove they do walk, as if there were any virtue in that action except the purely personal pleasure of it, or nothing? Even the burden of the tow rope did not last long. Chusquito, being an experienced pack animal, I soon found could be left to his own devices. In his own country, He knew fully as well as I how to climb up and down rocky mountain trails, and if he showed a tendency now and then to wander off across the pampa, especially at sight of some of his own kindred, it was natural that he should have been somewhat bored at merely human companionship. Within 2 days we were strolling along like lifelong friends, at an even gait that never called for cudgel acceleration, and I journeyed as serenely as if I had found at last that automatic baggage of which I had so long dreamed, only subconsciously aware that my possessions were marching peacefully before me. The mind ran unbidden over the many improvements that might be added, a tent and more supplies, or I might even become an itinerant photographer or peddler and earn my way as I went, instead of greeting with disdainful silence the frequent question, "¿Qué lleva de venta?" But on one point I was quickly disillusioned. Somehow I had pictured a pack animal as simply a perambulating chest of drawers, fancying that I had merely to hang my possessions on the animal's back, snatching up anything as I chanced to need it. Whereas in real life I found that everything must be made snug and tight, and secured by the intricate diamond hitch that made it as inaccessible on the march as if it had been left behind. At Pucará, where the great valley of the Huancas narrows and begins to squeeze the trail upward, the inhabitants were killing a cow and stringing it up between 2 trees in the center of the grass-grown plaza. All the beef that could not be disposed of on the spot was cut into sheets a half-inch thick and left to dry in the sun. By reason of this treatment, all meat in the Andes is hopelessly tough. Either it is green, direct from the hand of the butcher, or charqui, of sole-leather properties. Veal is unknown, for who would slaughter a calf that would grow up into several times its weight in beef? Mutton is scarce, or treated to the same charqui-ing process, and pork is of Hebraic rarity. Besides, the traveler who longs for a rasher of crisp bacon is more easily content to assuage his appetite in beef when experience has taught him what the pigs of the Andes feed on. There was no public eating house in Pucará. A party of 12 men and women, however, all more or less gay with pisco, were glad of assistance in making away with their share in the weekly killing. I tied Chusquito before a bundle of wheat straw at a corner of the plaza, and we crowded around a wobbly-legged table in a neighboring mudroom, and dined amid an uproar of maudlin hilarity and a series of stories often of a distinctly raw nature, in which the females easily held their own. Here, cancha, or toasted, ripe, shelled corn, did duty as bread, and each helping of beef was flanked by boiled chuño, or small frozen potatoes. Then there were camotes de la sierra, one of the several species of the potato family unknown in other lands, a soft, sweetish, mushy tuber of the shape of a large peanut, which it was à la mode to pick from the plate with the fingers, and dip before each bite into the general bowl of ají, the Incaic peppers so beloved of the ancient Peruvians. As in all Peru, it was the custom here to drink the health of a companion and expect him to round the circle ad infinitum et intoxicatum. Luckily, my companions were so far gone in liquor, even before my arrival, that I managed to avoid most of the fiery copitas without giving offense. In the group was the cholo schoolmaster of the baked mud Escuela Fiscal de Varones across the plaza. He was a native of Carhuaz, and grew so excited over the extraordinary fact that I had not only been in his birthplace, but had traveled thence by land, that, irrespective of the pisco, he was unable to begin the afternoon session when the boys gathered at 1 o'clock. It didn't matter anyway, he confided, since he spoke no Quichua and the pupils almost no Spanish, and he would get his salary whenever the government had the money, whether he pretended to teach or not. The school system of Peru being centralized, like that of France, orders from Lima sometimes transfer a maestro from one province to another without any notion as to whether or not he is fitted to his new assignment. The boys, all but one of whom were at least half Indian, could mispronounce a few sentences from the Lives of the Saints, but few could recognize one letter from another. Though he had nothing to show in the way of teaching, the maestro pointed with pride to the school name in huge red letters, all but covering the adobe facade, as an example of his handiwork and culture. We spent an hour or more in posing the school for a group in the act of saluting the national flag, the teacher insisting on changing his brilliant red poncho for a khaki coat before he would face the kodak. And of course, he grew enraged because I was so miserly as to refuse to deliver a dozen copies of the picture on the spot. Another round of copitas restored his amiability, however, and he insisted on giving me something not to forget him by, and forced upon me one of the unvarnished lead pencils which the government supplied his pupils. Travelers were frequent on the vast rising world beyond, where the great valley of the Huantas shriveled and disappeared into the past. Indian women trotted by, not only with a load and a baby on their backs, but often suckling the infant as they went. Coto, as the Incas called goiter, was common. Llama trains, driven by fishy-eyed, noiseless Indians with colored rags around their heads under their thick gray felt hats, passed frequently. There are few more interesting sights than that afforded by two of these trains shuttling through each other on a narrow mountain trail, each animal keeping its course as unerringly as a homing pigeon. At a rocky turn of the road, one of the frail beasts lay dying, an Indian boy slashing the gay ribbons out of its still quivering ears with a crude cutlass. Chusquito strongly objected to passing a scene so fraught with the dangers and cruelties of the trail. It was our first real difference of opinion. From Inca days, it seems to have been the custom to decorate the ears of llamas with these bits of bright cloth, less from artistic notions than as a means of designating the ownership. Today, even the cows, bulls, goats, and sheep of certain regions are thus embellished, often with ludicrous results. When, as here, the matter is carried so far as to beribbon the donkeys, it seems time to call a halt. For what can look more absurdly incongruous than a plodding ass solemnly waving with the monotonous rhythm of his gait his gaily bedecked ears? Beyond Marcavalle, on the second day, the stony road was for a time even more densely populated by llama, donkey, and mule trains, by haughty white-collared gentry ahorse, and villagers afoot, all gente, arrieros, Indians of both sexes, and, one could almost believe, the very llamas, silly or stupid with drink. Even the women chewed coca, each bulging cheek suggesting a cud of tobacco. Indian women, that is, for in a land where every man rides, it is the rarest sight to see a woman on horseback, and even the chola, who drags her skirts through the accumulations of years in her native hamlet, would sooner break the seventh commandment than ride astride. Then, bit by bit, the travel died out. The single telegraph wire strode knock-kneed away over an uninhabited world, and for an unbroken half-day we tramped across a vast brown pampa, with only an occasional flock of sheep, the stone and straw kennels of shepherds at so great a distance off that I must trust as usual to luck in guessing aright among many faint paths, and at times even total absence thereof. The adobe and thatch Indian hamlet of Nahuinpuquio was on fiesta, celebrating some church holiday. The air pulsated with the harsh and discordant noise of fife and drum, in the melancholy rhythm of all music of the aboriginals, and the drear landscape was brightened here and there by groups of dancers, Indians in fantastic costumes and ludicrous masks, who danced in fixed spots without moving a yard an hour in any direction. Over the valleyed and rocky face of the mountain beyond, a bit of the road consisted of rough stone steps that may have been part of the old Inca highway. Then the trail pitched down into an ever warmer valley, the enclosing hillsides and rocky ranges marked off in hundreds of little stone-fenced patches, most of them newly plowed and waiting for rain. Toward sunset, we came out suddenly above a river, brilliant green, with the patches of verdure stretching along it as far as the eye could command. The Mantaro, racing Amazonward through its rock-hewn gorge, with villages tucked away here and there up the face of the great cliffs that rose ever higher as we wound forever downward, round and round the headlands. In the parlor of the Hacienda Casma, where shakedowns were prepared for 3 travelers whom chance had brought together in the half-tropical throat of the valley, lay piled the Huancayo Huancavelica mail, in virtually new American mail sacks. The unusually noiseless sincerity of our host and the extraordinary order of his establishment surprised me not a little, until I learned that he was Argentine-born. These rural haciendas take life easily. It was nearly 8 next morning before we drifted together for coffee, bread, and cheese, and some time later that the mayordomo prevailed upon his Indian assistants to drive from the hacienda pasture a score of mules and horses from which we each chose our animals. While I sat reading in the fresh, bird-singing June morning, awaiting my 4-footed companion, a travel-stained Indian slipped noiselessly into the yard with a letter which the wife of the hacendado opened and began to read. Her suppressed laughter soon drew the attention of her husband, who, having taken possession of the epistle, began in his turn to shake with mirth. When he had finished, he sent out of earshot the Indians who flocked in and about the corredor, and read the note to his guests. It was from the parish priest high up on the mighty range that shut in the river, and ran in part, all in a solemn, almost sanctimonious tone. Yesterday, dear compadre, while on a round of confession among my scattered flock, to whom God grant all blessings, I found in the house of the widow Blainej a poor little orphan newly born. Now I beg of you in the name of charity and the Holy Church to do me the inestimable service of acting as godfather to this unfortunate little innocent, that it may not be in danger of dying in mortal sin for want of baptism. We will ride there on Thursday. Now, I beg and pray you, dear compadre, to grant me this favor, and above all, to say nothing whatever of this matter to anyone, since it is of no importance to any but ourselves, not even to mention it to your good and pious wife, whom God— But, I began, somewhat at a loss to account for the roars of laughter that increased with each phrase. Why, you see, well, the padre knows the widow well, very well indeed, explained my host, wiping his eyes with a corner of his poncho. And this is the 4th time since I became owner of Casma that he has asked me to be godfather to to some poor little orphan he has found in different parts of his scattered parish. He is a man of force, is the padre, but of course he doesn't want the good and pious señoras of his flock to know about his little amusements. We Argentinos, however, well, who knows the secret of keeping a secret from a woman, he concluded, gazing after his wife as she hurried away, her shoulders still shaking. At the ancient and graceful arched bridge across the Mantaro, a half-day further down, I came to the parting of the ways. The direct trail to Ayacucho continued along the stony, winding riverbank to Tablachaca, plank bridge, but Huancavelica promised interest in proportion to its isolation, and I prevailed upon Chusquito to undertake the long, stiff climb up the face of the range under the vertical, blazing sunshine. Little patches, inhabited since time immemorial, stood out here and there, their green trees, flowers, and fruit odors in as sharp contrast to the grim mountain flanks as any oasis of the Sahara. Somewhat above the ancient town of Izcochaca, spilled up the hillside, rocks of a faint red or purple hue are dug out of the mountainside and tied in pairs on the backs of donkeys or llamas, scores of which we passed on their way to the great market of Huancayo. Even the inexperienced Andean traveler might easily have guessed what these stones were, from the habit of the donkeys of licking the burdens of their fellows at every halt. Salt is a government monopoly in Peru, and truly Peruvian in its condition. In the rural districts, he who asks for salt is handed a stone and a hammer with which to break it. Or, in lieu of the latter, he may beat two slabs of this mountainside rock together and sprinkle the resultant gravel on his food. It behooves the wise traveler to carry his own kodak tin of civilized salt, for even in the larger towns this is often unattainable. All the afternoon we undulated across a lofty mountain top, with a few human kennels of shepherds stuck on rock ledges along the way, passing through one straw hamlet, bright new in outward appearance, since threshing time had but recently passed. In Huando, one of those dismal, rocky, comfortless, cold Indian towns that abound in the Sierra, I made my first acquaintance with alcaldes carrying silver-mounted staffs of office. His bedraggled wife, who was much more at home in Quichua than in Spanish, sent a messenger to announce my arrival to the gobernador. The latter was a quaint little man in sideburns, wearing the only even theoretically white collar in town, and a not too successful imitation of European garb that did not exactly set off to advantage his bashful rural dignity. There ensued that long diplomatic parley by means of which the traveler at length wins hospitality. In rural Peru, the word must be taken with a scanty meaning, since it commonly consists of permission to spread one's own trappings on the earth floor of the corredor. He who would be successful even in this must never state his wants abruptly, but only gradually drift toward them, without appearing to care particularly whether he be granted the permission or not. Ramon Lagos, however, for all his childlike simplicity, knew the duty of a gobernador toward a distinguished traveler, even though he could not fathom my reason for coming on foot. By the time cold night was settling down, he had sent an Indian to pile my possessions in the corredor, and in due season the most soapless of Indian girls arrived with a puchero, the Irish stew of the Andes, containing the wing and drumstick of a guinea pig, and carrying carefully on the end of a fork, no doubt after having stuck it there with her unmentionable fingers, another fat leg of the same squeaky rodent. Then there was ancient bread, and weak willow leaf tea, and a la postre my hostess came to share with me a delicacy she called chicharrón, strips of hard-fried pork. Meanwhile, I had diplomatically put the gobernador in possession of 10 cents with which to buy fodder for Chusquito. A messenger went forth, and in due time an Indian alguacil on the downgrade of life appeared, bearing his barajo with all the dignity of an English beadle. Behind him came several youthful assistants, with less pretentious staffs of office. Though they are appointed by compulsion, these aides to the ruler of an Andean town are proud in their undemonstrative way of being thus raised above the common rabble. None of them would permit even the wife of the gobernador to take the black cane with silver bands out of his hands, and I could only admire them at a distance. Not one of the alguaciles spoke a word of Spanish. The gobernador, in a Napoleonic voice, gave the old man an order for 2 nickels' worth of straw. Apparently it was not etiquette for the younger aides of government to understand the command direct from the lips of the great gobernador himself. The chief alcalde bowed faintly and turned to stride away with an authoritative, if soft-footed, tread. To carry out the order himself? No, indeed. Instead, he passed it on to one of the youths, whose badge of office was a much shorter staff, tied to his wrist that it might not interfere with the actual and physical carrying out of the command. Somewhat later, one of these returned, struggling under a great bundle of straw, the old Indian strutting behind him in all the dignity of his high authority, still firmly grasping his barajo. After them came a girl, evidently the inferior of another of the authoritative youths, carrying at least a peck of cebada, or barley. I sat late, superintending the repast of my companion, for only the inexperienced Andean traveler will trust to native supervision of his animal's requirements. Not only do the Indian alcaldes and alguaciles hold office for the mere honor of the position, but the gobernadores themselves are appointed on compulsion and receive no reward, except from the traveler who, with great care not to give offense, chooses to make up for this governmental oversight. The news of my arrival had spread through the town, and in the morning the alguaciles had increased to a half-dozen, who sat motionless about the yard, staring like ruminating oxen and accepting with leisurely avidity the crusts of my desayuno, handed them by the gobernador. That official, certain I could not find my way alone, had ordered a youth to accompany me. But as he was not overjoyed at the appointment, it was no hard matter to lose him in the bleak and gloomy labyrinthian town. An all-day tramp across an often laborious upland, brilliant for all its yellow-brown waste under the broad blue lift of the sky, raised a glacier-topped range, at the foot of which lies Huancavelica. The rolling uplands were alive now with llamas, alpacas, and sheep, grazing together as one family. Here was the home of the llama, which, by the way, is the Quichua term for domesticated animal, the only beast of burden known to the inhabitants of Peru before the coming of the Conquistadores, their only domestic animal, in fact, except the guinea pig, unless we count the now exterminated alcu. Relics of an ancient civilization in which they held chief place, the llama and the Indian of the Andes have much in common. They seem 2 branches of the same race who have fallen on evil days together, to plod through modern life like ghosts of a far-off past. Both endure only the high altitudes. Both are firmly wedded to their ancestral home. Both suffer uncomplainingly. Both are temperamentally incapable of haste. The llama will not travel alone, but only in company with its fellows. The Indian is a moderately effective workman in bees or bands, but lacks the self-reliance requisite to individual accomplishment. As the Indian squanders half his time in fiestas and celebrations, and breaks his labors frequently for a coca time, so the llama can work but 12 or 15 days a month, spending the rest in feeding. The drivers, and only an Indian can drive them, are as soft-footed as the animals themselves, never shouting or urging them on with those cries common to all other arrieros. The llama, however, is more cleanly in his instincts than the Indian, does not rival him as a drunkard, and above all, retains a manly air, even under adversity, in striking contrast to the slinking manner of his human companion. He is the aristocrat among animals. Ever silent, if he has a bleat or cry, I have never heard it. His gentle, liquid eyes seem to look unseeing clear through one. He gazes upon the world about him with an expression of timorous disdain, and the indifference of convinced superiority. His dignified attitude suggests a proud Inca set to carrying firewood, or a decayed gentlewoman refusing to be outwardly cast down by her misfortunes. His air is dreamy, as if he were looking back to the time when he and the Incas reigned supreme over all the Andean plateau. Like an aristocratic prisoner on parole, all the security he requires is a rope laid across his neck, or a corral bordered round with stones a foot high. If the figure may be carried still further, there is yet another suggestion of the aristocrat in the fact that, beneath his haughty exterior, he is apt to be stupid, assuming his impressive dignity of manner to cover this interior paucity of matter. Had the llama been found in North America, he would have been exterminated even more completely than was the Indian. He is far too slow and ineffective a beast of burden to endure long against our national impatience. He carries barely 100 pounds, and covers at best 10 miles a day, grazing along the way since he cannot feed by night. But in the leisurely southern continent, he still survives on the high, cold plateau that are his natural home, as the thin, hardy vegetation of paramos and punas is his natural food. And in this day of trains and automobiles, caravans of these frail, graceful creatures, their ears gaily decorated with bright ribbons, still glide across the frigid heights, as in the centuries when they represented the only freighters of an immense empire. Graceful when he walks, the llama runs with much the same awkward gait as the kangaroo, throwing his neck and looking at a distance like an ostrich on 4 legs. In the region round about us were grazing also many alpacas, here called pacos, a far uglier animal in its thick wool of many colors, from black to gray, than the gracefully formed and generally white llama. He is suggestive of a shaggy spring bear, and though he too occasionally serves as a beast of burden, his chief value is in his wool. 2 other members of the same Andean family, the guanaco and the vicuña, found chiefly in the wilder regions further south, are never domesticated. The latter, graceful and delicate as a fawn, produces the most valuable wool to be found in the Western Hemisphere. A native horseman, or more exactly a muleman, had fallen in with us after striving for hours to overtake us. We rose and fell 2 or 3 times more over rocky ridges, then came out suddenly on the brow of a tremendous ravine above Huancavelica, in a situation extraordinary even in comparison with the many striking ones throughout the Andes. Grim, almost perpendicular mountains, their jagged summits of rock, like decaying fangs, lay piled into the sky on every hand, and completely boxed in a vega, or little flat plain, in the center of which, close at hand, yet far below us, every patio of the city lay as plainly in sight as the unroofed houses of Paris under the gaze of Diable Boiteau. The trail pitched so steeply downward that the native was forced to dismount and lead his mule. "You see," he boasted, pointing to several iron crosses on almost inaccessible crags high above the city, "this is a Christian," by which he meant Catholic, country. The retort suggested itself that there were other and even less pleasant proofs of that fact, but there would have been no gain in talking plainly to one of his low mental caliber. The Latin American can always build crosses along his roads, even if he cannot build the roads themselves. Our thighs ached from the swift descent long before we passed through the suburb of San Cristobal, separated from the town proper by the crystal-clear little mountain river Ichu, and we had all but encircled the department capital before an ancient bridge of mamposteria, a mixture of mud, stones, and plaster, at last gave us admittance. Rare is the traveler of today who passes through Huancavelica. As I climbed the slippery, squeaky, small-cobbled streets toward the central plaza, I was quickly reminded that I was far from the haunts of civilized man, in an isolated world where even the sight of a strange face is a rare treat, to say nothing of a foreigner in shirt-sleeves, armed with a revolver and a sheath-knife, struggling to drag with him a diminutive, shaggy mountain pony laden with miscellaneous junk. For Chusquito, bewildered by the surroundings of an unknown city, displayed an excitement and a waywardness of which I had not suspected him capable. As I entered the cobbled and grassy plaza, across which the towering western mountain wall was already throwing its cold evening shadow, the chiefly Indian soldiers on guard before the prefectura stared with bulging eyes and rubbed their hands across their brows as if wondering whether they saw aright and whether they should do anything about it. The adjoining streets were long lines of gaping faces, each new group falling suddenly silent as they caught sight of the unexpected apparition that had descended unheralded upon them, and the at best slight industry and energy of Huancavelica came completely to a standstill. I was supplied with no fewer than 6 letters of introduction. The prefectura was officially closed, which made one useless. I dragged Chusquito into the patio of Dr. Duran next door, and announced myself possessor of a recommendation to the lawyer from his best friend in Lima. He acted like a Peruvian. Not merely did he decline to step out of his office, but sent an Indian boy to demand the letter. When I presented myself in the doorway instead, he read it with fear plainly depicted on his features that he might be obliged to offer hospitality to a man who could not be a caballero since he came on foot, and as plainly sought some loophole to avoid that necessity. He found one, too, when he turned again to the envelope. The writer had carelessly written the first name, and, though he had explained the error, had not taken the trouble to change it. "Ah, but this letter is not for me," cried the lawyer triumphantly. "It is addressed to Felipe, and I am Enrique," though he knew as well as I that there was not another Dr. Duran in all Huancavelica. The open-mouthed throng that had massed about the zaguan led me en masse to a building that had once been a hotel on the further corner of the plaza. It was too much to expect the inhabitants to know already that it had ceased its ministrations to transients. The proprietor had been barely 4 years dead. The whispering chorus about me swelled gradually to the audible assertion that there was another establishment a few squares away, which sometimes had given accommodations to extranjeros. At that moment, a soldier, bearing a naked sword in one hand and a musket in the other, came running to say that the ayudante wished to know who I was, why, where, whence, and all the rest of it, and that I was to report to him at once. I commandeered the messenger to lead me to the rumored hostelry. Before we reached it, however, a boy shouted to a shopkeeper, leaning out over his half-door to watch the unwonted excitement, that, a fact I had chanced to mention to someone, whereupon it instantly became general knowledge, I had a letter for Solomon Atala. The Turk, for such he was, dashed into the crowd and announced himself the addressee. "Very well, you will come and live at my house," he cried when he had perused the note. I protested that a public hostelry in the Andes was too rare a luxury to be lightly given up, and that it was bad enough to intrude upon private families when there was no other alternative. The Turk would not hear any such argument. I had been recommended by his good friend, and I belonged to him as long as I chose to remain in Huancavelica. Memories of Palestine reminded me that to men of his race, hospitality has none of the hollow nothingness common to Peru. While we stood talking, a boy surreptitiously led Cuzco off down a gaping side street to the Turk's home, and I had perforce to follow. My possessions disappeared through a narrow door within a door, once through which I found myself in the littered patio of an ancient house of ample, rambling proportions. A female voice bade me mount a century-worn stairway to a sagging second-story balcony completely surrounding the yard. Barely had I dubiously set foot upon it, then there popped out several slatternly women and the mightiest swarm of unassorted children I had ever yet seen in captivity. My imagination began to picture what sleeping and writing notes and getting the few days' rest to which I was entitled would be in that swarming household, and, unable to think of any ceremonial excuse, I slipped down the aged stairs, untied Cuzco, and dragged him away up the slippery, cobbled street. The worst of it was that I had to pass the Turk's shop again to reach the hotel. The good fellow was just locking up to come home and entertain me, and he pounced upon me at once, quite literally, throwing his arms about me and attempting to drag me off bodily, while Huancavelica stared open-mouthed upon us from every doorway. But I had set my heart on the repose of a room of my own. Beating off the affectionate Turk with one hand and struggling in vain to keep Cuzco off the sidewalk and out of each succeeding shop with the other, I gradually worked my way forward, leaving my would-be host on the verge of tears, and gained at last the Sáenz Peña Hotel. It was a dislocated little building of long, long ago, wrapped like a carelessly flung garment around a tiny patio, its most conspicuous feature the city billiard room in which a half-dozen youths of sporting proclivities were gathered, at least until they caught sight of us. Summoned from the mysterious interior, the respectful and astonished poncho-clad proprietor went in quest of a key, and unlocked the padlock of one of 3 small doors tucked away in as many corners of the patio. Doors made of battered dry goods boxes with the lettering still upon them, so precious is lumber in these treeless heights, explaining that the other 2 rooms were ocupados, perhaps with empty bottles or guinea pigs, certainly not with guests. The chamber assigned me awoke my gratitude. It was, to be sure, so small that I could touch both walls at once, windowless and doorless except for the narrow opening by which I squeezed in, gloomy and chill after the fashion of adobe mountain rooms long closed, but it was furnished even to a bed with real springs. Barely had I carried my traps inside when there burst into the patio another Turk, who asserted in gestureful Spanish that he was the real Solomon Atala, to whom I belonged during my stay in Huancavelica, the other being merely his brother, who had opened the letter in the brotherly way of Palestinians. He, too, was a believer in forcible hospitality, and the hotel proprietor looked on in helpless dismay at what promised to be a successful attempt to carry off his only guest in, the patron saint of hoteleros knows how long. A bed with springs, in a room by myself, however, was not a luxury to be given up for the mere danger of making a few Turkish enemies, and in the end the engaging Syrian, seeing no way out of it, admitted with bad grace that, as I already had my possessions scattered about the hotel room, it would be unfair to the proprietor not to retain it. I should remain where I was until morning, when we would talk the matter over. He agreed under protest, and at length gloomily took his departure. This friend in town is the bugbear of hotel keepers, or would-be keepers, in the Andes. The Arabian notion of hospitality, inherited from the Moors and mixed perhaps with the traditions of Inca days, with their free and public tambos along all the highways of the empire, still holds sway, at least superficially. The Peruvian will, all his life, put up with begging lodging, food, and fodder on his travels, often going without them entirely, rather than help support a hotel, considering it a sign of high rank to be housed by an outwardly delighted acquaintance, and thus cheat the struggling hotelero out of a livelihood. Having led Chusquito to the river to drink, and heaped before him half of a 5-cent bundle of alcazer, green barley, for grain does not ripen at this altitude, and locked the rest inside my chamber, I stalked in solitary grandeur through the gaping billiard players to the dining room, and sat down at the end of a long oilcloth table near a small opening in the wall that looked like an enlarged rat-hole. The poncho-clad proprietor proceeded with fitting gravity to serve me a thoroughly Peruvian meal, of which the chief ingredient was a churrasco, or steak, not of beef, as I at first fancied, but of llama, a favorite Huancavelican dish which would not exactly win the unstinted praise of an epicure. Between each course he repaired to the kitchen in a corner of the barnyard to poke the various dishes through the hole in the wall, and then reappeared within to serve them. It may have been a long time since he had been honored with a guest, but he had not forgotten the proper form of service. After each trip, he balanced on alternate legs, staring at me silently until at last his tongue refused longer to obey his will, when he burst out tremulously, "Usted, señor, es andarín, no?" "Not at all," I replied, to his patent disappointment. "You see, I haven't a single medal on my chest." Then you travel to sell something? Jewelry, perhaps, like all Franceses?" Squire, traveling through the Andes a half-century ago, found that in the Sierra all foreigners are supposed to be French in nationality and peddlers of jewelry by profession, and conditions have changed little to this day. The landlord-waiter was openly incredulous of my second denial, but once the sluice gates of his curiosity had been opened, the flow of words swamped even the service, and the soup had long since become a memory of the dim past before he poked the pastre of melted panela through to himself. I made my escape at last, and went to sit on the wooden sofa in the billiard room, as the only place in town with light enough to see oneself by. But my distinguished presence was so evidently the cause of bad shots that gradually turned the players bitterly resentful, and the atmosphere was so decidedly wintry that I soon hit the hay, quite literally, for such proved to be the filling of the outwardly luxurious-looking mattress. End of Overland Toward Cuzco, Part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 14 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Overland Toward Cuzco, Part 2. I had barely ventured into the street next morning when I was dragged into the shop of the two Palestinians. After a bitter and noisy struggle, we patched up a truce as follows. Since I was already installed there, I was to keep my room at the hotel, but it was at their house that I must take breakfast and dinner. "And desayuno!" cried the Turks as one man. "You must also come and take breakfast with us. If you like eggs, or steak, or pickled pig's feet, or— very well, even if you take only coffee and bread, like a Peruvian." Though it was barely 10 of a brilliant Sunday morning, the Andean merchants' richest hour, they shut up shop, in spite of the mild protests of a dozen ponchoed shoppers, and led the way to their rambling residence. A meal, heavy with meat, was enlivened with an excellent wine that could have cost little less than a small fortune at this altitude. The manners of the household recalled Palestine. We three men sat at table with our hats on, in Arabic as well as Andean fashion, while the women hovered more or less inconspicuously in the background. A dozen small children of both sexes crawled and climbed and sprawled and displayed their plump, unwashed nakedness on, around, and under the table, drinking wine and swearing like arrieros in both Spanish and Quichua. They were being brought up in the Palestinian, which is to some extent the Latin American fashion that forbade coercion, and were heartily laughed at and dubbed cute whenever they did anything particularly naughty or disobedient. The two Syrians, as we would call them, or Turks, as their fellow countrymen are known through all South America, had left Bethlehem some 8 years before. They announced themselves Christians, which meant merely that they were not Mohammedans, though, as behooves ambitious merchants, they diplomatically avoided any religious controversy with their clients. For several years they had peddled on foot over all the accessible portion of central Peru, descending even into the montaña, or great hot lands to the east, the abode of rubber, fever, and wild Indians. Bit by bit, they had established shops in various towns, until they had come to be among the most important merchants of the region, with headquarters in Huancavelica and branches in charge of more youthful fellow countrymen in the chief centers of population of the department. Their success was typical of thousands of men of their race throughout the southern continent. For the native, equally scanty of initiative, industry, and the inclination to risk his capital, is at best an ineffective competitor of this tireless race of born shopkeepers. Of productive labor, great as is the call for it in this backward Andean land, the Turk brings nothing. Nor is his example likely to better the personal habits of the native population, though it may breed more effective business methods, and even a higher grade of commercial honesty, to say nothing of hospitality. It is not by such immigration, however, that the dormant continent will be rejuvenated. My irrepressible hosts cherished a hazy dream of someday returning to Palestine with their fortune. Yet their children spoke not a word of the Arabic that still served for most of the intercourse between the men and their slatternly wives. The brothers themselves were fluent not only in Spanish, but in Quichua. The throaty dialect of the aboriginals has much in common with the no less guttural Arabic, as the similarity of customs and point of view makes the race particularly adaptable to Peruvian surroundings. No other foreigner fits better into the life of the Andes, and it is not strange that the Syrian has most effectively invaded Andean commerce. Even the Chinaman, who quickly disappears as the traveler turns his back on Lima, has found it impossible to compete with these more Western Orientals. It is unfortunate that the traveler given to reporting his wanderings cannot have his mind erased every little while like a slate, for so quickly do the sights and sounds of a strange country sink to the commonplace that many things that might delight the stay-at-home pass unnoticed. Thus an American untouched with the contempt of familiarity, suddenly set down in Huancavelica, would no doubt find it abounding with local color. Hayes, who journeyed overland to Cuzco some months before me, enthusiastically proclaimed it the most picturesque town in South America. But to one who had followed the Andes step by step, it was rather monotonously like any other town of the Sierra, its customs varying only in a few minor details from those that had long since grown familiar. By night it lies silent and dead under its cold stars. Dawn finds the fountain in its central Plaza de la Independencia bearded with icicles, and no clock or sundial could give the hour more exactly than the regularity with which these drip away to nothing in the late morning. For the sun falls tardily on Huancavelica, having first to climb the mountain rampart that shuts it in on the east. The town wisely remains in bed until the god of the Incas has asserted his brilliant, undisputed sway, and my road habit of rising at daybreak gave me the sensation of strolling through a city from which the entire populace had fled. Indeed, the only really comfortable place in town was in bed. All day long one shivered in the shade or burned in the sun. In my dank dungeon cell, it was distinctly too dark, cold, and gloomy to read or write. On the red benches of the plaza, the glare of the molten disk above was too brilliant to endure, even when some unsophisticated old native did not join me and remain deaf to all hints that even a traveler has his work to do. I soon formed the habit of taking daily possession of the ancient bandstand facing the white cathedral. Here was a bench on which I could, by constant manipulation, keep myself in the sun and my notebook in the shade, and as it was apparently against the rules or contrary to costumbre for a native to occupy the structure, I sat here hour after hour in solitary glory, flanked by the four staring sides of the plaza. The activity of an Andean town can generally be gauged by its plaza, and by that token Huancavelica was inactive indeed. Evidently, no industry more important than a soup kettle could be run by natives, and foreigners were rare. Charcoal braziers, or the 3-stone faggot fires at the backs of huts, where crouched old women almost too feeble to drive off the curs that swarmed around the steaming earthen calabashes, represented the ordinary cooking processes, the fires being now and then given new life with a bamboo or woven weed fan. So bucolic was the populace that every stroll through the streets brought a score of inquiries as to what I was selling, many regarding even my kodak as a sale kit, and inviting me to enter, while children and grown-ups alike hastened to summon the rest of the family as often as I hove in sight. In common with all Latins, the people are lovers of perpetual noise, and have no conception of our Anglo-Saxon desire to be occasionally let alone. Though the annoyances were always innocent rather than intentional, I could not pause for a moment that I did not have a surrounding mob, and there was almost constantly a procession of boys, and even those old enough to know better, at my heels. If I paused to look at an old carved cornerstone or an ancient balcony, necks were craned in wonder as to what on earth an extranjero from the great outside world could find of interest in the lifelong sights of their drowsy capital. Yet there was a peculiar repose and quiet about the place, as if it were literally shut off by its grim mountain walls from all the troubles of the great world. Shopkeepers locked up and went home to play or sleep whenever the whim struck them. Though a department capital, there was not a physician in town, nor any open evidence of a drugstore, and while there was no doubt some advantage in this state of affairs, the death rate from dysentery and pneumonia was high. An awkward, slow-minded mountain people, they had not even the usual mountaineer virtue of shyness, being as forward in their manner as Hebrews. I was never out of sight of at least one authority, a ragged Indian from some neighboring hamlet up among the higher ranges, clinging jealously to his black, silver-mounted cane of office. Pacos and llamas could be made out, tiny as mice, feeding on the perpendicular crags sheer above the town, among the abrupt, splintered masses of rock that cut all the surrounding skyline sharply with their jagged crests. As I was strolling about town the day after my arrival, a soldier again came running after me to say that the prefect himself desired me to report and explain myself. I handed the menial my card, and heard no more of the matter. The printed name on a bit of cardboard is proof sufficient of aristocracy in most of South America. Burglars and highwaymen contemplating entrance into that field of activities would do well to provide themselves with a plentiful supply of visiting cards, the larger and more imposing the better. Later on, when I called on the department ruler at my own volition, and with the dignity befitting an envoy from the outside world, a man was assigned to attend me on any excursions I chose to make in or about the town. The origin of the name of Huancavelica is curious. There was, it seems, no town here at the time of the conquest. To the Incas, this flat enclosed plain with its clear little river offered too fine an opportunity for their enemies to roll rocks down upon them from the towering heights above. Centuries ago, there settled on the spot an Indian of the Huanca tribe, inhabiting the great valley between Jauja and Huancayo. He died young, and for long years his wife dwelt alone in the only hut in this capacious mountain pocket. Her name was Isabel, which in South America becomes familiarly or affectionately Velica. Her hut was a sort of tambo, where a bit of corn or eggs might occasionally be had, or at least pasture for pack animals and shelter from the Paramo winds. Hence travelers through the region, asked where they would spend the night, announced, "Voy llegar donde la Huanca Velica." Then it was discovered that the grim, treeless mountains piled into the sky about the little valley were rich in quicksilver, and a mining town built itself up about the hut of Isabel the Huanca. For centuries, the great Santa Barbara mine high above the town, and several smaller workings in the vicinity, yielded the mercury used in Potosi and in all the mines of Peru, high or low, which was brought from Huancavelica on the backs of llamas. Then, as more scientific methods came into vogue, the miners turned to California for their supply, until today the Mercury Queen is but an echo of her former greatness, and the open shafts of her cinnabar mines, which rumor has it left several of the surrounding ranges great hollow caverns, stand silent and deserted. It is this failure to keep up with modern times that has left Huancavelica one of the most picturesque department capitals, with poverty her chief handmaid. Lack of transportation is her principal drawback. The very town itself is said to sit on top of great deposits of quicksilver. Workmen digging for the foundation of a new building on a corner of the plaza during my sojourn found pure liquid mercury bubbling up out of the ground. Modern miners, however, refuse to operate where only the slow and unreliable llama must be depended on for transportation, and only when the long-promised railroad arrives will Huancavelica come into her own again. The chief point of interest was the famous old mercury mine of Santa Barbara. Strangely enough, the cicerone appeared within an hour of the daylight time set, though without breakfast, and shared with me the results of my own rum-burning handicraft. A roundabout but exceedingly steep road, on which we panted audibly in spite of frequent halts for breath, brought us to our goal far above the town. Near a silent, cold Indian hamlet, with an aged Spanish church facing its dreary plaza, was the ruin of a cut-stone smelting works of colonial days, and behind it the imposing arched entrance to the enormous caverns said to undermine all the neighboring range. Above this was a large Spanish coat of arms cut in stone, with the information that the arch had been constructed by General Fulano in 1707, and the weather-defaced relief of a saint holding a child. The silence of long abandonment brooded over all the scene. We lighted the medieval oil lamp borrowed from the hotel and disappeared within. The tunnel that led straight into the mountainside was large enough, if not for a railway train, at least for a horseman to have ridden in comfortably, its floor easily as good a road as the average Peruvian one outside. Here and there we crawled over a heap of stones and earth where a part of the wall had fallen, and at 382 paces from the mouth were halted by a cave-in that had choked up the entire tunnel. My companion had assured me that the spirits of ancient Spaniards and their Indian victims, lying in wait for unwary moderns, made our entrance perilous in the extreme, and, once permission was given, lost no time in retreating. From the exit, we went faldeando, skirting the mountain, to the ancient mining village of Chaclatacana, about which, and scattered over all the vicinity, were the evidences of little mines the Indians had dug on their own account. The cinebrio deposits of the region were first disclosed to the Spaniards in 1566 by the custom of the aboriginals of painting their faces with it. My guide asserted that condors were numerous and often dangerous to the eyes of men wandering over these lofty heights, but it was my luck not to catch sight of one of those giant birds of the Andes. I was rewarded, however, for taking the short-cut that proved longer and more laborious than the road, by a bird's-eye view of Huancavelica, so directly below us that we could have tossed our hats into the central plaza. Here, too, among the split and jagged rock crags, we stumbled upon a colony of vizcachas, bizcachos my companion called them, almost the only quadruped, besides the guinea pig and the llama family, indigenous to the Peruvian highlands. The creature is sometimes dubbed the squirrel of the Andes, but its size was more nearly that of the rabbit, its prominent tail and means of locomotion suggestive of some diminutive species of the kangaroo, its color not unlike that of our prairie dog, which it resembled somewhat also in its manner of dodging in and out among the rocks and crags, as if inviting us to a game of hide-and-seek. According to my attendant, the meat of the animal is even more succulent than llama flesh, providing the tail is cut off at the moment of killing. But for the unkindness of fate, there would have been a gala bullfight in Huancavelica on the Sunday of my stay. The one Negro I had seen shivering about town turned out to be a torero, imported, chiefly at his own expense, from Lima for the occasion. The corral behind the rambling dwelling of my hosts had been turned into a ring, a square one to be sure, laboriously fenced with poles tied with bark and cords to upright stakes. But on Saturday afternoon, just as the town was rubbing its hands together at the prospect of a half-forgotten entertainment, the one bull that was to have furnished it sprang through the barrier and over the low wall to the sunken street below, 15 feet if it was an inch, and instead of dying on the spot, was last seen making record time for his mountain pasture. The irrepressible Turks were well-nigh obnoxious in their hospitality. The most baggage-abhorring of travelers acquires gradually and unconsciously a new point of view with respect to his pack when he is no longer forced to burden his own shoulders with it, and articles that have hitherto seemed only useless weight take on the aspect of necessities. But after they had sold me an enamel cup and a roll of cotton flannel for foslappen, the Syrians refused vociferously to accept payment. When I caught sight of a mouth organ that might have served to while away the tramp across the lonely, uninhabited world ahead, my mere glance at it caused Jose to drop it into my pocket when I was off my guard. A wordy battle ended with his acceptance of a sol, which he swore was the wholesale price of an instrument marked to retail for 5 times that amount, but it cost me eternal vigilance to keep now one, now the other brother from surreptitiously returning the coin. There was nothing left but to curtail my purchases. To choose from their stock was to have charity thrust upon me. To buy of their rivals would have been the height of insults, and would quickly have published to all the town their lack of hospitality or my ingratitude. My last day with them, the firm of Atala Hermanos spent in writing me letters of introduction to all their countrymen from Huancavelica to Cape Horn, and when I sneaked into their patio at dawn next morning, bent on abducting Chusquito unseen, the entire household was already waiting to drag me in to an extraordinary breakfast. Not satisfied with that, they forced upon me a boiled leg of mutton and several other delicacies, among them a dozen raw eggs, which, tied in a handkerchief on Chusquito's back, broke one by one with his jolting gait and ran in yellow streams down the rubber poncho that covered the pack. All Huancavelica united in attempting to force a guide upon me, asserting that even hijos del lugar frequently lost themselves on the trackless puna beyond. I smiled indulgently at what had long since become a threadbare prophecy, but had occasion to recall it before the day was done. The way mounted steadily all the morning, uncovering a vast yellow-brown world that stretched forever before me. In the early hours, it was scantily inhabited by wild, weather-faded shepherds watching over flocks of llamas, pacos, or sheep, and leisurely busy turning wool into yarn on their crude spindles, an occupation that gave the men a curiously effeminate air, out of all keeping with their rough exterior. These chary fellows took good care that we should not come within shouting distance of them, and even the rare travelers and llama drivers made wide circuits to avoid us, as if fearful of their defenselessness on this bleak, shelterless top of the world. If taken unaware in some fold of the earth, they muttered some stupidity in the Quichua slang dialect of the region, and sped away like startled hares. Unable to make inquiries, I could only trust to chance, compass, and the instinct that develops with long Andean travel. For on these broad mountain tops the traveler is by no means master of the situation, and to guess wrong between several at best faintly marked paths may be to go hopelessly astray, and come out on the opposite side of the Andes from that toward which one is headed. For long stretches the dreary Paramo showed no sign whatever of travel, though here and there the droppings of llamas gave the route a more or less fixed direction. A jolly, coca-chewing old Indian, whom I came upon in the afternoon, plodding patiently behind his haughty train, had seen enough of the world to have lost some of his fear of white men, and assured me I was still on the right road. But he must have been mistaken, or else I guessed wrong at the next opportunity, for the bit of trail that had grown up under my feet split irreconcilably, and left, at the hour when I should have come upon an hacienda reputed hospitable to travelers, only the rolling, trackless yellow puna stretching away on every hand. A raging thunderstorm of rain and hail, under which the vast land and skyscape turned dark as night, soon broke upon us. I had struggled a long distance through the storm when I faintly made out a little cluster of huts some distance to the right in a wrinkle of the pampa. After I had overcome my own disinclination to go out of my way to seek lodging, there was needed a laborious argument to bring my companion to my way of thinking. For Chusquito would have none of your side trips. The truth is, I had been somewhat deceived and disappointed in the disposition of my chosen fellow adventurer. As long as the road lay straight and undoubtedly before us, he was an ideal companion, never breaking the thread of my reflections by calling attention to the scenery, nor otherwise making himself humanly obnoxious. But in temperament he might best be likened to a cat, accepting all favors and friendly overtures with a complacent aloofness and matter-of-course manner that resembled ingratitude, refusing to be won over, even by caresses, to the faintest expression of a reciprocal affection. Moreover, he had a will, not to say a willfulness of his own, that is inimical to all genuine companionship on the road, and a respect for costumbre that betrayed his Latin American training. I felt no compunction in having recourse to brute force in a dispute under such circumstances as then faced us, however, and we soon gained the only visible shelter. On a cold, cheerless spot, almost devoid of even the vegetation of high pampas, I found 5 miserable human kennels of loosely laid stones and ichu grass, in charge of several gaunt, savage, yet cowardly curs, and an Indian boy speaking only monosyllabic Quichua. All the huts, except a beehive-shaped structure that served as kitchen, had huge native padlocks on the doors. Choked with thirst, in tantalizing contrast to my dripping garments and the raging storm, I called for water. "Manam cancha," murmured the boy dully, using the Quichua version of that stereotyped Andean falsehood, "There is none." "Yaku!" I shouted, jokingly laying a hand on my revolver. He slunk away and picked up a battered cup behind one of the huts. Wiping this on his lifelong sleeve, he scraped the bottom of a huge earthen jar that leaned awry, in what would have needed only a fence to be a barnyard, at an angle that enabled the dogs to help themselves at the same source, and presented the half-filled vessel to me. There was no second choice in the matter, for this region, untold miles above sea level, had no other supply of water than the rain that chanced to drop into the leaning cántaros. Fortunately, the taste bore little evidence of what the appearance suggested. I made a round of the huts, resolved to spend the night there, even if I had to break into one of the buildings. "Huasi muñui!" I cried, patching my Quichua together after my own fashion and pointing to one of the padlocks. "Manam cancha," repeated the Huarma in the same dull monotone. I held out what would have seemed a fortune of small coins to a country boy of other lands, but he shook his head doggedly, without a gleam of interest, casting a half-frightened glance at my weapon. An older youth, who had appeared noiselessly from somewhere, treated the offer of money with the same indifference, and settled down to a silent attempt to drive me off, in spite of the storm and the night that was closing in. It was then that I thought of the sack I had filled in the market of Huancayo. At the magic word coca, the pair awoke to a new interest in life. Each snatched off his hat to receive a handful of leaves, mumbling a "Gracias, teta teta," and the older youth ordered the other to clear away a miscellaneous assortment of junk, bundles of old sheepskins and a heap of llama droppings gathered for fuel, from one end of the hut porch under the edge of which I was seated. As he worked, there fell from somewhere under the projecting eaves the corpse of a tiny black pig that had quite evidently died a natural death, but which the family just as evidently proposed to eat, for the boy carried it off to a safer spot, plainly doubting my honesty. In a corner lay 2 bundles of ichu grass. I tossed one to Chusquito, standing dejected and disgusted beside me, and spread out the other as a mattress. The youth made no protest, but shook his head at the real I offered in payment. A howling wind that even the stone hut failed to break made it useless to attempt to set up my cooking outfit. As I drew cold food from my pack, the Indians sat motionless as stone statues, but watched with keen eyes, monkey-like, my every move. I shared the lunch with them, though I should much have preferred paying them in money for their dubious hospitality. It is one of the drawbacks of Andean journeying that the traveler is expected to share his scanty supplies, not merely with his human companions of the moment, but is invariably surrounded under such circumstances by a ravenous swarm of begging and thieving dogs, pigs, and fowls. Except for a score of llamas lying in patrician aloofness beyond the huts, every living creature crowded round to appeal to my generosity or to catch me off my guard. The Indians accepted each morsel with a murmured gracias that plainly proceeded from custom rather than from any real thankfulness. Innumerable experiments from the Rio Grande southward had demonstrated that the American aboriginal has not a trace of gratitude in his makeup. Indeed, the use of the Spanish term suggests that the native language did not even include a word for thanks. The thirst that follows an all-day tramp outlived the available supply of water, and even the bottle of pisco I dared not bring to light until darkness had concealed my movements from the Indians could not be shared with Chusquito, no doubt choking within, in spite of his bedraggled, dripping flanks. As the storm died down, the evening spread wonderful colors across this bleak upper world, bringing out in lilac tints, shading to purple and then to black, the saw-toothed range bounding the horizon on the far south. The night would have been bitter cold even inside one of the huts, to say nothing of lying on the earth floor of the open mud corredor. Yet the cold which my rubber poncho kept out was no less surprising than the heat which the woolly llama hair one kept in, and my sleep might easily have been much more broken than it was. During my first doze, there arrived an old Indian, evidently the head of the household that had hitherto kept itself successfully concealed. He was somewhat the worse for fiery waters, and being apprised of his visitor, set up a deal of howling and shouting in Quichua. Receiving no answer, he ventured to take a mild poke at me with his stick. It would have been heroic indeed to have gotten out of bed. Instead, I turned loose a string of American and Spanish words of high voltage, which experience had shown to have a withering effect on his race. Though he did not understand them individually, he evidently grasped their general import, for he subsided at once and retired to the beehive kitchen, where, for a long time, he howled and yelped, as brave men will in the midst of their trembling and admiring families. Bit by bit, his women pacified him, in the way women have, perhaps with more pisco and coca, for I heard him laugh several times thereafter, with a sound like that of a choking cow, before anything resembling silence settled down over the lofty mountain-top world. Real silence is rare in these Indian huts at night. Either the lack of comfort they are too lazy or uninitiative to remedy, or the chewing of coca keeps the miserable inhabitants half awake, and periods of growling and grumbling are seldom far apart from dark to dawn. I fancy it was midnight, more or less, when I became drowsily aware that Chusquito, tied within a foot of my head, was munching some fodder I knew he did not possess, but I was too nearly asleep to rise and investigate. The moon testified that it was some 2 hours later when I was awakened to find the head of the household standing beside me, his hand on a damaged roof, and bellowing a guttural stream in which I caught several times the words "Huasimicuni," eating my house. This would be an impoliteness in any land, and I bravely forced myself to slip into my brogans and out into the icy moonlight. Chusquito had scalloped out the bangs of the grass roof in a new style that, to my notion, was more fetching than the original. If only the Indians of the Andes were not so stonily conservative, my host would have thanked me for the improvement, instead of sputtering with rage. I tied the innocent culprit to a stone wall nearby, which was also an unfortunate choice, for I heard him knock down most of that in the hours that remained before daylight. During the long uproar that ensued in the kitchen, no doubt the old Indian told his family many times over that had he been at home when I arrived, I should not have remained, but in that he was mistaken, for it would have taken a considerable band of South American Indians to have denied me hospitality. I lay down again with my revolver and cartridge belt handy under the edge of the ponchos. Not that there was any danger, but because I do not care to be numbered among those who take foolish chances. The next I knew distinctly, it was dawning. I fed my mattress to Chusquito and set up my kitchenette in the most sheltered corner of the corredor, bent on concocting a hot broth with a lump of ice from the bottom of a leaning cántaro. The directions on my magic can of concentrated soup asserted that 1 cube with hot water makes a delicious bouillon. But this, experience had demonstrated, should be taken with a grain of salt, also 4 other cubes. Even under the lee of my alforjas, the rum burner went out at the faintest breath of wind. But by constant coaxing, and at the imminent risk of setting fire to my possessions, I managed even to boil the 2 eggs that remained whole, though so great was the altitude that with 8 minutes of boiling they were still soft. Gravelly bread of Huancavelica and a native chocolate that was really a pebbly brown sugar topped off a meal I might have longed for in vain at that hour in the best hotel of Peru. Many an hour on the road, during the best part of the day for walking, that simple little contrivance gave me, when I should otherwise have been waiting on the sleepy natives for breakfast. By the time I had eaten, the householder appeared in his slit panties with white buttons down the sides, and a fancy upper garment evidently intended to impress me with his importance. But when he noted by daylight with whom he had to do, he gradually shriveled up to a half-friendly smile, and accepted with a pretense of gratitude a coin for his forced hospitality and newly decorated roof. A silver-ringed black cane, leaning against what Chusquito had seen fit to leave of the stone wall, proved him one of the authorities of the region. Above it stood a crude cross decorated with dry grass, designed to keep evil spirits, except those in bottles, away from the cluster of huts. Either my host's knowledge of the trail ahead or his manner of imparting it was extremely hazy, and I dragged Chusquito away across the pampa in the cutting cold but invigorating mountain air, burdened with the task of finding ourselves once more. Within an hour, we were so fortunate as to fall again upon a trail, where I could relinquish the tiller and drift into those daydreams that come upon the solitary traveler across these vast Andean punas. Snow had fallen during the night, and a great white immensity, slightly undulating, spread out to infinity before us. We shared an all-night thirst that set us both to munching snow at frequent intervals. By 10, the sun had burned away the whiteness and restored to the scene its accustomed monk's robe of faded yellow-brown. All morning I continued to guess the way across a steadily rising world, in the utter silence that makes more impressive the dreariness of these lofty regions, until at noon we panted over a jagged rock ridge from which all the kingdoms of the earth lay spread out below us, tumbled, broken, and velvety brown as far as the eye could command, even in this transparent air. As we started gradually downward, shepherds and their flocks appeared once more, then little fenced patches and stone-heap hovels. Then we dropped almost suddenly into the blazing hot valley of a little river, along which tiled huts and travelers were numerous. Several times I went astray and waged pitched battle with Chusquito cross-country, past hovels swarming like disturbed beehives with barking dogs, before I once more got securely under our feet the trail that was to lead us upward again over the next páramo. It is not merely that the stupid inhabitants of these regions speak only Quichua, but they are incapable of giving intelligent directions even in that tongue. There is something exhilarating in the air of Andean heights that breeds reflection and a peaceful serenity of mind, but it is nature rather than humanity that awakens the marked optimism of spirits. The traveler grows inspired, lifted up out of himself by the magnificence of the scene, realizing for a moment how marvelous is this world we inhabit. Then, suddenly, an Indian, a human being, intrudes and snatches him back to earth again. Time after time I caught sight of an approaching figure which the mind, from youthful force of habit, imbued with human intelligence, and as many times it turned out to be a shuffling Indian, stupid and glassy-eyed from the quid of coca in his cheek and the chicha and pisco of the last hamlet in his belly, who cringed like some degenerate animal as he passed, mumbling some Quichua monosyllable. Incapable of intelligent reply, even when they are not in a half-drunken stupor, these plodding creatures have a very hazy notion of distance. The aco, or time of duration of a quid of coca, which they throw on the achepetas, or symbolical stone heaps along the way, is at best but an uncertain term of length, and their besotted intellects seldom retain the memory of any number above 3 or 4. So that, in spite of the frequent appearance of fellow travelers, I had perforce to be satisfied with the half-certainty that I was on the right road, without any notion of whether the nearest shelter was 1 or 10 leagues distant. Clouds crawled into the evening sky again, where the daytime sunshine had swept it clean. The purple shadows of the mountains, across the tops of which the setting sun cast a crimson glow, spread and darkened, and I had visions of shivering out another night in the corredor of an Indian hut, or out on the bare, freezing pampa. I had suffered so many dreary nights, 12 hours long in South America, that it had become a habit to lose my cheerful mood in the late afternoon and succumb to apprehension as of some impending misfortune. Under this, I developed unconsciously a pace so swift that Chusquito, like a small boy trying to keep up with an inconsiderate father, took to trotting every little while some distance ahead. We were now far up again on a cold puna across which the bitter mountain wind swept unchecked, and even my companion seemed to cast apprehensive glances at the angry black clouds overspreading the sky and at the cold dusk descending upon us. We hurried unbrokenly on, without a sign of town or hamlet, though the last Indian stragglers still bore sufficient evidences of intoxication that proved it could be no great distance off. Then, in the last rays of daylight, we turned a wind-whipped boulder and caught sight of the place, far off in the lap of a stony valley, well aware from long Andean experience that the intervening distance was much greater than appearance suggested. Black night had long since settled down when I found myself surrounded by indistinct, low structures that turned out to be Acabamba, home of one Zambrano, for whom I bore a letter from the Turks. As often as I inquired for him, however, there came back that Spanish-American Indian mumble of indifference and distrust. Más arriba, higher up, until I felt like a district attorney on the trail of graft. When a half-civilized youth in store clothes gave me the same identical, lackadaisical answer for the 10th or 20th time, I caught him by the slack of the garments and jerked him into the street with a polite ultimatum to conduct me in person to that elusive upper region. He led the interminable cobbled way down one street and up another, equally unlighted, and finally stopped before a zaguan with an "Aquí, señor." I cut off his proposed escape and drove him into the patio to summon the man of the house. He returned with the Indian mayordomo, and the information that the Zambrano who lived there was not the one I sought, and was, moreover, out of town. The youth proposed that he go look for the right Zambrano. "No, indeed, my friend," I countered. "You will stay right with me while we look for him." "Sí, señor," said the youth in a shivering voice. Then he turned back across town and plaza by another route and pointed out the Zambrano household exactly 2 doors from the one out of which I had originally snatched him. The flock of women who surged out upon me greeted me with the threadbare No está ça. He never was when I bore a letter to him. The wife spelled it out laboriously under the blinking light of a homemade tallow candle, then invited me into the earth-floored parlor, separated by a calico curtain from the little shop she kept. "There is no one in Acobamba who prepares food for strangers," she replied to my roundabout hint, "but we shall serve you such as we can here in our poor house." While the mystery to come was cooking, I managed to get inoffensively into her possession the price of a peck of grain for Chusquito, and some time later found the poor misused animal munching about 2 cents worth of old, dry corn husks in the corral. "It is," murmured the wife, in reply to my questioning gesture, "that there is no grain in town at these hours." But though she would have considered an insult any direct offer of a traveler consigned to her husband by letter to pay for his accommodation, she carefully avoided any further reference to the grain money. It would have been in the highest degree scandalous to have lodged a stranger in her own dwelling during the absence of the head of the household. But the delegation of females, having discovered, by dint of turning the house wrong side out, the massive key of a mud-flanked door across the street, let me into an abandoned shop lumbered with the accumulated odds and ends of many years, an immense woven straw hogshead full of shelled corn bulking above the rest. A creaking board counter, barely 5 feet long, was the only available sleeping space. The only means of avoiding asphyxiation was to leave the door open to any passing sneak thief or congenital hater of gringos. But even had the risk been great, the key would have proved an effective weapon. Unfortunately, it would have been anti-simpatico to have felled with it the solicitous nighthawks who called my frequent attention to the perils of night air, not merely by rapping on the door, but by prodding me in the ribs with their sticks. It was butchering day in Acobamba when I awoke, and at the suggestion of my hostess I sent a servant to buy 10 cents worth of meat. She returned with an entire basketful, 8 slabs of raw red beef, each as large as an honest sirloin steak for 2. Virtually every shop in town being a pulperia, it was easy to lay in supplies for the road ahead. But though competition was brisk in all other wares, for some reason I was never able to fathom, in all the region of the Central Andes, my favorite food was always hedged round with refusals. As often as I stepped into a shop where a basket of eggs was displayed, I was sure to be informed in a dull, uninviting monotone, "No están de venta." Of course they are not for sale, the experienced Peruvian wayfarer soon learns to reply. No Andean lady who considers herself a lady would think of selling eggs. But, meanwhile picking out the largest specimens of the fruit in question, "I have taken a dozen. How much?" The answer was sure to be a meek, "2 reales, 10 cents, señor." Over the lofty, tumbled world ahead, the way was often so steep and stony and contorted that Chusquito more than once fell on his neck and threatened to twist himself permanently out of shape. It was a land so dry and barren that only the half-liter of pisco kept my thirst endurable. Whenever I paused for a sip, my companion glanced furtively and anxiously back at me, as if he remembered other masters who had got bad tempers out of bottles along the way. But his was none of your meek and canine dispositions that permit abuse unprotestingly. On the level high pampas, with all the world spread out in full view about us, the exhilaration of scene and air caused me unconsciously to set so swift a pace that I was obliged frequently to kick the brute out from under my feet, until he retaliated by suddenly projecting one small shod hoof against a shin that I was distinctly aware of for days afterward. One afternoon, not 50 miles beyond Acabamba, I was threatened with violence for the first time during my 15 months in South America. I sat beside a mountain pool, coaxing my cooking outfit under shelter of my alforjas, when two half-Indians, bleary-eyed with drink, appeared on stout mules. They had nearly passed when they caught sight of me and charged forward in drunken insolence, all but trampling my possessions under the hoofs of their animals. In the haste of the moment, I made the error of showing aggressiveness to the point of drawing my revolver, and came perilously near having to use it for my mistake. When reflection caused me to change my tactics and humor them like the witless children they were, the danger was dissipated like a puff of smoke. Within 10 minutes, the pair grew so maudlinly affectionate that they insisted on shaking hands alternately a dozen times each, and at length rode slowly away, casting frequent, besotted, loving glances behind them. Across a barren paramo ahead, the mood struck me to cheer the long hours with my mouth organ. Even the Indian carries one of these, or a reed flute, on his journeys, and whiles away the sky-gazing solitudes with monotonous ditties. But I was soon forced to forego the pleasure. Not merely did that plebeian instrument in the hands of a gringo bring glances of unconcealed contempt from the rare horsemen who passed, but I could no sooner strike up than Chusquito, unhumanly frank and honest in his criticisms, would lay back his ears and trot ahead well out of hearing, with some peril to my pack, before he would consent to fall again into a walk. End of Overland Toward Cuzco, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 15 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Route of the Conquistadores, Part 1. It was in the scattered caserío of Marcas that I overtook a traveling piano. I had barely installed myself by force and strategy in a mud den, and tied Chusquito to a mole tree before a heap of straw in which he alternately rolled and ate, when a party of gente arrived, among them an old woman of the well-to-do chola class, carried astride the shoulders of an Indian. Their chief spokesman was a lawyer named Anchorena, a white man of some education and even a slight inkling of geography, who was importing an upright piano for his mansion in Ayacucho. With the descending night came a score of Indians carrying a large, crude harp, several fifes and guitars, and a drum, to install themselves along the mud benches of the corredor of the building inside which the more or less drink-maudlin gente had spread themselves. It is never the Peruvian's way to interfere with the celebrations of his underlings, however disturbing these may be, and far into the night the musicians kept up an unbroken, dismal, tuneless, indigenous wail that forced whoever would be heard to shout. Anchorena, professionally inclined to like the sound of his own voice best, bellowed the evening through in an endless account of a fellow townsman's visit to New York a bare 10 years before. Of all the marvelous experience, what seemed to astonish both the teller and his hearers most, all but choking the Indian-riding old woman with incredulity as often as he repeated it, was the alleged fact that in the best New York hotels, guests were not permitted to spit on the floor. Come to think of it, that probably would astonish a Peruvian. To my surprise, the natives were off ahead of us in the morning, and Chusquito had picked his way many hundred feet down a stair-like trail before we sighted the boxed piano, lying on its back on a bit of level ground far below, with some 25 motley arrayed Indians squatted about it. The lawyer shook hands effusively, and putting Chusquito in charge of the barefoot squire who was leading his own cream-colored coast horse, invited me to listen to his endless chatter while we continued the swift descent together. The piano made in Germany had been set down in Lima for $500. Freight to Huancayo had added 10% to the cost. From the end of the railway to Ayacucho, a scant 200 miles, the exotic plaything must be transported on men's backs, as the Incas imported 1,000 things, if not pianos, in the days of their power. This stage of the journey would, under ordinary circumstances, have nearly doubled the cost of the instrument. But Anchorena had the advantage of owning a large hacienda in the great hot valley toward which we were descending, and was able to cut the expense in two by drawing upon his own peons for the labor of transportation. 3 distinct gangs had been sent from his estate, each to bear the burden a third of the distance. They were paid the extraordinary wage of 20 cents a day, and supplied food, chicha, and coca. Each gang carried the piano for a week, and it was the second party celebrating the arrival of the third that had made noisy the night at Marcas. Each morning, shortly after midnight, the Indians rose to munch mote, or boiled corn, for an hour or more, after which a heavy soup of corn, potatoes, beans, and charqui was served. Then, for another hour, the men poked coca leaves one by one into their cheeks, mixing them with lime from their little gourds, and by dawn, the effect of the chewing having made itself felt, they rose to their feet and were off. Some 40 peons set their shoulders to the several poles attached to the boxed piano. A picket line with shovels, axes, and ropes was thrown out in advance to widen the trail and lend assistance in the steeper places, and an army of servants, cooks, squires, and the numerous capatazes, or bosses, required for any effective Indian labor, brought up the rear of the expedition. From the punas of the day before, totally barren but for the dreary yellow ichu, we had descended through a zone of scrub bushes, lower still through thirstless, sand-loving cactus, and were now dropping swiftly through a dead desert landscape by zigzag trails as painfully steep and unpeopled as those of the Ecuador-Peruvian boundary. Architecture changed with the altitude, so that the open-work huts became little more than thatch roofs on poles, shading the languid, loafing inhabitants of a place called Huarpo, hot as Panama, on the edge of a river cutting off a broad, sandy valley I had seen from the sky the day before. The surrounding region was a cofardia, that is, it belonged to some wooden saint to whom it had been bequeathed by a beata, one of the many pious old women who have thus left great tracts of the Andes perpetually in morte main. For the desire of these sanctimonious matrons is to provide a permanent income for the masses requisite to the repose of their souls, and as their piety is commonly tempered with the experience of the ways of this world, they usually reject the suggestion of the church to sell the property and give the money directly to the priest, lest he grow forgetful, in a way even priests have, and neglect his duty toward the dwellers in purgatory. Huarpo is also paludic, or raging with intermittent fevers, and no wise man drinks water within sight of it. The appearance of a gringo in their midst aroused even these languid, fever-hued desert people to an unusual concentration of attention, one bedraggled female bursting out at last with a remark in Quichua too rapid for my ears, but which the lawyer translated. "Caramba! Si yo estaba preñada de seguro saldría la cara gringuita. It is a common superstition in the Andes that a child will closely resemble the person the mother has looked most fixedly upon during the months before its birth. In spite of the fact that everything I owned in South America, not only my letter of credit and the papers necessary to prove my identity, but even my money, had been left in my alforjas under the tender care of an Indian boy miles behind, I did little worrying. The Andean traveler soon grows accustomed to trusting his possessions to penniless peons, for losses are astonishingly rare. For all that, I caught myself glancing anxiously now and then up the wall of shale and loose rock that piled into the sky above us. The piano movers made good time, in spite of many a zigzag and desert precipice, where rope and homemade tackle and the widening of the trail were often necessary. We had not enjoyed the shade of the huts an hour before the vanguard appeared, and shortly afterward the lawyer's bulky toy was laid in the baking sand beside us, and the sweating, dust-covered carriers swarmed about the huge jar of chicha de mole that had been purchased for them. Progress would have been much less rapid but for the fact that the third gang, knowing theirs was the last shift, realized the advantage of finishing the journey to Ayacucho as soon as possible. Yet their conception of hurrying was not exactly vertiginous. They halted a long hour, not to eat, which they did only morning and evening, but to prepare new quids of coca. From a large grain sack, the lawyer dealt out to each of the peons with his own fair hand a small handful of the narcotic leaves. They slunk forward one by one with outstretched hats, and a hint of eagerness on their besotted, expressionless faces, with the air of men who would have sold their souls for this few cents' worth of brutalizing leaves. Chusquito, who had appeared at last, all intact but as covered with fine sand as from a trip across the Sahara, was too tiny to have crossed the river without wetting my baggage. It was the cream-colored coast horse that saved me a detour of several miles to a bridge downstream. Except for the lawyer and his mayordomos, the expedition stripped to the waist and forded the stream inch by inch under the piano, slipping individually, but fortunately not in unison, on the stones at the bottom, and spending a half-hour in a precarious task that would have been impossible in any but the dry season. In the shade of a mole grove beyond, Anchorena, who had recently been won to up-to-date methods, dealt out a quinine pill to each of the Indians. Few were able to swallow them without chewing, and made wry faces and animal noises in consequence. Several surreptitiously got rid of the detested white man's remedy, while their master's eyes were not upon them. Though the day was still young, the cavalcade was to camp on the edge of the drowsy, sand-carpeted town of Izcutaco, a bare mile above the river, and when I left them, the cooks were already heating over a blazing fire of mole berries the enormous iron kettle, 6 feet in diameter, under which an Indian had plodded, bent double, all day. When I took leave of the lawyer, he hoped to reach Ayacucho in 4 days, making the journey from Huancayo 3 weeks in duration, at a total cost of about $250, without reckoning the labor lost on his hacienda while the 3 gangs were going and coming and recuperating from their unwonted toil. The mole tree covered all the great, tilted plain before me, lending it an inviting green tinge in spite of its semi-desert character. Its leaves are not unlike those of the willow, and it produces in clusters great quantities of a peppery red berry, somewhat resembling the currant in appearance, and those of our red cedar in taste. These are well supplied with saccharin and ferment readily, constituting the chief curse of the region, in the form of an intoxicant so cheap and plentiful that the inhabitants are more often drunk than working. In Huanta, the addressee of my Turkish letter was Don Emilio, a hearty countryman pleasantly free from the tiresome polish of the Latin American city dweller. Early in our conversation, he took pains to inform me that he never permitted a priest to cross his threshold. A fellow townsman later confided to me that the prohibition dated from the day that the oldest daughter of my host had been betrayed through the ministrations of the confessional. There was something pleasantly reminiscent of old patriarchal days in the way we all sat at meat together around the long table in the back corridor, surrounded by a flock of servants, the older, shy-mannered girls rising now and then during the meal to tend shop. Yet it is not easy to make oneself agreeable to such a family, for lack of intellectual interests cuts down the conversation to the simplest matters. The women of the household preferred the guttural Quichua, but Don Emilio found that tongue more difficult than his accustomed Spanish. My host was one of the city fathers, and perhaps the best-read man in the community. Yet he referred to the United States and Europe as a place somewhere up the coast, and desired to know whether Italy was in New York or New York in Italy. I attempted in my struggle to make conversation to give the family some conception of our northern midwinters. "Brrr! Nearly as cold as Huancavelica it must be," shivered the wife. "How high is the highest Andes in your United States?" asked Don Emilio with a hint of suspicion in his voice. I told him. "Then it is impossible for it to be cold there," he cried conclusively, "for that is scarcely higher than Huanta itself." Huanta lies close to the Great Montaña, or Amazonian hotlands, and the chocolate de Huanta is famous throughout Peru. But the trails to that fruitful region are so nearly impassable that the interchange of products is only a fraction of what it might be. Set in one of the dry belts that are so frequent in the Andes, the great tilted plain depends on irrigation for most of its fruits. Mole, fig, and willow trees abound, yet the ground beneath them is barren of grass. 80% of the valley is said to be chiefly Indian in blood. Peons are paid an average of 12 cents a day, and judging from what I saw of them, they are grossly overpaid. Nearly a half-century ago, Squire found drunkenness universal throughout the Sierra, and nothing neglected that could be turned into intoxicating beverages. To this day, there is slight improvement in this respect. Thanks to the mole berry, intemperance is high even for Peru, and laziness reaches its culmination during the season when the tunas, ripening on the cactus hedges, feed alike birds and Indians. In the town, almost every hut is a little drunkery, with an inviting display of bottles of all shapes and sizes. The life of the place was typified by a soft-muscled lump of a man sitting in the shade of his shop, drowsily switching flies off himself with a horse's tail mounted on a wooden handle. To have seen him reading a book or even whittling a stick would have been entirely out of keeping with the local color. Houseflies, unknown in the upper altitudes, were more than numerous. Cats, too, were in evidence for almost the first time in the Sierra. The assertion of scientists that these cannot endure high regions was denied by the natives, who attributed their absence elsewhere to the lack of rats to feed on. Dogs, unfortunately, are indifferent to either drawback, and the Andean town has yet to be discovered that does not swarm with them. Llamas avoid Huanta, and the climate is more fitted to donkeys than to mountain ponies. An Indian trotted in from one of the irrigated alfalfares on the edge of town with a poncho load of fresh green alfalfa, gay with purple and red flowers, soon after our arrival. But at the first taste of this new species of fodder, Chusquito showed keen disappointment. Like myself, he preferred regions of 10,000 feet and upward. During most of our stay, he hung sad and dejected, as if homesick for the cold, penetrating air and the wiry grass of his native mountains, and it was here that I saw him lie down for the first time since we had joined forces. We pushed on to Ayacucho under no very auspicious circumstances, for the department capital was reported to be raging with an epidemic of typhoid and smallpox that had forced it to ask aid of the central government. The day's tramp varied from a blazing, semi-tropical gorge to a barren, waterless range so lofty that I found it necessary to stretch out on my back at the summit to catch my breath. A contrary mood, or too long a rest, made Chusquito choose to be obstreperous beyond all custom, and twice he set his heart willfully on branch trails and came perilously near escaping with all my possessions. Thereafter I kept him tied to my belt, and for once he set a pace more swift than I would have had it. Early in the afternoon, the blazing desert landscape was broken by the sight of a city that could have been no other than Ayacucho, filling the hollow of a green bowl, several hut-lined streets radiating upward from it like the legs of some great tarantula stretched on its back. A perfectly level road seemed to promise a quick entrance, but almost at the edge of the town, the world fell suddenly away into a bottomless earthquake crack, where we sweated for an hour in a headlong descent far out of sight of human habitation, and toiled upward again to the crest of the horizon, all to advance a bare 500 yards. Raging with thirst, we strode swiftly down upon the town, only to be blocked at the edge of it by a religious procession of hundreds of girls in snow-white dress. As if to show off before his fellow countrymen, Chusquito redoubled his cussedness and persisted, in spite of all my efforts, in taking advantage of the smooth flagstone sidewalks, forcing two-legged pedestrians into the rough-cobbled street. It did not occur to me that he, too, might be footsore. At the first open door through which I spied bottles, he attempted to enter with me, and watched me disgustedly while I opened a bottle of native soda water, a second, then a third, until the proprietress all but fainted with astonishment at sight of a man who came on foot, drinking up a whole 15 cents worth at once, and actually paying for it. Both the hotels of Ayacucho were the usual low buildings, extending around a large court. One entered beneath a top-heavy archway, where guests appeared to be considered a nuisance, to be avoided by both hosts and servants as long as possible. I was finally awarded a dungeon, opening directly on all the assorted activities, misdemeanors, and indecencies indigenous to the cobbled patios of Andean hotels, but which had the unusual feature of a window, with wooden bars, for glass is a luxury, even in an important department capital. The chamber was cool to the point of sogginess, and had, of course, to be cleared out and furnished to my order. It was apparent that here was a city that would reward several days' stay, and I set about finding more fitting accommodations for Chusquito than the circle about a post to which he had been confined at every halt since he had come into my possession. Long search and persistent inquiry brought me to a professional inverna, a term supposed to designate a green pasture in which an animal, accepted as guest, can wallow and gorge to his heart's content. Fortunately, I am nothing if not skeptical in such Peruvian matters, and sure enough, investigation proved the place to be only a bare field in which the owner promised to give plenty of food and water at 10 cents a day. Promises and starvation are too closely allied in the Andes, where he who will know his animal well fed must see to the feeding in person. I had all but resigned myself and the maltreated beast to the inevitable, and had ordered a load of alfalfa brought to the hotel patio when I ran across the piano importer, who begged me to do him the honor of letting him send the animal to his farm a few miles out of town. When at last I got to bed, my sleep was full of feverish dreams, in which I was dragged to destruction times without number, over bottomless precipices by a rope tied to my belt, while I gazed about me in vain for a patch of green in a bald and blistered landscape. At first sight, this half-green hole in the ground, surrounded by cactus-grown stretches of loose stones and bare, repulsive mountains, seemed a queer place for a city. But the situation improves somewhat upon closer acquaintance. Under the scanty trees that lend the hollow its color, the soil is fertile when favored by the rains, and those who can avoid going out in the middle of the day will find the climate little short of perfect. The main drawbacks to what might be a not unpleasant dwelling place are the absence of even the rudiments of hygiene, and the whirlwinds that spring up often with sudden, unexpected violence and envelop the town in clouds of dust and evidence of the absence of street sweepers, or bring down a wintry wave from the snow-clad to the south that lends its contrast to the picture. At the time of the conquest, the only gathering of mankind corresponding to the present city was what Prescott calls Huamanga, midway between Lima and Cuzco. The story runs that an Inca, passing through the region, was sitting at meat out of doors when he saw circling above him a magnificent huaman, Quichua for falcon. Struck with admiration, he held up a choice morsel, crying, "Huaman ka! Take it, falcon!" Whatever the truth of the legend, the department of which Ayacucho is the capital is still known as Huamanga. The city itself takes its name from the Quichua terms aya, corpse, and cucho, corner, in other words, dead man's corner. Long before the arrival of the Spaniards, all this region was thus known, because of a great battle between the fierce local tribes and those of Cuzco, in which the latter were routed. But the tables were turned under Huayna Capac the Great, who colonized the territory by the customary Inca method of settling it with mitimayes, or transplanted people from another province. The great military highway passed close to the present site, but the only town of any size between Huancayo and Cuzco in early colonial days was Huari, now an insignificant Indian village lost among the stony hills. Manco, the revolted Inca, and his followers formed the chronic habit of falling upon travelers between the ancient and the new capital of Peru, and in 1548 Pizarro ordered a city founded for their protection, usually known as Huamanga. Not until after what is known to history as the Battle of Ayacucho, in which Sucre defeated the Spanish veterans who had fled before Bolivar from the icy pampa of Junin, and brought to an end the struggle of the New World for political freedom begun in New England a half-century before, was the older and more appropriate name revived. In colonial times it was a far more important city. A census taken by a German in 1736 showed a population of more than 40,000. Today, it has barely 2 inhabitants for each of its 8,000 feet elevation above sea level. Even Squire found it laid out on a grand scale, but with unmistakable signs of a great decline in wealth and population. Epidemics of smallpox, typhoid, and yellow fever, the advance of machinery and foreign importation over the local handicraft manufacture of tocuyo, cloth from the cactus fiber, frazadas, or hand-woven blankets, and native shoes, with the corresponding decrease in the growing of cotton in the region, were the chief causes of this decline. Then, too, the building of railroads left the ancient route from Lima to Cuzco stranded, and only a rare gringo andarin driving a shaggy and sun-faded chusquito comes now to visit the once proud city. Should the long-threatened railway across Peru ever come to pass, Ayacucho, like Huancavelica, may come more or less into her own again. The cities of our own land are not without their faults, but he who would fully realize the advantages of even the most backward of them should come and dwell for a time in one of these shipwrecked capitals of the Andes. By night, Ayacucho is lighted by dim kerosene contrivances, mildly resembling a miner's torch. Inside square, glass-sided lanterns of medieval origin, each house owner paying from 5 to 20 cents a month for his share of the illumination. Gradually, however, electric lights were being installed, those pale, ought-to-be 16-candle-power bulbs indigenous to Andean towns, against which a considerable opposition had developed because of the threatened cost of nearly $1 monthly to each householder. In view of the fact that the average shop rents for $3 a month, it was natural that so decided an increase in expenses should be resented. The huge main plaza is garnished only with a central fountain, surrounded by the customary iron fence, due to the untold patriotism of Juan Fulano, ex-alcalde, etc., and a few ancient, backless rough stone benches. The favorite loafers' gathering place is under the portales, or arcades, that surround the square on 3 sides. These are lined with shops, into the blue-black shadows of which the plaza stroller's eyes peer gratefully, but well-nigh blindly, from the blazing sunshine outside. Compared even with Spain, Ayacucho harbors an unbelievable number of non-producers. Hundreds of little shops, endlessly duplicated, stretch away along its every street, tended by lounging men and women, with no other desire in life than to sell a few cents' worth of something, particularly strong drink, and not even desiring that very decidedly. Their business methods are crude in the extreme. The town, for example, is noted for its native chocolate. The cacao beans grown in the montaña on the east are hulled and roasted, mixed with crude sugar and vanilla, and crushed and rolled again and again by hand under stone rollers, producing a gravelly but not untoothsome product. Yet, though every merchant in town is ready to sell these individually at 2½ cents a cake, not one of them can be induced to sell by weight. "No es costumbre," answers every man, woman, and child tending shop, and though all hover on the verge of poverty, not a man among them will overstep fixed custom, even to this extent, to win a less precarious livelihood. For a country where trusts are unknown, the entire town is rather staunchly agreed on prices. The money in use is almost exclusively silver, which is lugged back and forth through the streets in cotton bags. Many of the coins, having at some time served as female adornment, have holes in them, and though these are perfectly acceptable to Ayacucho, they are worthless elsewhere in the country, so that to my usual task of gathering small change for the road ahead was added that of carefully weeding out all holed pieces. The average Ayacuchano has a kind of crude insolence and an arrogance bred in isolated places, which, added to his mountaineer uncouthness, makes him not over-pleasant. Toward me they assumed a suspicious air that suggested some foreigner had once long ago cheated someone among them out of 10 cents. Even for Peruvians, the plighted word of every grade of inhabitant is peculiarly worthless. Of a dozen or more promises of larger or smaller importance made me during my stay, not one ever reached even the point of attempted fulfillment. The population is very largely Indian, often in diluted form, and genuinely white persons are decidedly rare, certainly not 10%, though there are many more than that strutting about in what Ayacucho fancies faultless dress, who consider themselves such, and who would be astonished at the setback their pretensions would receive in more exacting communities. The town swarms with tailors, chiefly boys and youths with slight ability at their trade, who sit, like the craftsmen of Damascus, in little shops the entire front of which is open door, and work steadily but languidly on miserable materials that barely last long enough for purchaser and seller to part, their attention chiefly on whatever passes in the street. The Indians of the region still weave a heavy wool frazada of astounding combinations of color, and the town is somewhat noted for the filigree work and wood carving for which it was once famous. But for the most part, it is silent, smokeless, and industry lacking as any village of the Andes, without a single wheeled vehicle to rumble over its cobbles. Its water is so bad that even the natives admitted I should not drink it. Indeed, I did not even dare develop films in it. Not that its source is ill-chosen, but in the several miles of open conduit to the city, the Indians make free use of it for any of their lavatory processes. The local Quichua dialect varies much from that of Cuzco, the Florence of the Inca tongue, so that Indians from the two towns understand each other with difficulty. Ayacucho is about as badly overdone in churches as any town in church-boasting South America. In colonial days, a religious edifice was built on the slightest provocation, of cut stone if possible, of cobbles or adobe if necessary, until today the entire population might be housed 5 times over in those that are left. Not a few are things of beauty in their time-mellowed dilapidation. The cathedral, centuries old, is surpassed in all Peru only by those of Lima and Cuzco. Externally, and at some distance, like so many things of Spanish origin, it has an imposing and not inartistic appearance. But the interior is disappointing. Here is the usual Latin American garish gaudiness of wooden, tin, and porcelain saints, with no suggestion of art, except in the intricately carved wooden pulpit and the choir stalls flanking the altar. Behind each of the latter, a boy stands during services, holding a candle above the chanting friar, whose bulk amply fills the niche. A spittoon is provided for each of the singers. Ashtrays had evidently not yet come into style. An unusual feature was seats for the congregation, which in most churches of the Andes is left to kneel on the bare floor, or to bring a servant carrying a prie-dieu. It was the first place in Peru where the beating of church bells reached anything like the hubbub of Ecuador or Colombia, for Ayacucho is so fanatical that the law against this is openly disobeyed. Sleek, well-fed, cigarette-smoking priests are everywhere in evidence. Scores of barefoot friars in their stout leather sandals waddle about town with the self-complacency of the sacred bulls of India, and the public appearance of the bishop brings all activity to a standstill, and all beholders except the upper-class men to their knees. As in most centers of religious fanaticism, The town reeks with poverty. Even for South America, the overwhelming display of rags is striking, and ignorance and debauch is in constant evidence. Yet the children, the babies particularly, sometimes have a brightness and an innocence about them that suggests what might be made of them could they be caught young, very, very young, and taken away from this environment of dirt and ignorance and immorality and priests. Yet, who knows? The more one travels, the more one's opinion wavers between the effects of ancestry and environment. It has been said of Ayacucho that her chief occupations are drinking, cockfighting, love-making, and religious processions. The last is most in public evidence. The first fiesta to break out after my arrival was that of the Virgin de las Mercedes. All shops closed for the occasion, and the entire region boomed and clanged with the exertions of gangs of boys, filling every belfry and vying with each other in adding to the uproar. At 4 of the afternoon, when the sun had lost some of its glare, the cathedral disgorged a solemn throng, escorting 3 huge floats that began a snail-paced circuit of the broad plaza, halting before every building of importance, while the choir sang some Latin anthem. Before the Virgin and her 2 accompanying saints, all flashing with rich and many-colored silks, marched teams of sanctimonious-faced beatas with ribbons over their shoulders, feigning to supply the motive power which was, in reality, furnished by toiling and sweating Indians half concealed beneath the massive floats. As the head of the procession reached certain points, an aged Indian acolyte set off homemade fireworks of intricate and long-enduring design that filled the air as with a sudden bombardment. The instant these fell silent, swarms of boys raced into the smoke from every side to fight with the low-caste functionary for possession of the charred framework. Every male, as well as the Indian women, uncovered as the figures passed, except myself too busy with photography to honor the local customs. Yet, where a century ago such sign of the heretic would have caused homicidal riot, I heard only one audible protest from someone of the newsboy order. Of course, few inhabitants of the town had any notion of its history back of their own lifetime, nor any real interest in abetting my investigations, though all pretended to bubble over with enthusiasm for them. A blank indifference hangs like moss over the records of the past throughout all the Andes, and the curious traveler will find more by wandering around until he stumbles upon them than by making inquiries. Not only are the natives ignorant of all points of historical interest, but utterly incapable of distinguishing any such from so much junk. It is just as useless to call upon the representative men, for the minds of these differ only in slight degree from the gente del pueblo. Ayacucho has more than the usual excuse for this ignorance of her past, however, for in 1883 the Chileans marched into the region, took possession of the town, its houses, goods, and attractive women, and, camping in the city hall and the prefect's office, boiled their soup over the archives. For a few brief months before their arrival, Ayacucho was the proud capital of Peru. Congress held its sessions in the old church of San Agustin, cornering on the plaza, and for a while money was coined there. Local information might have ended with that, but for the fact that an Ayacuchano who eked out an existence, Santiago knows how, in one of the little shops under the portales, was aficionado to the history of the region. I spent long hours with him, for clients were of scant importance compared to his hobby. He was unshakable in his conviction that the Indian was just as ambitionless and animal-like in his habits before the conquest as today. Ayacucho has a local heroine in one Maria Parado de Bellido, about whom already strange legends have gathered. A chola woman of the middle class, who could neither read nor write, she took a leading part in the revolution against Spanish rule. Having undertaken the delivery of a treasonable letter, written at her instigation, she was captured by the Spaniards, and, swallowing the missive, refused to betray the writer, for which hard-headedness she was shot before the broad central pillar of the municipalidad. This was the scene of many an execution in colonial times. Those condemned to die were kept 3 days in the arched dungeon that forms a corner of the building, gorged with all spiritual and material blessings, peaches and beefsteaks and the like, as my informant put it, and then shot. He asserted that in Ayacucho none were burned nor otherwise executed by the Inquisition, but the statement has not all the earmarks of veracity. Not only is the century-faded edifice on the adjoining corner still known as the Church of the Inquisition, but a city whose population never exceeded 40,000 that could build the 24 large churches and countless chapels still existent, to say nothing of the many that have disappeared, just because the priest of each ward cried, "Come, let us build a church," and they came and built it, was not likely to be contented without seeing an occasional heretic roasted in the central plaza on a gala Sunday afternoon. There was one sight which the authorities were so bent on my visiting and picturing to the world that the prefect detailed a soldier to accompany me to it. The so-called Battle of Ayacucho really took place at La Quinua, on the sloping brown mountain flanks some 12 miles to the northeast of the city. From any high place in town, the village, backed by its white monument and the dark face of Cundurcunca, the condor's nest, is plainly visible. One can even make out the highway on which the Spanish veterans zigzagged up to the deep quebrada in which La Serna capitulated, almost at the very hour that Philip V in far-off Spain was making him Duke of the Andes as a reward for his victorious campaign. There was no cable in those days, but I knew no way of telling the prefect without insult that I did not choose to tramp 24 thirsty, earthquake-cracked miles to gaze upon a plaster monument that I could study to my heart's content from where I sat, and I was reduced to the customary strategy of Latin American intercourse. The soldier came to wake me at 6. It is the South American way, to fulfill only those promises one hopes will be forgotten. I greeted him with the announcement that I had decided to put off the trip until the following week. He showed distinct signs of relief at not having to drive his legs, with heavy, unaccustomed shoes on the ends of them, all day, and as everything always is postponed in Ayacucho, the decision caused no surprise. "Is there a public library in town?" I asked a native son. "Como no?" he cried, as if the question were an insult to the culture and progress for which Ayacucho fancies itself famed. Following his directions, I hurried over to the municipalidad, cheerful with the prospect of spending a few quiet hours unstared at among its books. For some time I wandered through several refuse-strewn patios and deep-shaded corredors of the rambling one-story building, peering into many a room with uneven earth floor, without finding anything even mildly resembling a library. At length I stumbled upon a chamber marked Secretaria, in which 6 men of varying shades of color were discussing the coming bullfight, rolling cigarettes, sleeping, and otherwise earning their salaries. A long search brought to light a 10-inch key, and a procession of the full municipal force of Ayacucho escorted me through several more empty, earth-floored rooms to a door at the rear of the building. "You see," explained the official with the most nearly white collar and the longest right to keep his hat on, "we have only just begun to form the library, so the catalogue is not yet available, nor any of the books arranged. However, as the time-eaten sign over the door announced that this evidence of culture and progress had only been founded in 1877, it was natural that it should not yet be set in order. One cannot expect things to be done in a minute in Latin America. The walls of the stoop-shouldered mudroom were almost hidden by books. However, nearly all of them bound in ancient parchment or imitations of the same. I ran my eyes along them, the 6 municipal employees grouped in a staring semicircle about me. Row after row stretched books in Latin, Italian, Spanish, and French, with such titles as The Infallibility of the Church by Padre So-and-so, The Life of Saint Quien Sabe by a Brother of the Order. But nowhere was there one with a suggestion of modern utility. "This looks much like a priest's library," I remarked, when I had read most of the titles. "Cabalmente, señor," said the front-rank official. "Exactly. It was given by the holy bishop who died a few years ago. Where are those friars who were arranging the books?" he demanded querulously, glaring at his inferiors grouped about us. "I think they have not come back from lunch yet," tremulously suggested one of the 5. As the dust lay at least 1/8 of an inch thick on every book in sight, the good friars must have been called to a sumptuous repast, indeed. "Isn't there some book in the collection that will give me something of interest about Ayacucho?" I asked. "Ah, well, as to that, como no, señor, yes, indeed. Here, you have the 5 volumes of Bossuet, and here it is the Imitación de Cristo, very excellent, old parchment, as you see, and My slightest finger movement was followed by 6 pairs of eyes, as closely as an aficionado of the bull-ring watches those of his favorite matador. Had I found anything worth reading, I should not have been left in peace to read it. First, because of the excitement which the sight of a stranger arouses in Ayacucho, trebled by unbounded wonder that any man should be interested in books and libraries. Second, because every Latin American knows that any person left alone for a moment in a library is sure to carry off as many books as he can conceal about his person. The most modern volumes brought to light by a more careful scrutiny were Racine's works and a Spanish edition of Richardson's Clarissa Harlowe. But this last I am sure some practical joker had given the good bishop so late in life that he had not found time to read and destroy it before he was called to whatever reward awaited him. We tiptoed out into the earth-carpeted hallway again, and carefully locked up the dust and parchments, as they will no doubt remain until the worthy friars come back from lunch. End of The Route of the Conquistadores, Part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 15 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Route of the Conquistadores, Part 2. Around the corner, the cobbled street was blocked by a horseshoeing contest. This is always considered a very serious business in the Andes, though the average horse is so small that a real blacksmith could toss him about at will. A barefoot, half-Indian herrero had emerged from his mud dungeon shop, containing a forge from Vulcan's time, but by no means the space necessary to admit the animal, and stood watching the preparations for his feat with the anxious and critical eye of an aviator about to attack the world's record. One of the 3 attendant Indians threw his poncho over the head of the Cuzco and bound its eyes. Then a rope was drawn tightly around its neck, with a choking slip noose about its nose, an Indian clinging desperately to the end of it as long as the contest lasted. Next, a llama hair lasso was bound to the animal's nigh front fetlock, and the foot hoisted by another attendant on the off side, who used the back of the trussed-up brute as a pulley. A third Indian held the foot by hand. When all was ready, the valorous blacksmith sneaked up and pared the hoof a bit with an instrument much like a small, sharp shovel with a long handle, pared it very imperfectly, as is the way of Andean blacksmiths, leaving so much of the toe that the animal was in constant danger of having an ankle broken on some rough-and-tumble trail. Then he hunted up a cold horseshoe, without caulk, just as it came from the hardware store that had imported it from the United States, for the Andean blacksmith never heats a shoe, much less alters it, and laid it gingerly on the hoof. Evidently, to the inexact eye of the herrero, it fitted. He clawed around among the cobbles and refuse of the street, where his tools lay strewn and scattered, until he found several hand-forged horseshoe nails of the style in vogue in our own land before the Civil War, and standing afar off, like a man willing to risk his life to do his duty, yet not to risk it beyond reason, started one of the nails with a Stone Age hammer. Suddenly the foot twitched. The blacksmith sprang backward a long yard, with blanched countenance. The footholder fled, and the two remaining Indians cried out in startled Quichua, while clinging to the far ends of their ropes. Bit by bit, the herrero crept up again, and took to driving the nails at long range, as if he were mashing the head of a venomous snake, poised on his toes, ready to spring away at the slightest sign of life in the blindfolded animal. Gradually the 8 nails were driven, not without several repetitions of the blanching fright, and the operation repeated with the other hoofs. Finally, the blacksmith maneuvered to positions in which he could twist off and crudely clinch the protruding nail points, rubbed a rasp once or twice over them, and the perilous job was done. The fiery steed was relieved of the blinding poncho, the Indians went to restore their nerves with a copita of pisco, and the blacksmith, collecting 15 cents a shoe from the owner of the animal, shut up shop forthwith, as if he had risked his life enough for one day. The milking of a cow is a no less serious business in the Andes, and requires as large a force. First, the cow must be captured and confined in a corral overnight. Calves are never weaned, but are kept away from the mothers until the hour of milking. As each cow's turn comes, its calf is freed for a moment, then dragged away by main force, and either tied to the mother's front leg or held by a boy close enough to deceive the animal into fancying she is feeding her own offspring. Another youth, after tying her hind legs together at the ankles, clings to a rope about her neck. A third assistant holds a sacobe, or shallow gourd bowl, under the udder, and a woman, why it must always be a woman, I know not, but the fact remains, squats on her heels at arm's length on the opposite side of the animal, and falls to milking with much the same attentive regard for her welfare as the blacksmith. As often as the pint measure is filled, the milk is poured into a vessel outside the fence, or one in the hands of a waiting purchaser. The woman or one of the boys laps up the few drops left in the socobe, and the task continues until 2 teats are stripped. The 2 remaining belong by ancient custom to the calf. In view of the fact that cows are milked at most once a day, and often at irregular or broken intervals, it is not strange that milk is rare and butter unknown, even on large haciendas well stocked with cattle. Saturday is Beggar's Day in Ayacucho, as in most towns of South America. From morning till night, a constant procession of disease and decrepitude comes whining by the shops, so endless in its appeals that the town has adopted a custom similar to the merchants of India with their bowls of cowries or seashells. On Saturday morning, each shopkeeper opens a package of large needles, 3 to 4 inches long, one of which he bestows upon each beggar who presents himself. The mendicant mumbles a "Dios pagarasunki" and shuffles on to the next doorway. When he has collected 10 or 12 needles, if he be so lucky, he sells them to certain dealers for a medio, 2½ cents, on which apparently he lives until the next Saturday. In some parts of Peru, the Indians wear a large needle in their hat bands, evidently as a weapon of defense, but those of Ayacucho seem to have no practical use except as legal tender. Sometime during the ensuing week, the purchasers sell them back to the shopkeepers. Saturday sees them again distributed, and so they go on indefinitely around the circle. Among other things of long ago, Ayacucho used to have a university. Today, her highest institution of learning is the Colegio Nacional de San Román, corresponding to our high schools, chiefly in the impudence of its pupils. It was for the purpose of supplying this institution with an athletic field, incongruous possession it seemed in this community, that a benefit bullfight was perpetrated on the Sunday of my stay. The cuadrilla, headed by Curito and Ramito of Sevilla, my fellow sufferers at the hotel, were the same simple-hearted, modest fellows with a noisy joy in life that I had found most of their fellows in Spain. Both the principals had come over with Posadas, one of the friends of my Spanish journey, who had returned a year later only to be killed by a Miura, while these, his companions, remained to eke out a livelihood in Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. All the gente decente of Ayacucho and their wives in full powder were on hand when the gala corrida began. We of the elite occupied the palcos, or boxes, several rows of chairs shaded by a faded strip of canvas, up on the roof of the ancient Colegio, the aged red tiles of which were trodden to powder underfoot. The ring in the patio below, fenced by poles tied to uprights and other rustic makeshifts, was surrounded by the excited gente del pueblo. The scene was backed by a massive, old, crumbling church. It would have been hard to avoid such a backing in Ayacucho, and a view of most of the town sprinkled away through its half-green valley, Rasuica, the snow-clad, and the black range of Cundurcunca, with its white battle monument and its highway zigzagging away over into the great Amazonian montaña beyond, as plainly visible as if they stood a bare mile away. The exciting national sport of Spain degenerates at best to a dismal pastime in the New World. The imported toreros were well enough, but the bulls of the Andes leave much to be desired. Even dogs lose their aggressiveness in high altitudes, it is said. At any rate, the animals gathered for the occasion on the broad pampas at the foot of Cundurcunca could seldom be roused to face the toreros, and spent their efforts chiefly in racing around the ring in vain efforts to escape, until they were at length tortured out of existence. In fact, about all the gala corrida amounted to was the substitution of these heroes from across the seas for the native butchers accustomed to prepare Ayacucho's weekly meat supply. As they fell, the animals were dragged out and cut up within full sight of the crowd, the meat in some cases being raffled off to the ticket holders of the Sol. It was the dragging out that the gathering hooted most vociferously. Picadors and horses are rarely in evidence in the bullfights of Spanish America, but the program had featured the promise of removing the carcasses from the ring al estilo de España, that is, by gaily caparisoned mules. It was this new evidence of culture and progress that much of Ayacucho had come to see. But when the first victim sprawled in the dust, the mules were missing, and the customary gang of Indians crawled through the barrier, and tugging at its tail and legs, and raising clouds of dust that half concealed their activities, gradually removed the fallen brute in the time-honored Andean manner. As the supply of meat promised to exceed the demand, the fifth and sixth bulls were merely decorated with banderillas and sent back to the corral. Then a pair of 2-year-old novillos were turned over to the aficionados. A dozen youths of the best families descended into the ring in their most impressive Sunday garb and with capotes borrowed from the toreros, and demonstrated their own skill as bullfighters. A Dr. Fulano, in private life a civil engineer, at least on his visiting card, killed the first of the frightened animals in admirable style, and was hailed by his delighted fellow townsmen the king of matadors. But dusk had fallen before the amateurs had effectively wounded the other, and the massed population gradually radiated homeward and subsided into its humdrum weekly existence. I have come near overlooking the most striking thing in Ayacucho, the headdress of its women. In the Andes, fashions change not with time but with place. In Inca days, each district had its own distinctive garb, or at least headgear, a custom which was strictly enforced in colonial times in order that Indians belonging to one province might not escape compulsory labor by going to another. What a convenience it would be in our own land if we could recognize each man's place of birth by the shape or color of his derby! The bonnets of Ayacucho are hard to believe. Though I had been duly warned in advance, the first glimpse of an Ayacuchana caught me unawares. I fancied she was carrying home some purchase on her head. When others like her began to appear from all directions, however, I recalled to what lengths fair woman will go to keep in fashion. The wildest nightmares perpetrated by the milliners of more familiar lands by no means come so perilously near reducing the mere male beholder to hysterics as this, which at first sight gives a suggestion of that thrill the traveler to Mars might experience at coming suddenly face to face with something totally new and unprecedented. The rank and file of Ayacucho women wear on their heads a blanket, gay in hue and large enough to serve as a bedspread, nicely folded in triangular form, with one sharp corner protruding over the face. Each one is distinct in color, with an embroidered border, and is usually lined with silk. Even the half-Indian women from the suburbs, driving to market, donkeys all but hidden under loads of alfalfa, each burden protected from its hungry carrier by a large wooden gag in the animal's mouth, balance this contraption on their heads through all their labors. No one in Ayacucho could tell me the origin of so absurd a fashion, though all were agreed it had been in vogue a very long time. Nor had any of them ever developed enough curiosity to inquire, except the prefect, a newcomer in this region, who had investigated in vain. Anchorena, the piano importer, had promised on his caballero honor to have Chusquito back in the hotel patio on Sunday night, that I might continue my journey at dawn. Knowing only too well the nebulous stuff of which Latin American promises are made, I set out on Saturday to jog his memory. The houses of Ayacucho are not numbered, but the thumping of a piano in the throes of amateur tuning easily guided me to the lawyer's dwelling. Surrounded by the gaudily over-decorated magnificence of his parlor, he laughed at my absurd misgivings and repeated his palabra de caballero. Yet, when night fell on Sunday, no horse had appeared. I hurried back to the Anchorena residence. The lawyer received me with that complacent indifference to his plighted word, without even an attempt to excuse himself, which is common to his race. As in the days of the Conquest, When betrayal was an everyday affair, the word of the most important resident of the Andes is not worth the breath required to utter it. Most annoying of all, they treat any protest against their devotion to mañana as a gringo weakness they must put up with, but to which they hope never to fall victims themselves. Even as they listen, a sneaking smile lurks just behind their solemn countenances, as if they were hearing the plaints of a querulous child. Were we in this world merely to see how easily we could drift through it, the Andean point of view would be superb. To those of us burdened with the notion that we are here to get some little thing done, it is maddening. "Tim es monet?" squeaked the lawyer with a condescending smirk. "If the horse does not arrive tonight, perhaps it will come tomorrow. Or, if not, what is the difference whether you go tomorrow or the day after?" "The difference, my friend, between an American and a Latin American," I could not refrain from replying, "and may it ever grow wider." Thus, when I would gladly have added Ayacucho to my past, I found myself helpless to advance, for the lawyer would not even direct me to his estate, that I might bring the animal myself. The next afternoon an Indian arrived from the hacienda with the wrong horse. I joined the bullfighters, strolling about town with the Monday languor customary to their profession, and whiled away several more funereal hours. Then, at dusk, I returned to the hotel to find Chusquito lounging against a pillar in front of my door, looking not an inch rounder for all the very rich feed with which the hacienda was reputed to abound. The way he fell upon a bundle of alfalfa, bought of the Indian woman and girl who sleep on the cobblestones of Santo Domingo Plaza beside a heap of it, suggested that he had spent the week grazing on bare ground. Yet the Indian who brought him had presented an exorbitant bill for his accommodation from the sister of the man who had implored the honor of giving him free pasture on his own hacienda. I was awake at 4 for religious reasons, and by the time the birds in the trees began to twitter, we had left the acknowledged cemetery of Dead Man's Corner behind and were climbing away toward the sunrise. The road, true to its Latin American environment, left town with great enthusiasm, but soon petered out to a wearisome trail. Of several villages of Indians noted for their passive resistance to all the demands of the traveler, the most typical was Ocros. We came out far above it one morning, on the lofty crest of a range from which the trail pitched for a time blindly down into a vast sea of mist, hiding all the unknown world before us. Bit by bit, vast rocks loomed up out of the fog, like black misshapen giants. Then huts appeared once more, with here and there an Indian plowing a bit of hillside with a wooden stick and a pair of oxen he seemed in constant peril of suddenly losing down the sheer mountainside. Then at last the mist cleared and disclosed, cramped in its narrow vale far below, among dwarf trees, a town which rose gradually up to us, and at noon, after all but losing Chusquito and my other worldly belongings through a dirt and branch bridge that showed no sign of having been condemned until we were upon it, I halted at the hut of the gobernador. He was out, which probably meant that he was hiding in one of the half-dozen ancient mud structures that surrounded his corral, and his females were taciturn. I displayed my government order and asked to have food prepared. "Manam cancha," mumbled one of the women, all of whom kept silently and impassively at work with their primitive spindles. "I must have fodder for the animalito," I protested. "Manam cancha," came the monotonous answer again, with that inflection peculiar to the Andean Indian, which seems to say, "There isn't any, but there might be if I felt like going to get it." I should have preferred hunger to a scene, but I declined to allow anyone out of mere apathy to starve Chusquito. Manam cancha, eh? I cried, snatching the grass roof off a chicken coop and tossing it before the animal. Sentimentalists to the contrary notwithstanding, the surest way to impress an Andean Indian is to appeal to force. Gradually, the most democratic traveler learns to adopt the native habit of addressing him as tú, and to treat him like the bulky domestic animal he so closely resembles. I picked up a boy from behind the mud wall surrounding the females, and, thrusting a coin upon him, ordered him to go and buy eggs. Once the traveler can force money into an Indian's possession, his prospects of provisions brighten, for it is as easy for the latter to produce them as to come and return the coin. The eggs were soon forthcoming, and taking possession of a table under the projecting roof and marching into the kitchen for water, I lighted my rum burner and fell to preparing a meal. By the time I had effectively demonstrated my importance, the same woman who had manam cancha'd me in the beginning came to say that if I would give her a medio, she would buy fodder, and a few moments later she returned, carrying in her own arms a huge bundle of chala, or dry corn stalks, over which Chusquito struggled during the rest of our stay, in competition with the family calf, pigs, and chickens. It was probably as much out of a desire to inspect my cooking outfit as fear for her chicken coops that had won me attendance. Behind the mask that hides his emotions, the Indian of the Andes is filled with curiosity. There runs an Andean anecdote that well illustrates this characteristic. One of their own race, who had served in the army and learned other things without forgetting the ways of his own people, came at night to an Indian hut and requested lodging. When this was granted in the customary manner, merely by not being refused, he asked for food. "Manam cancha," came the expected reply. "Well, sell me something and I will cook for myself." "Manam cancha." The soldier was well aware that there were plenty of supplies hidden away in the hut. He knew also the Indian temperament. "Well, I suppose I'll have to get along on a chupe de guijarros," he sighed, using Spanish to make his speech more impressive. "A stone soup?" murmured the household, betrayed by astonishment into understanding a tongue they pretended not to know. "Yes, it is what we use in the army when there is nothing better." He wandered down to the mountain stream below the hut, and returning with a dozen large smooth pebbles, washed them carefully and laid them out on his bundle. "You won't mind lending me an olla," he murmured to the wall of expressionless faces about him. A woman brought the kettle in silence. The soldier, humming a barrack-room ballad, half filled the pot with water, set it over the fire, dropped in the stones one by one, and squatted on his heels with a sigh of contentment. By and by he borrowed a wooden spoon and tasted the concoction from time to time, throwing the residue back into the kettle in approved Andean fashion. "You don't happen to have a bit of salt?" he murmured, after a time, to the family now gathered close around him, watching this possible miracle silently but intently. "Cachi? That we have," said the woman, handing him a piece of purple rock, which he beat up and sprinkled into the now steaming pot. "Too bad I haven't a few potatoes to put in," he droned, as if to himself. "It would help the flavor." The old woman shambled away into the darkness of a far corner, and came back some time later to thrust silently toward him a handful of small potatoes, her eyes glued on the miraculous pot. When these were about half boiled, the soldier again broke off his song to murmur, "This is going to be one of the finest chupes de guijarros I've ever made. All it lacks now is a bit of ají to give it life." The old woman muttered something to one of the ragged girls beside her, and the latter went to dig 2 red peppers out of the thatch. "A piece of cabbage would make it perfect," sighed the soldier. The Indians, too engrossed in the production of a stone soup, and too slow of mind to have caught up yet with the course of events, brought to light a small cabbage. By this time they were so consumed with curiosity that the old man asked innocently, "But do you make a stone soup without meat?" "Ah, to be sure, a strip of charqui always improves it," replied the soldier indifferently. "But—" A girl was sent to fetch a sheet of sun-dried beef, which the former conscript cut up slowly and dropped bit by bit into the now savory-smelling chupe. A half-hour later he lifted the kettle off the fire, the old woman handed him a gourd plate, and some cold boiled yuca as bread, and having given half of it to the family, he ate the stone soup with great relish, all except the dozen smooth, round stones at the bottom of the olla. All that afternoon we slipped and slid down a half-perpendicular stone quarry that bruised my toes, if not Chusquito's, into a repulsive mole and cactus-grown desert in which a tropical sun blazed with homicidal intensity. No wonder its blistering rays faded the made-in-Germany cloth of my Ayacucho-tailored breeches, when it bleached even Chusquito's coat to a pale reddish yellow. Had I not come upon an isolated hut and a gourd full of chicha de jora just when I did, it is by no means certain that I should not have perished of thirst before the day was done. The Hacienda Pajonal in the valley of the Pampas River, where sunset overtook us, was in charge of a white and cultured woman engaged in the inviting occupation of dealing out to half-drunken Indians the concentrated sugar-cane juice of a large hogshead in the liquor room. The husband, who loomed up through the tropical twilight, was the graduate of an American agricultural college, but the hacienda, under charge of his Quichua-speaking mayordomo, was farmed in the same backward manner as in the times of the Incas, without even their energy, and his foreign training had given him no inkling of the proper occupation for wives. Nor did he give any evidence of ability to speak English. After the patriarchal supper around a long, rough-hewn table, he set in motion a large phonograph, and we heard not only the best opera stars of the day, but such exotic selections as The Old Grey Bonnet and A Tale of Love and Moonlight Along the Wabash. A veritable crowd of arrieros and low-caste native travelers who had made this their night's stopping place, and the uncouth Indian laborers of the hacienda, gathered on the edge of the darkness and stood like statues as long as the entertainment lasted. Evidently they were amused, or they would not have remained, but the absolute stoniness of their expression, without the faintest outward evidence of pleasure, would have brought dismay to a living entertainer. We had dropped again into a genuine tierra caliente, warm as the Cauca Valley, where tiny gnats decorated my skin with an annoyance that was to last for days to come. And though I was favored with the guest room all important Peruvian haciendas provide for travelers, the corredor outside my door, and all the neighboring patios and corrals, was strewn with Indians of both sexes, stretched out among their bales and trappings. An hour or more next morning, along the flat river bottom, planted with sugar cane, brought us to one of those swaying bridges over a roaring stream, compressed between precipitous rock walls so numerous in the time of the Incas. But instead of woven willow withes, it was supported by cables, and, as if to recall the provident Incas by contrast, was sadly in need of the repair that had just begun. Chusquito crossed the precarious contraption only under protest, after the application of more than moral suasion, and on the slanting and broken cross slats I kept my own footing with difficulty. Had he been more than a boy's size horse, we should have been held up at the edge of the gorge for days, until the languid workmen finished their task. We were now in the department of Apurimac. Some miles further along the river, Through a sandy wilderness of organ cactus, noisy with flocks of screaming green parrots, the trail struck upward on the famous ascent of Bombon. It was another of those infernally stony, endless, blazing, absolutely waterless climbs that must be endured wherever a river has cut its way deep into the Andes, requiring a day of laborious toil to advance a few miles across a chasm that might almost be bridged. Even Chusquito seemed ready to stretch out on his back when at last we reached the summit, the lofty plateau again spreading away cool and inviting before us. In Chincheros, the gobernador attempted at first to deny the honor, but being caught in the act, as it were, accepted the situation with good grace, as became a caballero of considerable Spanish ancestry. In the black shale of his back corredor, all the local authorities were gathered about a long table that groaned as with the gout each time any of its legs was subjected to undue weight, their state papers, seals and inkhorns, and a goodly array of large, ill-scented bottles spread out before them. When he had spelled out my papers, the gobernador invited me to make the veranda my home as long as I chose to grace Chincheros with my gnat-bitten countenance, and I spent what remained of the day amid a mixture of chicha, pisco, and justice. A fully sober person was not to be expected at that hour in Peru, but the authorities were still sufficiently aware of the dignity of their position to whisk the bottles out of sight when I prepared to photograph the group. That an andarin should not present a book for their seals and signatures they took as a slight, and I was forced to submit several pages of my notebook to their official decoration. During all the rest of the afternoon, Indians and half-Indians came slinking in before the authoritative crowd, one of whom was a notary public, to mumble their petitions or complaints with many a cringing "Teita, teita," and the air of slaves before ill-tempered masters. The otherwise subservient proceedings were broken once by a wordy passage-at-arms between the gobernador and an aged caballero dressed in rags and pride, who bade a formal farewell to the women of the family and other officials, but left without the customary handshake with the gobernador, marking this as the most serious quarrel I had yet witnessed in South America. When the business of the day was over, the mellow-conditioned authorities all joined in a game of quoits with silver soles in place of horseshoes to determine which of them should supply the wine that topped off the festivities. The family supper was served on the table so recently occupied by the affairs of justice, and I spread my bed on two of the benches that had sustained the weight of the august judges. Here and there on the mud floor of the courtroom an Indian slept, curled up like a contented yellow dog on a bundle of rags or corn stalks. I had assigned to the long, hard day across the great range beyond Chincheros the experience of chewing coca, said to sustain the Andean Indian on his laborious journeyings. As we undulated across the barren, brown top of the world, I began feeding myself leaf by leaf, adhering strictly to the accepted rules of this indigenous sport, until I had formed a bulging cud in my right cheek. The left is also permitted by the rules. The taste was not unlike that of dry hay. Then I bit off several nibbles of lime from the burnt stone I had bought in the market of Huancayo, and mixing it with the leaves, began to chew. The only sensation I was clearly aware of was that the lime burned my gums atrociously, as it would have done had the coca leaf never been discovered. I am not sure that I did not feel a slight increase in exhilaration that caused me to lift my feet a trifle faster, but this may easily have been due to the beauty of the scene that stretched to infinity on every hand, for even Chusquito seemed inspired to bestir his dainty hoofs with more than his accustomed sprightliness. The hazy valley of the Pampas River, with its biting gnats, had disappeared into the past, and only the bare, brown world spread before us to a far distant horizon that seemed to move forward as we advanced. Small wonder the natives were astonished that I kept the road. I could not but be surprised myself that instinct and the slight assistance of my pocket compass guided me aright across this deathly still, unpeopled mountaintop, where the traveler must constantly watch the faintly marked path, lest it take advantage of the briefest inattention to dodge from under his feet and leave him hopelessly stranded high up on a dreary puna trackless as the sea itself. On these shelterless heights, it was easy to understand why each succeeding town had watched my departure with gaping mouths, and that the boldest inhabitants had cried out, "Nosotros, aunque hijos del país, no nos aventuremos hasta el Cuzco sin guía." Even we, sons of the country, would not adventure ourselves to Cuzco without a guide. But luck was with me. The dull yellow world began to subside at last, and we came out far above a long, winding valley, in the dim end of which I could make out a green speck that was evidently that very Andahuaylas toward which we were headed. Far away, in the same direction which I must follow to reach the navel of the Inca Empire, were tooth-shaped peaks, slightly snow-clad, hung high in the sky, and below and about and beyond them to the ends of the earth, the suggestion rather than the actual sight of such a labyrinth of ranges as only the disordered imagination seemed capable of creating. We began to go down and forever down, so swiftly that we could have kicked each other in our disgust, now slipping and stumbling along toboggans of loose stones, now picking our way step by step down natural rock stairs, then descending across steep meadows of mountain grass on which Chusquito, with his calkless shoes, gave a ludicrous suggestion of some silly fellow attempting to skate on all fours. At length, the slope moderated its pace and took on a thin garb of trees and vegetation, the mountain-tops on which we had been walking a bare 2 hours before now towering into the sky above. Below the village of Moyabamba, so renowned for its horse-stealing that we lost no time in leaving it behind us, the valley narrowed to a gorge, in which our progress was blocked by a mule train of Ica wine. I fell in with the chief arriero at the rear, and plodded with him in the cloud of dust rising behind the shuffling mules like the mists of the morning from some seaside valley. Each of the animals bore 2 kegs of wine, nicely balanced on his sawbuck-shaped pack-saddle, a total weight of 250 pounds. The journey from Ica to Andahuaylas averaged from 3 weeks to a month, the entire cost of transportation about $7.50 for each animal. In the morning, horsemen and pedestrians formed an almost unbroken procession along the rich and thickly inhabited valley of the little Chumbau River, for all the league from Talavera to the straggling town of Andahuaylas. Manuel Richter, addressee of my letter, kept a little general store on a corner of the plaza. Chusquito and I waited in the streak of shade before his shop until he had spelled out the missive with Teutonic deliberation, in marked contrast to the Latin American quickness of welcome, which almost as quickly explodes into thin air. Our new host had first emigrated 40 years before from Poland to New York, where he had lived several months in Gerrien Street, a fact he never lost an opportunity to mention, evidently under the impression that it was still the aristocratic center of the city. During that time he had worked in a store way uptown in Union Square. He still boasted a brother in the kosher district of Harlem, but for some reason that does not apply to most of his race. He had drifted on to Peru and become a true Peruvian, even to taking off his hat when a tin virgin passed in the street. Yet we spoke German together. He seemed to prefer it to Spanish, even after half a lifetime in the Andes, and despite a Peruvian wife and half a dozen children entirely ignorant of the former tongue. The Richter meals were more than substantial, and his family bubbled over with kind-heartedness. But he was forced to share the honor of a guest from far-off America del Norte with one da Pozzo, who dwelt in solitary, topsy-turvy state in an ancient two-story ruin on a knoll across the prattling Chumbao. He was a Venetian on the sadder side of 40, once an architect of high standing, who had laid out more than one Plaza de Armas in Peru and Bolivia. Several turns of the wheel of fate in the wrong direction, among them a Peruvian wife, the confessional, and the fiery waters that partly drown such memories, had reduced his ambition to a low level, and his income to what may be picked up by the building of mud houses in these drowsy towns of the interior. In his customary condition, he was maudlinly affectionate, to the point of making even my cheeks the target of his bewhiskered kisses, and vociferous in his assertion that he was a mason, and a hater of priests in all lands and languages. But what mattered all this, or the fact that his junk-strewn ruin boasted only one wooden-floored bed, and that the rotting old balcony seemed always on the point of dropping from under one? For it overlooked splendid groves and rows of the slender, blue-black eucalyptus where birds sang merrily, as well as the brown flanks of the Andes, rolling up out of both sides and ends of a valley enlivened by a constant going and coming of Indians along its broad roadway. Then, too, there was rich alfalfa, on which Chusquito might gorge himself at no other expense than an occasional medio to the Indian boy assigned the task of cutting it, that he have affection for you and your horse. Andahuaylas is really nothing but an example of how life may be made a perennial pastime, scattered almost thickly along the entire 2 leagues from Talavera to San Jeronimo. Yet its situation and climate give it a charm peculiarly its own, and it would be hard to imagine a better place in which to drift through life, as its inhabitants seem to recognize. Though the long valley is extremely fertile, it produces little. The Indians of more or less full blood that make up the bulk of the population will not work. The white man cannot, lest he forever lose his precious caste. The laziest American laborer known to charity bureaus will do more and better work in an hour, unwatched, than the liveliest Indian of Andahuaylas in a day, with a boss standing over him. Without in the least hurrying, I could descend from the upper story of our ruin to the river, return with a pail of water, complete my toilet, and throw out the water before the Indian boy whose only duty in life was to attend me would, if called, appear from his seat directly below my balcony to get the pail, which he would smash before he got back if there was any possible way of doing so, and into which he would certainly manage to get some sort of filth, if he had to pick it up and throw it in. The gente lay the blame of this condition on the escuelas fiscales, the free government schools, complaining that there is no longer service, for as soon as the cholo has been to school, he wants to be a person. Faltan brazos, arms are lacking, they wail, gazing across the all but uncultivated valley, yet not one of them notices the two hanging idly at his own sides. A shower of medios failed to win from the Indian boy an affection sufficient to keep Chusquito from starvation. I obtained permission to tie the animal in a corner of the fat alfalfa field that would not come to him, and all day long I could see him across the little river, a contented dot of red against the deep green background of the field from which he never raised his head the whole day through. Yet the products of the valley are cheap enough when they exist. Eggs were 5 cents a dozen. One morning an Indian who needed the money came to the ruin to offer me 8 for a medio, 2 cents. 4 liters of milk might be had for 7 cents. But let the harassed American householder pause a moment and reflect before he sells his chattels and hurries down to Andahuaylas. To obtain those 4 liters, one must take a pail and wander several miles along the valley at about 9 in the morning, wait around some hacienda corral where the Indians have concluded not to abandon the daily milking, and never get home before noon. The best families have a special milk servant who does nothing else, and frequently not even that, then go milk hunting. And on an average he is robbed on his way home of the contents of his pail about every 3rd morning by some group of Indians who come upon him out of sight of any member of the gente class. There is a type of white Indian in the Andahuaylas Valley, apparently without admixture of European blood, yet with a very light skin and delicate pink cheeks. In the color of their garments they nearly rival those of Quito. The heavy woolen socks and hairy sandals of more lofty regions are unknown, and the barefoot patter again reigns supreme. In manner, the aboriginal is cringing and timorous, yet if the word of the shod minority was trustworthy, he has more than once been known to sneak up on a sleeping gringo and mash his head with a rock. Nor will he squeal on one of his own race, even when put to the torture. In the wilderness of weeds that passed for the local cemetery, I came upon 3 Indians digging a child's grave. One muscular loafer stood less than waist deep in the hole, scratching into a blanket spread out at his feet a bit of dust, with a hoe Adam might have thrown away in disgust during the first week of his existence before he invented a better one. To corners of the blanket were tied ropes by which a pair of equally muscular Indians standing on the ground above hauled up every 10 minutes or so nearly a shovelful of earth. Of course, at coca time, or a dog fight, or the passing of a drunken man, a foreigner, a bird, or a milk pail, they paused from their strenuous labors a half-hour or so to stare after the attraction. At least half the time left they spent in bandying a skull and a pair of thigh bones back and forth between themselves and a pair of Indian women lounging in the grass nearby. In the church forming one side of the plaza, the chief among many absurdities testifying to the local absence of a sense of humor were the figures in the main side chapel. These were life-size statues of Christ and the Virgin, the former in a sort of précieux gown and a broad-brimmed red hat with a pink band, the latter in a still broader blue one, giving the pair a ludicrous resemblance to the shepherds into which the nobles of the French court of 2 centuries ago used to disguise themselves, an impression increased by the cross between a golf stick and a back-of-the-scenes hook carried by the Cristo. Yet the simple Indians pattered in all through the day to kneel and gaze with a beatified expression, in which there was not the shadow of a smile, at these absurd figures, no doubt considering them the last word in beauty. When all is said and done, there is a subtle, lazy charm about the valley of Andahuaylas that holds the traveler long after he should have moved on. Sometimes, as the placid days drifted smoothly by, one caught the native point of view and regretted the intrusion of strenuous gringo activity in the midst of nature's and man's repose, a realization that we of the North do much which is not much even when we get it done. Here one could lie in perfect contentment and watch the road looping away out of the valley over a sunlit hill, without feeling too strong for resistance the itch to be off. Yet, in the end, the only sure means of enjoying an Andean range is to know that someday one is going to tramp away into it, to follow the trail that shoulders its way mysteriously off through those shaded valleys and rugged quebradas, beckoning one toward another and a new world beyond. End of The Route of the Conquistadores, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 16 of Vagabonding Down the Andes by Harry A. Franck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The City of the Sun, Part 1. I grew suddenly tired of Andahuaylas one afternoon, and sunrise next morning found me driving Cuzco over the neighboring divide. We had turned aside from the direct route to Abancay, following the valley of the Chumbao, for the least we could do for our recent hosts was to carry their greetings to an isolated compadre. His civilized hacienda sloped up from the shore of a beautiful mountain lake some 20 miles in circumference, deep blue as some immense emerald, with half-cultivated mountain flanks rising all about it, and a village tucked away in one corner. But, as so often in the high Andes, its entire shore was bordered with slime and reeds that made access almost impossible. Mine host shouldered his fowling piece and easily provided a brace of ducks for the evening meal. But he refused vociferously to swim, and watched my preparations with patent misgiving. I succeeded in finding an entrance and took a header into the dense blue, seemingly bottomless immensity of icy water, to the vast astonishment of all the Indian shepherds, male and female, who live out their lives among their flocks on the edge of this magnificent body of water, without ever washing a foot in it, to say nothing of contriving a boat. The lake is said to be famous for its floating islands, that blow back and forth across it with cattle grazing serenely upon them. But it was my luck to find even this Andean invention out of order and no longer functioning. My lakeside host was of rare adaptability for a Latin American, and of no slight mechanical ability. He not only had a real flour mill, but washed his wheat before grinding it. This removes him at once and forever from the spig class. His own electric plant furnished the most satisfactory light I had read by since leaving Lima. A telephone connected him with the outside world, though this ultra-modern contrivance was not yet considered a fitting messenger for the greetings of his compadres in Andahuaylas. With the advertisement of a $200 cingola as a model, he had fitted his small phonograph into a homemade cedar box, making it an instrument quite equal both in tone and appearance to that in the catalogue. Only he who knows how devoid of mechanical ability is the average Latin American can realize how vastly this feat lifted the lakeside hacendado above his fellows. I had half skirted the lake and crossed a stony range next day, when, near noon, in a collection of huts called pincos, at the bottom of a mighty quebrada, I caught sight of something I had never before seen in South America. It was a white boy, perhaps 12 years old, wearing shoes, yet in spite of that, carrying a bundle over one shoulder, like one bound on a journey. "Going somewhere?" I asked. "Al Cuzco," was the astonishing reply. A Peruvian boy actually leaving home to go somewhere else, just like a live American. "Then we'd better go together," I answered, as soon as I had recovered my breath. The child rose without a word and turned his face with me toward the trail looping upward across the chasm. "What's your name?" I began lamely, as we strained along at the heels of Chusquito, who had seemed little less surprised than I at this extraordinary apparition. "Teófilo Fulano," replied our new companion. "Fulano? Relative, perhaps, of the Señor Fulano at whose hacienda I spent last night?" "Yes, Don Faustino is my father." "Impossible!" I cried. "He is only recently married and has no children." "Not since he is married," replied the child innocently, "and he won't recognize me." "And your mother?" I continued after a time. "She keeps a chicha shop in Andahuaylas," answered the boy. "She used to love Don Faustino." For hours we rose steadily, the valley of Pincos and the little river frothing over the stones at its bottom, sinking lower and lower beneath us, a damp mountain-top coolness tempering our toil and somewhat offsetting the absence of drinking water. Our shadows crawled from under our feet and grew to erectness before us, and still the rather well-kept roadway looped upward. "Why do you go to Cuzco?" I asked, breaking in upon the story of some boyish prank, for once I had won his confidence, the child was garrulous after the manner of his race. "One of my relatives lives there," he muttered. The answer was too exactly in the tone of the same reply in another tongue I had so often heard from the lips of hoboing youngsters in my own land to be taken for more than a subterfuge. I hold it any man's privilege to keep his own counsel. However, even though he has not yet reached the 4-foot mark, and he was soon prattling on again as unbrokenly as if the steep slopes of his native mountains were level plain. A crude cross, surrounded by an irregular heap of stones tossed there one by passing Indians, marked the wind-blown summit. On the bit of pampa that preceded another stony descent stood the ruin of what may have been an Inca fortress or lookout, with another crazy cross atop. From it spread a vast view, with the Morro's Road plainly in sight, squirming out of a half-concealed valley and panting away over another of the countless Andean ridges that divide this region, as with a series of mighty walls. But it was long afterward that we came in sight of Huancarama, wedged in the throat of the gorge, and extremely inviting at a distance to 3 famished and choking roadsters. Our reception there was so typical that I am minded to describe it, for all its similarity to other experiences. We had explored the place rather thoroughly before we located the dwelling of Ezequiel Palomino, the gobernador. It is a common ruse of the rural authorities of Peru not only to hide from an arriving stranger, but to swear the rest of the town to secrecy. Small wonder, since they hold their positions on compulsion and without emoluments. Moreover, their inability to visualize that which is absent gives these isolated rural officials a contempt for the government and its orders, unless it is actually there in person and well armed. The doors of Don Ezequiel's shop, facing the grazing ground plaza, were closed, and his Indian women in the patio as stupid in their indifference and as clumsy as usual at covering up their lies. The set answer to any inquiry for the head of such a household is a mumbled "No está acá," or its Quichua equivalent. Yet, if one answer, "I did not ask where he was not, you wooden-headed daughter of a father without understanding," I asked, "Where is he?" one is considered rude and unsimpatico. A long struggle brought only the information that the gobernador was in some indefinite place, somewhere far away or near at hand, and that he might or might not return in the natural course of events. But this time there was a loophole in the defenses of the besieged. A shopkeeper, keeping it, as well as all its accumulated stock, seemed to be the extent of his activities. Across the plaza turned out to be the alcalde, who evidently was privately disgruntled with his fellow official. For when my questions grew pressing, he swore me to secrecy and whispered, "The gobernador is at home, asleep in his own house, because he is seasick today." And he winked ever so faintly at the generous display of bottles on the shelves beside us. Far be it from me to blame any man for whiling away an Andean existence in the only available fashion, but poor, uncomplaining Chusquito had already stood a long hour, unfed and unwatered, his burden still upon him, and 25 steep and stony miles in his slender legs. I lost no time in returning to the patio. The Indian women, seeing no way out of it, admitted that their lord and master was sick in bed, but ya no más ha de venir, which may mean he is coming at once, or that he may come the day after tomorrow. I strode up the outside stairs to the second-story veranda, and, throwing open the several doors, discovered at last the elusive official, a bleary-eyed half-breed of the most disgusting type. I slapped him in the face, figuratively at least, with my government order, and with a savage leer and an unhuman growl, he ordered a servant to open for us a mud den facing the street. As to alfalfa, that, he mumbled, was far away. I thrust a coin upon him, piled our junk in the bare dungeon with the little fatherless one to watch over it, and set out to forage food for ourselves. When I returned, the gobernador had carried out the legal requirements of his office by causing an Indian to toss before Chusquito a small handful of last year's corn stalks. This time he had hidden himself effectually. I began a systematic search of the premises. In a backyard, behind the patio wall, I found a half-dozen of the gobernador's fat horses stuffing themselves to bursting from an enormous heap of fresh green alfalfa. The Indian, whom I caught by the slack of the garment and drove before me under all the load he could carry, pocketed a real with a promise to watch over the fodder and to repeat the dose at dawn. But I also hovered for some time in the shadow near at hand, in the hope of catching someone attempting to snatch away Chusquito's hard-won meal, that I might fittingly express my feelings with the toe of a boot. No victim offered himself, however, and the little love token and I rolled up together in my ponchos on the dirt floor to spend a night during which the rain poured as it seldom does in the upper Andes. We were off at daylight, as travelers should be, along a fertile V-shaped valley. The rain had given the morning a scent of fresh lushness rare in the dry Andes. Birds sang gaily in the willows along the stream, and great masses of snow-white clouds lay banked in the hollows of the mountains. Then came another mighty climb to a stagnant mountaintop lagoon, and the usual 100 yards or so of level going before we pitched down another of the stony bajadas that seemed to shake all the bolts of the anatomy loose, like a runaway railway train bumping over the ties. Suddenly there disclosed itself to view one of those Andean vistas so tantalizing to the photographer, since any attempt to reproduce them on a film results only in a waste of effort and material. The earth had been scalloped out into an enormous valley, with a very green, thread-like river racing Amazonward far down in its rocky gorge. Hundreds of little stone-fenced patches newly plowed to await the rain were scattered far and near on all the fertile enclosing mountain-sides that rose higher and higher as we descended. Each Indian chacra showed two tiny white houses connected by a high wall, which, no doubt, enclosed the corral, enticing, at least at a distance, in their specklessness. Then, far, far off across a vast expanse of gashed and tumbled valley, at the back of a great tilted field broken into squares of the yellow-green of sugar-cane, alternating with the deeper line of alfalfares, with a ribbon of road winding to, and swallowed up within it, could be plainly made out the little city of Abancay, backed by mountains capped with snow-white clouds. The brilliant sun had reduced things again to the old familiar dry-as-dust condition, making a torture the long perpetual zigzag down to the river Pachachaca, flowing north through a deep cleft in the mountains to the hot Amazonian montaña and the Atlantic, the gleam of its blue waters tantalizing to our choking desert thirst. I reached at last the stone and cement bridge of graceful arch straddling the gorge, only to find, to my dismay, that this passed high out of reach of the water. But we would not be choked thus in plain sight of the inviting stream. I turned Chusquito up along the bank and tramped a long distance through cactus and chaparral, dust and tropical heat, without finding a break in the jungle-clad precipitous bank. At last, unable to endure the tantalizing sight longer, I took chance by the forelock and dragged the animal down through the clutching trees and undergrowth as far as he could possibly go, then unloaded him, standing on a huge rock as on a pedestal, and carried my junk the rest of the way to a shady spot beside the racing stream. There I cooked, ate, read, wrote, bathed, washed all my available clothing, and napped, and it was mid-afternoon before I had loaded again. The little son of the chicha shop had fallen behind in the long descent. As I ate, he crossed the bridge above, but though I fired my revolver several times to attract his attention, he went on unheeding. All the 4 hours had been burdened with the worry of perhaps finding it impossible to get Chusquito back again up that jungled precipice and rock spill, but the little beast climbed it like a chamois in his native mountains, though a real horse would have refused to attempt it. Abancay is one of the most insignificant of department capitals, the lowest and most nearly tropical city of all this trans-Peruvian trip. Hot as it is, there are snow-clads close behind, and seeming hardly a rifle shot away from the town, and back along the valley through which we had come, the double Indian houses stood out as clear white specks far up the perpendicular mountain walls, 15 and even 20 miles away. The place has probably fewer than 2,000 inhabitants, of whom easily 90% are more or less Indian, the few whites being chiefly importations in the form of government officials. The town is not old, and is somewhat built to order. Yet it has not only electric lights, but a good water supply, when this is not polluted on its journey as an open brook through the town. There is a simple monument designed by my former host, Tapozzo, to a local hero who rose to the lofty heights of a department prefectship, one of the few artistic things in Peru because of its absence of over-ornamentation. Bread was again worth nearly its weight in gold, the town being well below the wheat line. A disease known as obero is common among the Indians, turning the face a sooty black. There is also a white obero, which gives its victims the appearance of those Negroes who seek to attain white skins by acid treatment. Some of the Chola women are decidedly pretty in spite of their habits, but as so often with their sex the world over, once they begin to suspect that fact, they are prone to attempt to improve on nature, with distressing results. Every woman wears the dikla, a square of cloth richly embroidered and worked with flowers about her shoulders. In it, a baby is carried when the wearer attains one, apparently not a difficult feat in Abancay. But none go without this article of attire, and he who does not look closely will scarcely notice whether the dikla is full of baby or is empty. In my first stroll about town, I came upon the boy of Andahuaylas in one of the huts on the outskirts, where he was evidently avoiding me because he had eaten, raw, the 5 eggs I had given him to carry. He had fallen in with friends and demonstrated his Latin American temperament by giving up his plan to walk to Cuzco. The Hotel Progreso of Yacarias Trujillo is like Abancay, more easily imagined than described. A stone-paved rectangle full of clotheslines, flapping with garments of both sexes, of Indian and Chola women and children of all degrees of ignorance of soap, of parrots, turkeys, a belligerent goose, chickens without number, countless yellow curs, a dozen fat and self-assertive pigs, and an occasional drunken man formed its center. A wall half separated it from the barnyard general convenience and kitchen, beneath which flowed an open sewer and water supply. My room was an ancient, lopsided, scar-faced, airless den opening directly off this, with the dust of ages on its battered and medieval furniture. The longer of the 2 maltreated wooden platforms on legs that posed as bedsteads was at least a foot shorter than I, though I make no great requirements in that respect, and I had either to hang my legs over the razor edge of the footboard or thrust one out at each corner. In these Andean hostelries, the landlord may hover around the guest on the day of his arrival, chiefly out of curiosity, commanding the servants who furnish the room to order. But he never does so on the succeeding days, as his attention is fully taken up with the little grocery, drunkery, and billiard room on which his real income depends, and one is lucky indeed to lay hands once a day on a servant to bring a pitcher of water and empty the basura. As to a clean towel or a change of sheets, the only way to obtain them, whatever the length of stay, is to move to another hotel, in the unlikely event that one exists. But the accomplished bachelor prefers, on the whole, to be his own chambermaid rather than admit to his room the average variety of Andean hotel servant. The service was genuinely table d'hôte, in that we gathered around the table with the entire family of our host, his children, dogs and chickens, some local government officials, and the ubiquitous 4-eyed German with his stale jokes and flat-footed attempts to make himself simpatico. On Sunday, we had to dinner a dried-up but still bright old lady who claimed to remember the Battle of Ayacucho 88 years before, and to have seen as a small girl the beaten Spaniards racing pell-mell through Dead Man's Corner. Yacarias had learned none of those tricks of his tribe that are the burden of the traveler almost the world over. Though his rates were 90 cents a day, he refused to collect for the meal or two I ran over, and when I left he forced upon me a roast chicken for my fiambre, or road lunch, as a little remembrance. Moreover, to my astonishment, he actually had Chusquito back from his pasture and tied in the patio with a juicy bundle of alfalfa before him by the time the religious fiesta had sunk into its drunken sleep and quiet had settled down over the Andes. To have a Latin American promise to do a thing, and then to do it the same day, was a breathtaking experience indeed. We were off at the crack of dawn on the last stage of my march to the ancient capital of the Inca Empire. That eagerness the traveler always feels in nearing the scene of boyhood dreams caused me to scold Chusquito more than usual for not keeping out from underfoot on the famous climb to the next mountain notch, with its achapeta, or stone heap, on which Indians are said to have tossed their coca cuds since long before the conquest. The descent was even swifter, and by 3 we had ended the 9 leagues to Curahuasi, a scattered collection of huts on a high shelf of mountain. Chusquito had brought with him his own dinner, wrapped in my rubber poncho, in the form of a wad of alfalfa he had not been able to finish in Abancay. But though he managed to make away with it, he seemed to prefer the short, dry mountain grass of the central plaza, consisting of a large open space adorned by one lone eucalyptus. I was soon possessor of the Stone Age key and padlock of the Cabildo, an empty mud cave furnished by the municipalidad, to which the traveler is as legally entitled as to lodging in a French asile de nuit. The same building included the jail, full of the aftermath of the religious fiesta, in the persons of bleary-eyed Indians thrusting their faces through the wooden bars of the single window, imploring liquor and tobacco. But though I had wine, chicha, and pisco, and Peruvian prisoners are permitted anything they can lay hands on, it seemed wiser to let them reflect on the error of their ways. The ragged lieutenant governor came to inquire if he should send a cholita to keep me company, and seemed to consider my negative reply a personal affront. Now and then an Indian, all but hidden under a load of green alfalfa, loped across the plaza, pursued by several asses taking a bite at every jump. It is the custom in this region for all aboriginals, men, women, or children, to snatch off their hats and murmur "Buenas tardes," whatever the time of day, to every white man. If I failed to answer, they repeated that inane, redundant, and not always truthful remark in a loud, distressed voice until I replied, as if they feared some punishment unless their greeting was returned. When it came to every passer-by thus insisting on recognition as often as he passed the Cabildo doorway in which I sat writing my notes, it was hard to refrain from replying with the adobe brick nearest at hand. Birds were singing merrily in the mole trees when we descended a semi-desert bristling with cactus, then through precipitous stony quebradas at the bottoms of which excited streams rushed headlong down from the mountain heights in their haste to join the unseen river below on its journey to the Atlantic. We were approaching the famous Apurimac, the roar of whose waters already came up to us, and the crossing of which travelers have always looked forward to with misgiving. Yet it was only a very moderate river we came in sight of in mid-morning, exceedingly far down in the precipitous gorge it has cut for itself during the centuries. The leg-straining descent seemed endless. The road wound incessantly round the mountain, far up each profound ravine and back again, so that a 2-mile walk was barely a 500-yard gain. Travelers now were numerous. Mule trains with goods from the outside world by way of Cuzco appeared as dots on the skyline crest of the range beyond, and crawled slowly down its barren face. Indians, bearing on their backs chickens, pigs, or the scanty produce of their chacras, climbed past us into the hot, cactus-grown world above. The blazing sun stood sheer overhead when we reached the river, or more exactly, Tablachaca, the board bridge high above it. Since long before the conquest, simpichacas, the swaying Inca bridges of braided withes, have been thrown across this mighty gorge at various points, so that the passing of the Apurimac has long been synonymous with taking one's life in one's hands. But the tameness of modern times has intruded even here. Today, a solid bridge, built by a Philadelphian and maintained not by the government but by the neighboring hacendados, carries the traveler across without a tremor. In an open-work, gnat-bitten hut beside it live the bridge tender, a curiously old youth, and his mother, boasting themselves the grandson and daughter, respectively, of the builder, yet so purely Peruvian that they cannot even pronounce the name of their illustrious ancestor. Finding it possible to descend to the river by a series of natural stone steps, I determined to enjoy the distinction of a dip into the famous stream. The astonished bridge tenders wished to know if I was a great swimmer, as their father and grandfather from Philadelphia had been, and could I even out-gringo him by swimming clear across the river? I admitted that I could come near to making it if there were a sheriff's posse at my heels and no bridge, but neither of those contingencies staring me in the face, I saw no reason to risk coming home by way of the Amazon in the garb of Adam by attempting a gratuitous stunt worthy of a genuine andarin. As I stood soaping my gnat-bitten frame, however, I fell to wondering why Pedro de la Gasca should have lost most of his horses and mules here on the way to his famous pussy-wants-a-corner game with Gonzalo Pizarro on the field of Xaquixaguana. For though it snarled and fretted against its rocky barriers with considerable force and speed, to any but a Spanish-speaking people, the stream lapping at my knees would not exactly seem a great river. I came to the conclusion that his misfortune must have been due to the fact that Pedro was a priest, and to test the theory, swam across, sat a moment against the sheer rock wall that bounds the resounding gorge on the further side, and swam back again. True, the stream moved with something more than Peruvian energy, and not far below there was a fall with a threatening hollow roar, where the man so foolish as to let himself be carried over might have sustained a few bumps and gashes. But there was nothing in the escapade to get excited over, much less to lose one's horses. Imagine my surprise, therefore, as I gripped my prehensile toes once more on the hither bank, to discover, just in time to save myself from shattering the proprieties to fragments, that all the surrounding countryside, large and small, male and female, Indian, half-breed, and three-quarter breed, was hanging over the precipice and bridge above, watching with open mouths my marvelous and unprecedented feat. As I climbed the bank, reclad, the vigilante del Puente and his mother fell upon me, insisting that such unrivaled prowess should not pass unrecorded, and, getting possession of my notebook, they spent most of the afternoon in concocting a certificate of my epoch-making adventure, with all the signatures, rubricas, and seals thereunto appertaining. Beyond the river, now in the great department of Cuzco, we climbed a sheer mountain face, and descended with sunset to a mass of buildings on a bluff, among immense stretches of yellow-green cane fields. This was the Hacienda La Estrella of Senator Montes, whom official duties held in Lima, but whose son, once he had overcome his racial prejudice against a man who came on foot and without a servant, appointed an Indian valet to Chusquito and took upon himself my entertainment. His newly constructed mansion boasted all modern improvements, from electric lights to paintings on the walls of corredor and rooms by a famous imported artist. In the well-appointed sugar mill, the cane of the surrounding fields was turned into white cone-shaped sugar loaves and concentrated merriment, the latter selling at $9 a 100 liters, of which something more than half went to the government. 2 salt inspectors joined us at the formal dinner in the over-decorated mansion. Salt being a government monopoly, Peru swarms with salt inspectors, salt police, salt detectives, official salt weighers, and so on to national bankruptcy. The reddish rocks mined on the Montes estate were bought by the government at 10 cents a hundredweight and sold in official estancos at $2.50. As we sat, Montes the younger, his half-dozen white overseers, and the salt inspectors, before the door of the cabin that had been assigned me, the tropical full moon casting over the scene a brightness almost equal to that of a sunny day, 100 picturesquely clad Indian peons, carrying medieval hoes and axes, lined up before us for roll call, then scattered to their huts. The hacienda's vast army of laborers refuse for the most part to live in the tenement-like houses, in long identical rows, of which my own lodging was one, but insisted, with the conservatism so deeply ingrained in their race, on building their own huts, of far poorer accommodations. Each peon was given a piece of land on which to erect his dwelling and plant his garden, free pasturage for a few animals, and a wage of 20 cents a day when he worked for the hacienda. This he did only every other month, and thanks to church festivals and the concentrated cane juice with which they are enlivened, by no means all the days of that. The women had no obligations to the hacienda, but lived on it merely as appendices to their husbands. Old maids, of course, are unknown among South American Indians, doing only such work about the estate house as they could be coaxed to do, or what they were ordered by their husbands. Under the silver flooding moon, the gathering of gente grew reminiscent, and on every hand floated stories of Peru, ending with one by the sun, which explained why Montes the elder had become wealthy and a senator, and had had such extraordinary all-around luck, because he had picked up at the Chicago Exposition 20 years before a horseshoe, which was still carefully guarded. The moon had set, though the forerunner of day had not yet appeared, when, after trying in vain to punch awake the peon Montes had ordered to attend me, I entered the immense hacienda corral to pescar, or fish out, as the Peruvians say, my horselet from the army of mules and horses munching the dry pulp of crushed sugar cane that constitutes the fodder of these near-tropic regions. I had no difficulty in recognizing my own animal in the dark, not only by his diminutiveness, but by his picturesquely docked tail. Looking back on that day, however, I am sorry I did not pescar another animal by mistake. As I prepared to load him before my cabin door, I was startled to find that Chusquito seemed to have turned zebra during the night. Several dark lines ran from his spine down either side to his shaggy belly. The sense of smell astonished me with the information that these were of blood. I got water and washed him off, meanwhile cursing the savage mules that had evidently spent most of the night biting the helpless little brute. As a former zone policeman, trained to arrest every Panamanian coachman who dared enter the Canal Zone with a horse matado, I had taken extreme care to keep my own animal free from those back sores so atrociously frequent and unattended in the Andes. But the soft alforjas could not add to his injuries. I, too, had been bitten until my frame was one single expanse of tattooing, and Chusquito must bear his share of troubles unavoidable in the tropics. I arranged the load as carefully as possible, and we were off. End of The City of the Sun, Part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson.